The most sophisticated artifacts, pyramids, everything are all the oldest. It gets worse as it goes on. That's not supposed to make sense.
There was some sort of very sophisticated civilization that was tens of thousands of years before that, and they were wiped out.
We even see that. You go to the Egyptian Museum and there is beautiful igneous stone vases made of granite. And right next to them, in the same display, because they're found in the same place, there's a rough pottery vase that's not even turned, just put together by hand, and they've painted it with dots to make it look like granite, and it's shaped the same way as the granite vase. That's like this pure imitation. Like this here, you have a hard igneous stone vessel made with perfection, and right next to what's clearly an imitation of it made from pottery, and they've even dotted it up to make it look like granite. The dynastic Egyptians, they do trace that back 30,000+ years. They have a list of kings and rulers that go back into that time. It's only in our interpretation and our archaeologists that really say, well, you know what, that's just myth and legend.
The people in Egypt, they believed in what's called Kemet, the people that existed before the Egyptians. When we hear these stories about the Great Pyramid being a tomb for the pharaoh, it's worth mentioning that even the locals didn't believe that. The saying that the pyramids were built to be tombs for the pharaohs wasn't even developed until 150 years ago. That's it. They were taught Kemet. And it's worth mentioning that when you go through inside these pyramids of Giza, there's not one single glyph in any of them whatsoever. There was never a mummy found in any Egyptian pyramid ever. Quite literally, the only reason why we are told this stuff is because that was the theory developed by these men that went in there and said, I believe these must have been for the pharaohs. That makes sense.
So it's all just one group of people had one theory, and that theory just stuck around.
100%. To people who aren't aware, there's something called the Osiris Shaft, which is located directly under the causeway between the Sphinx and the second pyramid. It goes about 100 feet underground. It's carved out of the limestone bedrock. It's the creepiest place I've ever been in my life. It's 3 different shafts, and you go down. When you get to the 3rd level, which is completely dark and freaky, there was a side tunnel. Zahi Hawass himself, he's standing in front of this tunnel, and he says, it's yet to be explored. I don't know what's down there, but they've since sealed it up. It's like cinder blocks. They sealed it up.
What?
Yes, it's the same thing. Like, they excavated the Sphinx, and there was always said to be tunnels under there, and there was no pictures ever released to the public, and some dude snuck down in there and took some photos. You can't see much, but what you know is that there are things that have gone underground in Egypt that, for whatever reason, is just off limits to the public.
Hotep, Great SABA Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. To SABA Tehuti. Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at. The Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance. Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netzerts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations, and their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
man.
If you're to take,
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podcast on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on
that's
it, man.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonnetter's platform, Sonnetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonnetter's platform, Sonnetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know, he took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonnetter's platform, Sonnetter announces the winner?
We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonnetter's platform, Sonnetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonnetter's platform, Sonnetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kemet.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
I just want to establish one thing. Those who were with him, they did not, according to Paul, not hear the voice that was with him.
Yeah, you're right. I remember reading this recently, and I was like caught on that. I was thinking like, that's something that I don't understand because I don't see what it sounds like a contradiction.
Isn't it easy to understand?
No, it's not.
Have you ever heard of a liar?
It sounds like a contradiction in Acts, doesn't it?
Right. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it?
No.
When something is said and something is said the opposite, both things be true at the same time.
If something is said the opposite of something, can they both say at the same time?
Yeah, Can I be 6'4" and at the same time be 5'11" at the exact same time? You to pick which one is the truth.
You can try to make me look like a dummy, and maybe I am.
That attitude. I just wanted to know which one.
I still honor God above man, and I don't put my trust in man.
Okay, I just wanted to know which one was the truth. I want to tell my son which one is the truth.
I mean, that's fine. I've been up against the wall before. I know what it feels like. It's all right.
It feels strange, right?
Swimming up? No, it just makes you stronger.
Do you feel stronger right now? Check, check, check. Set something up. Check, check, check. I'm doing mic check. Check, check, check. Can everybody hear and see me well? Press the 9 if you can see and hear me well. Press the 9 if you can see and hear me well. We're gonna fix up a couple of things and then get this get things started correctly. 9 if you can see and hear me well, and I'm about to check the chat in just a moment. Let me. Oh, I see. Okay, let's use that again. It's back. There we go. I see. Excellent. Okay, and we'll pull this in more. And there we go. And then take it. Boom. And move the mic out of the way. Excellent. Now I can check the chat. Hold on. Okay, let me do one thing. Fix this. Okay. Check this chat and see how we're doing. All right, mic check, everybody. Feel pressing 9s. Good, I can be heard. Wonderful, wonderful. We have the family in the house, and it's going to be another door opener. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti podcast. Before we begin, we're going to begin with the proper frequency, and that is the frequency of the affirmation. Let me fix this again. Up, up, up. And that is the proper frequency of the affirmation. Those who don't know it, it'll be on the screen. Those who know it can repeat it. And even if you don't know it, you can repeat it. But this is how I start everything that is of importance to me on the proper frequency of the affirmation. Words from the Metut Nefer that go back 3,000 years prior to the Matrix, 3,000 years prior to religion, thousands of years prior to the Bible, the Hebrews, prior to all that is here today that is a distortion. We're going to actually say what the ancients used to say. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki and Ma'at, Un and S. Min Tet Aset and Ma'at. Min Habapet and Ma'at. Her and Hu Kiui Per Ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at every day. I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Welcome, everybody. Greetings and welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Let me check the chat and give shout outs to the people that are supporters and also the brand new people that are in the room. What's up, my good brother T-Bull? T-Bull actually had a question. I told him if he comes early, he can be the first to come up and we'll have a little dialogue before he gets too sleepy. And we'll go ahead and set up something for his physical body and his physical discipline. Shout out to T-Bull. Peace to you. Shout out to Dwight. Here's a new name I've never seen before. Dwight 12 ATX. Shout out to you, Dwight 12 ATX. Peace to you. Peace to the great supporter, Robert Rays. Robert Rays, peace to you. Robert to the Rays, Rays to the Robert. Peace to you. Zai the Great, salute, 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 salute. Peace to you. And Robert Rays, peace to you again. Peace to you again. Shout out to Antu. Shout out to Anu and Antu. Shout out to Dashe, Dashe, Dashe. Peace to you. Peace to you. Shout out to you. Harassed did. Used to be for your culture, but now it's just harassed did. And here's a great supporter, Nicholas Noetic. Peace to you, Nicholas Noetic, and Stranger, the name of the moderators. Dashe, Dashe, the great supporter who is a waiter who works off of tips. If that's the same brother, I think there's two names. Works off of tips, so he knows about giving tips, and he knows how it is that you must survive off of straight reciprocity. All right, everybody, wonderful. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. For those who want to know, the people that are in the room that have wrenches, in a regular setting, those people would be called the moderators. But thanks to a brother that's in the room, he's Stranger, the namer of the moderators. 1 second, the computer screen is doing something oddities. Here we go for the first oddities of the night. The computer is doing something very interesting. Okay, I guess it's reloading, and there it is. And I wonder why it did that. Okay, not a problem. We have patience here, and this is here it is. Let's see if it pulls up now. It's working on it. Let me see who. Okay, here we go. For the people in the room that are wondering who those are, these are not just moderators. These are the Ma'atarators, which are Nani Aset Mur, the beautiful, the lovely secretary, Ankia Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, who's on leave right now. And we'll get another name to put in there upon his request. And the scribe, the great technician, the scribe. These are the people that keep the room in order, although the room always stays in order because order is Ma'at. And Ma'at is met, which means to speak. And order is to keep things organized. And order is also to give command, which is to speak with power. All the same, Maharu, to be in order. And this room is always in order. So the moderators actually just keep people continuously happy because there's never any chaos here at all whatsoever. It's a very organized structure. So we're going to go ahead and remove that. Shout out to the Ma'atarators. I take this off of the room. Remove from the studio. Wonderful. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. With me is the species of being you saw in the very beginning of the video, in the beginning of one of the sections of the videos, which is an anaconda. This represents the snake style that I used to teach, and the fact that I've been raised up with serpents ever since I was under 7 years old. I was raised up in the forest, in the fields, spending most of my time there with turtles, serpents, and other type of creatures. And there is where I started learning that human beings were not superior to animals, but animals were actually very much more structured and very much more loyal to what they are supposed to be. The anaconda, this is Asar Inhertef. Asar Inhertef, which is what we're actually going to be talking about today, because I saw one of the questions in, and Asar was the one who was put to sleep. His consciousness was put to sleep, and then he woke back up. Ertef and Inhertef became movable, and Ertef became motionless. This snake represents that because of all my anacondas. This one is the calmest of them. He's about maybe 8+ feet long, and he represents calmness. To be able to be around some of these beings that actually can kill you at any moment. If he actually stiffens up his grip around my neck, he can actually snap my neck before I have a chance to feel it. So being around some of these animals which are potentially dangerous actually keeps my Ba and my Ka calm. And that's why you see most of the animals that I have around me actually are dangerous animals. Dangerous to those who may deserve the danger. At any rate, let me continue the introduction. This is Asar Imhotep, all the way from the rainforests of South Africa, South America, Brazil. Asar Inhertef. He represents that which squeezes, ambushes, squeezes, and when you breathe out, he squeezes tighter. And when you breathe out, he squeezes tighter, very slowly. And while you're fighting and punching his body is pretty much almost, it's hittable proof. It can't be hurt by hitting it. He wraps his own head up so that the creature that he attacks can't attack the only part that's damageable, which is the head. And that is what actually created the Tehuti snake style. that I use in teaching and my debates. While the opponent is hitting other things, he's missing where the head actually is, and it represents the unseen head, the same as the ostrich head that is buried under the sands of Kemet. That's where the consciousness is, but that part is hidden. The body is being controlled. Another class, though. All right, everybody. So my name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. I've been teaching for a period of periods, meant multiple time zones and periods, which we're going to be talking about time zones today. And it's been several decades. I've been teaching longer than some of the people in this class have actually been alive. I've just been able to slow down and almost reverse my youth. But I've been teaching longer than at least 40% of the people in the pod class have been alive. So I used to teach masses of people all across America and Canada. When I was very young, my mother had told me that when she was in labor, she saw a vortex or something that was swirling above her stomach, and something went in and went through. And when it went into her stomach, then she went into convulsions and had myself. With that compiled with other experiences, I came to the realization when I was very young that the physical body is not the first body. It's actually the last of the bodies. And that you actually have lived multiple times, because the etheric energy called the Ka and the Ku, that is actually creating your physical body, cannot be destroyed by fire, water, air, breath, or physical matter. It actually avoids the electron. So thus, it can be killed by the things that kill the physical body here. And thus it can live continuously. So I became a part of the focus of immortality as my focus and eternal life, which came from the netter that I was actually named after, which is Aten. I was named after Aten, Ankh Aten, when he represented the invisible state called the Amen, which was the invisible state. In the Amen, with the balance of the Hetep, which is where you give your offering, comes out again as the light. So it becomes Amen, Hetep, and then Ra becomes the physical or visible light, but the Amen is the invisible light. I continued to keep the path of truth ever since I was a young man and could do the best that I could do with the information. I realized that all things came from verbalization or sound frequency. So that's when I was very young. One of the first things I did was I named myself the God of Word after Tehuti back in 1992. I was called the God of Word, named after Tehuti, because I believe that words, sound, and vibrations was that which controlled everything in existence. And because of that, it can be used to develop the matrix as well. As I was learning and developing at this pace, my mother and other family members and other people became discomfortable with this type of growth. So my life, as far as my living situation, was threatened. Not threatened like my mother was doing anything bad, but she basically said that if I continued on this path that I was on, this knowledgeable path that I was on, I could no longer live in the family settings, because I was starting to question everything and making my little brothers and other family members question things too. So she placed a wager. We had made a wager and a bet that yes, I will leave, not a problem. I don't have anywhere to go, so let me make a wager and see if I can do something to stay. And our agreement was, if the knowledge that I'm teaching at this young state can defeat the pastor that's teaching you, then I will get to stay in the house. And you, mother, will be the judge. And she was a staunch Christian, and the pastor is her pastor. I already started off with my very first unfair debate. But this debate triggered something in my brain, because there was no trophies to be won. There was no ego to be had. Nobody was there. There was no audience. There was no judges. There was no YouTube. None of that existed. This debate was based on my livelihood, meaning that if I lose this debate, I must leave my security of house and home and shelter over my head. at a young age. So thus, the reptilian brain and biological imperative immediately combined my survival mode with the information. And that is when something transformed inside of me at the next stage, was that this knowledge information was about my actual survival. It wasn't a hobby. It wasn't something cool on YouTube. It wasn't just something that I was interested in. If I lose this debate, I'm on the streets. That clicks something in my DNA to say, win or die, win or live in the alley, win or be homeless, teach the truth properly and convince somebody who's against me, or be homeless. That was my very first debate that took place for about 4+ hours, and my mother kicked him out of the house. When it was done, he was thrown out of the house for embarrassment. She said, there's no way that I should be embarrassing this 47-year-old pastor at such a young age. Why am I destroying him right now? And that's because I took on the name of the God of Words. I'm not here to physically fight anybody, but I'm here to take the words and put things back in order. And he was kicked out. The next day, or a couple days afterwards, there was a notary on my door, which was a restraining order. And that restraining order was that I was no longer allowed amongst the area about 50 to 100 feet from the churches, signed and notarized by the judge, stamped at the courthouse, that I had my first and only restraining order. Most brothers that have restraining orders, they're usually against women, and I believe I may be the first on the planet that received at the young age, I wasn't even close to 20 yet, I received a restraining order against church. Biological imperative kicks in again. That now, if I go around churches, I could be put away. So my upbringing and the way that I developed was completely different from what you see in these YouTube streets, as they call it. Everything that developed me had to do with biological imperative. Win your first debate or get put out on the street. Go around churches and get thrown in jail or foster home, whatever the restraining order said. And thus my whole life became knowing this knowledge or have my freedom taken away. That is what developed the God of Word into eventually what became Tehuti that you see today in front of you. At any rate, I ended up joining an organization which had what I thought was the same agenda as what I had, which was teaching the truth and also breaking the spell of religion. I was very interested in that aspect, breaking the spell of religion and teaching the truth. I ended up joining the organization, ended up excelling past everyone in the organization, according to the teacher of the organization. I ended up excelling past everyone to the point where he told the entire organization that if they want to even learn how to teach. Now, this is quite interesting. This organization has existed since 1967. I was a young man, still a young man, but I was much younger. And he's telling the 60-year-olds, everybody from the 15-year-olds to the 70-year-olds in the organization, if all of you who have been here for 30 years before the brother was born, if any of you want to learn how to teach this, go to him. He told the entire organization that is from the youths to the elders that were already teaching some years before I was even born on the planet. This, of course, developed into a state of unfortunate jealousy, which had the elders and the other teachers in the organization pit against me from their own negative egos. So therefore, they analyzed the way that I taught, and they told me that if I continue to teach like this, they have to burn all of my books. While the teacher at the time is telling everybody, if you want to learn how to teach, learn from him. They came to my premise with torches lit to burn my belongings, my books, because I was teaching outside of what the teacher taught, but inside. because I was using multifarious sources, and I developed the pod class back then. This is 1998. And the teaching technique was multifarious sources to back up a topic. Science sources, news articles, newspapers, the news itself, archaeologists, anthropologists. Use all of this, because if the truth is the truth, then it should all match. What you're teaching should match archaeology. What you're teaching should match anthropology. What you're teaching should match history, because if it happened, then it happened. And if you find out that it happened, then there must be other contingency truths that go along with it, because you can't have a truth by itself. Every truth needs another truth in order to complete the story. So therefore, I used all contingencies and combined them and started teaching the Tehuti pod class. Well, back then it wasn't a Tehuti pod class by name, but it was this technique of teaching that you're going to see today. And they kicked me out of the organization because I wouldn't burn all the books from the scientists. So therefore, I left. And when I left, I disassociated myself with the organization. One moment, please. One second. So I separated myself from the organization, and I stopped teaching for a while because of the pain I was in from not being proven wrong, but just being disliked through jealousy. And because of that, I only started teaching my inner family. I continued on. I got a couple of students because I naturally wanted to teach. So I went on, and to make a long story short, moved to Canada, moved to California, and made a survival in California from magic, performing. So when you see the thumbnail that you see for this class, this class on the Neverending Story, yes, that is me on the front with the launch of the Harry Potter book, of which I was the hired magician for the launch of the Harry Potter book all across the world. There was a worldwide launch back in around 2007 or so, and I was the magician that was a part of that launch. So you'll see me at those events back in 2007. And so I made a living off of performing magic. While I was performing magic, you could see I have this big ankh on, and it would attract people that were into knowledge, into Kemet, and I would start teaching them in the middle of my performance shows. And that's how I started getting my students. I ended up moving to California because I was able to perform all year round. There was no winter here in California. So because of that, I was able to just continue on. And along those journeys, people started coming to me to learn from me. One brother, his name was Ahati. He started learning from me. He was He was a Hebrew Israelite. I'm questioning it though. And once he met me, there was no more question. After he met me, that spell was broken. He became my student ever since. I would have free one-on-ones with him, which I don't do now, but I would have one-on-ones with him almost every single day. Imagine that. Tehuti doesn't do that now, but one-on-ones with him almost every single day. Invited him to my house, got him to meet the Naturts. Everything is smooth, but I'm just teaching them and just a couple of people. So one day, him and a close sister of mine and Nanya Setmer said, you should look at YouTube and see some of these teachers that are teaching out there. Compared to what you're doing, Tehuti, there's thousands of people that need you out there. And I said, well, I'm not quite interested at the moment. I may come back in the future, but I'm not quite interested now in going back into the public. I just want to teach my inner family. That's it for right now. So as time went on, I decided to go look in YouTube and see the other teachers that were teaching. And lo and behold, some of them were the were the people that were actually sent to defeat me in debates. And when I beat somebody in a debate, they converted to be my students. And I wasn't online anymore, so they went online. They became some of your popular teachers today. I wasn't online, so I didn't know about it. So at any rate, I come back online, and Ahati says, hey, there's this group over here that wants to interview you. They're called the Lion's Den. They want to interview you. And I said, why do they want to interview me? He said, because they're interested in Kemet. I said, are they? What's the religion? He said, Hebrews. I said, they're interested in Kemet, but they're still Hebrews? That sounds very interesting. Sure, I'll do an interview. I went there to do an interview and ran into the champion of the group there. And I found that it was a debate league. And the champion challenged me to a debate. And I said, no, I'm not familiar with debating like this. I'm a teacher. But he liked my demeanor and he challenged me to a debate. And they set up the debate with 5 judges. And the debate was the Bible versus Ma'at and Kemet. And I said, what are the judges' beliefs? And we were right back to when I was a young man, when my mother set up the debate with me and the pastor, where the judge, again, was my mother, who's a Christian, and the judges here are 4 Hebrews, 4 religious people, and 1 who believes in Kemetic teachings. So I said, oh, this is set up for me to lose. Let's have fun. Anyways, I won that debate, continued to go on, and I said, this is kind of fun. I just get to teach the masses of people, and they're calling this a debate. I'm just teaching for 15 minutes. And I get to interact with somebody and wrap them up in the snake style. This is what I love to do. This is like watching the Columbo show. So I ended up going on debate, winning. Debates, it was quite easy. They took me to all the so-called big names. I didn't know any of these big names. I ended up beating all the big names. They said, Sonetta wants to interview. I said, okay, cool. I remember Sonetta from the streets in Harlem and Brooklyn. And they said, well, this is Sonetta TV. It's the toughest environment. It's the toughest environment. It's the toughest environment. And I said, okay, great. And when I went there, I did an interview. Everything was smooth. Didn't seem tough at all. But then here comes a person that jumped into my interview, Jabari, and he said he wanted to have a chat with me. And we should set up the debate rules. We got on the phone. We set up the debate rules. And the debate was that we were going to have a conversational debate. We set that up. And so, as you can see, I ended up beating him according to the rules. I only beat people according to the rules, not according to my opinion. So beat him according to the rules. And then I went through and kept debating people on the toughest environment, the toughest environment. And I was like, this is very smooth. What a tough environment. I'm just moseying along through the toughest environment, but it's not tough when the people you're debating don't have any kind of lifestyle. They don't have any discipline. So therefore, the toughest environment was never tough to me. I won every single debate according to the rules and regulations, and I kept moving on. This led to me going to Killer Priest seeing me in debates and conversations. And then I went to the Killer Priest show, went for an interview, and one of the hosts challenged me. Ended up beating him, running the show after my first day of going through an interview. And then eventually, this leads to what you're about to see here, which is the Tehuti pod class. And what is that? There were so many people that wanted to have one-on-ones with me. All my old students were seeing me from 1996, 2001, 2008, 1993, 1997. New people in the Killer Priest show. New people from the debates, from the interviews, wanted to have one-on-ones with me. And so because I'm a teacher that is set up based on a reciprocity system, a bartering system, which is that which I give, if it's worth something to you, then you support that which I give. And if you have something worth something to me, I support it. And it is a fair exchange, just like the barter system was set up in the motherland that they call Africa. If you had 50 ducks, you would bring it to your scribe. And if he had 4 cows, he would give you the 4 cows, you would give him the 50 ducks, or he would teach you and you would give him the 50 ducks. He would raise you up, discipline you, and you would bring your earnings to him. Then another set of people, Europeans, came in and killed those people, raped the women, stole the knowledge, and created a concept that knowledge is free. And there's not one ancient parable, not one ancient African proverb, not one papyrus, not one stone writing that says anything about knowledge being free. That is a made-up concept by someone who came in and stole the knowledge for free, while going back to Europe, going back to Germany, going back to England, back to university and paying tuition. for knowledge, leaving the tuition, coming to Africa, killing the women, stealing the papyrus, killing the Native Americans, and then back to university to get your paperwork for what it is that you want to be, for knowledge. Because in university, you're not making money yet. But they had universities set up for hundreds of years while they were killing the women, stealing the papyrus, stealing the sarcophaguses, taking the knowledge, stealing the knowledge for free. So the concept that the European created was your knowledge, Native American, your knowledge, Aztec, your knowledge, ancient Egyptian, your knowledge, Yoruba man, your knowledge, Dogon, your knowledge is free because we're going to steal it. You have something to say? This is called a rifle. Come with us, and your woman is free too. But don't worry, we're going to take this knowledge and take it back to our universities and give lectures on this while people pay us for the lectures, $100 a seat to come to the lectures to learn about ancient Egypt. And all you're getting is the words of the lecturers, but the seat is $50 to $100 because knowledge is not free. It's only free to the thief and the colonizer. And so the ancient African man, the ancient Kemetic man, the ancient Aztec, the ancient Chinese, every ancient person had the teacher, and the teacher taught you, and then you showed reciprocity. And that happens in every culture, including the culture who said knowledge is free, which is when you step into science class at the university, the science teacher, the math teacher, the geometry teacher is teaching you, and at the end of the month, he receives a paycheck because he's giving knowledge not for free. And you get your tuition, you pay him. Well, I decided that I'm going to bring back the value of something that changes your life. The value of what the ancient ones taught was that knowledge was not free. Knowledge raises you into immortality, and immortality is priceless. Priceless is not the same as being free. Priceless means there's no price on it, no specific price. Whatever you feel the effect is worth, that is what you give as a free will offering. And that is why I developed the Tehuti pod class, to bring back the value, to change this foolishness that this knowledge is just a hobby, so that all the conscious people and leaders today are just debaters. They're just arguers. They only discuss what they don't like. They actually have no actual teaching that they live by. I'm here to destroy that. The ancient people didn't just debate and argue all day and expose, and I want to fight, and I want to fight. I want to argue, expose, you're wrong, your girl did this, you did this, police in jail, blah, blah, blah. The Hebrews are wrong, the Christians are wrong. Okay, what's your way of life? Forget about that. You're wrong, and you're wrong, and you're wrong. What's our way of life? Forget about that, but you're wrong, and you're wrong. And when I break you down, I leave you broken down, and I don't build you back up to anything. But the scribes in Kemet built you up. The ancient teachers in all cultures had a teaching that they lived by. After the debates and after the argument, when they woke up in the morning, they did specific things with their families, discipline, structure, with their mind and their 9 aspects and their body. That is what I'm here to teach. So thus there's a value to that. So because of that, I announced in the Killer Pre-Show, I'm going to have a structured system where I'm going to come to my YouTube channel. You can come too, and my head is going to be down, and I'm not going to say anything. Well, what kind of class is this? It's based on you. The class is actually based on the real toughest environment, which is I don't know what the masses of people want to know. I don't know what they want to know. So therefore, you can come and send in a question. But as the SABA, my job is to answer the question. Whether I like the question, whether I think the question is stupid, whether I think it's amazing, whether I think it's groundbreaking, I'm going to make it groundbreaking, and I'm going to answer that question because that question is valuable to you, and I can't give you the question. That's why nobody can come here and say, what is this knowledge going to do for us? You didn't ask the question. Ask a question, and when it gets answered, then tell me, what did that answer do for you? because it may not do anything for the man beside you because he didn't ask. I made it personal. I created a system where you send in a question and you get a documentary, composed, customized answer made for you with graphs, with words, audio, video, news report footage, with science, archaeology, anthropology, ancient languages, matrix breaking, and the beautiful thing is I can teach you from the other side because I'm a magician. So because I'm a magician, I know how the matrix works from both sides. Because I had to pay David Blaine's teachers, Chris Angel's teachers, David Copperfield's teachers, Darren Brown's teachers, in order to learn the other side, because I wanted to know, how does this manipulation work? And also, what is this mind over matter? What is this thing called illusion? What is this real? What is actually happening? I have to add that to my reservoir, and I added it. So because of that, I can see the matrix very clearly. It's like when Neo looks and sees all the green, what the world really looks like. I can see that because I was taught from the other side. So the way that this works, everybody must know by now, but for the new people that are watching, you get to send in questions and they come in through Cash App and PayPal. I developed this unique system. If you see at the bottom, it's Cash App TT Amun. I actually put it big. Cash App TT Amun and PayPal at Rocky SV. I figured out that you can actually send, instead of a super chat, you can actually send in a question or support with actual typing, which means you get to send in a question. And then it's my job to cater to your specific question. So for example, here is a brother named Stranger who sent in $34.50, and new people I know you're watching this saying, what in the world is this? I've never seen this in my life. $30.50 to send in a question. It's for the value of the support of what it is that I am, not for the question, but it's reciprocity, because your Nike shoes cost $200 and Nike doesn't care about you. And those Nike shoes don't do anything different than any other shoe to justify why it's $300. So this is a question: is knowledge and application of math and triangulation a part of living in Ma'at? Didn't Pythagoras get his formulas from Kemet? Look at that type of question that's asked here. $34.50. $44.10 sent in from Sherika, who said, Sherika, question, please explain on an international level why each of us experience time on different rates. Many claim time is speeding up and everything is happening fast. However, for me, I feel the contrary. Each moment is growing in the presence and slowing down. That class was extremely explosive. Look at the difference in questions of the variety. From mathematics and triangulation, Pythagoras, to time slowing up and speeding down internally, to somebody sending in a question, $11.55, can you explain the origin of pole splitting? Netter, KHEPERA sends in, can you explain the origin of the cross? That was incredible. Rigo found out that I could explain movies from the other side. He sends in $111.11. Do a breakdown in the Matrix Part 4. Not Part 4 of the movie, but my Part 4, which means I've already broken it down 3 times. Break down $100.72. Could you show the Johnny Mandela effect? Look at how all the questions are different. And don't worry, the questions don't stop there. There's a brother I'm going to bring up to the screen right now, or shortly, and you can ask questions on health. There's brothers whose mothers were having strokes. I gave solutions to that. There's brothers whose mothers died in their hands while they were speaking to me. Wanted to know how to contact his mother, his ancestor on the other side. Had classes with me, and now he has continuous contact. Now his mother comes to visit him. Just like what you read, the ancestors do. I teach that. So when you ask, what does this knowledge do for us? There's no such thing actually as this knowledge, because there's thousands of questions based on what's going on in you internally. And I don't know what the question is going to be. Tonight, somebody asked a question, can I break down the Neverending Story? I've never seen that movie before. I still haven't seen it. I've never seen that movie yet. The Neverending Story, is that with the dog that flies in the air or something? Some kind of dog and a boy? I've never seen the story. I've never seen the movie in my life to this day. And in a short moment, you're going to get anywhere from 45 minutes or an hour to the breakdown of that movie. I still have not seen it yet, though. So, with that understood, there's people that support, that send in that. And there's also people that come to the Metanetter class. Every Monday at 1:30, you can email mysticaltelevision@gmail.com, 1:30 Pacific time. When we say Metanetter Monday, don't think that this is the class learning what the letter B and C and A and D. No. You get to learn magic. This is about the transformation of the mind. Metut netert. No, metut netert. If you know what that word means, those who come to the class know what met. I'll be talking about it tonight. What does met mean? What is met? And what is the netert that sits in the center of the aku? This is what I'm teaching over there. And so you contact me there and you find out how to come in. The beautiful thing about it is if you miss the class, they're recorded. We're at about 52 classes. You can send in for a class by the date or start from 1. We have 52. Sherika, her first time coming into the pod class, or second time or so, ordered 15 of them in one shot. Each class is 2.5 hours. It's another pod class, but more personalized, where I actually allow magic questions to be asked and immortality questions, where I give rituals and out of body and how to understand the Pert and Haru in an immortal fashion. That's happening right here every Monday at 1:30 Pacific time. Met class, Met Netter. All right, everybody. So with that understood, we're going to go ahead and get into the very first question of the Tehuti pod class. Send in your support. This is a support system. That means this is a reciprocity system. Primordial Thought asked me to reverse engineer his name, a name that he had years and years before he met me. I took his name and reverse engineered it and showed him all the mathematical equations and ancient concepts from where his actual name came from, the Primordial Thought 9. He got blown away. I think he was almost crying. He sent 50 for the question. I think he sent another 50 when I gave him the answer, or another 30 or something. It blew the entire class away that I could take the name and show its origins in archaeology, in ancient writings going back 3,000 years ago, explaining why the word pri is in primordial, why the word pri is in prime, why the word pre is in prenuptial, why premature, what is this PRE? Broke it down and explained it, the origin, how the P is separate from the RE. I'm not going to go into it again, but we had an amazing class. And those who are witnesses can type in the room, how amazing was that class? So we're going to get into it, everybody. It's Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. And we're going to get into the first question of the Tutsi Pod class. I want to look in the room and see if my people are here. Shout out to the beautiful transformation of this sister here, Nefer Keperet, who says, Anise says, our dog looks like the dog in the Neverending Story. I don't even know what. Menkua Ra was like, do you hear him? Do you hear him? Shout out to the beautiful Bella. Shout out to Bella. I didn't see her earlier. I didn't see her to click on her name. Shout out to you, Bella, the beautiful, the wonderful, the consistent supporter. Primordial said it was flawless. Menkua Ra said, did you hear that, family? Tehuti's going to break down the Neverending Story, and he's not going to watch the movie. I haven't watched the movie. We're going to get into it, though. So what I want to do first before I start is I'm going to go put Asar Imhertef away. We're going to get into the very first question of the Tutsi Pod class. I'm actually going to put the link in the room for a quick moment because I have to step away. I'm going to throw some water, refresh my face, and Primordial Thought. And Menkura can jump in for just a quick moment. I'm going to go put... His wife escaped. Asar Imhertef. They got away this morning out of the tank. And so she is somewhere walking around in the Tutsi Pod class. And I'm going to make sure she's not behind me. I'm going to go put him away in a secure place because they like to move around and go all over the place. And I actually just found him when I came back in before I started the pod class. He was right there waiting for me. Actually, I think this is Osiris. Oh, I have two snakes named Osiris, everybody. I have Asar and Osiris. This is actually Osiris. I could tell because he has the primordial black dot. They look exactly the same, Osiris and Asar, and they both have the same name, but he has the primordial black dot under his neck right there. That's what makes him Osiris. So I have Osiris and I have Osar, and they both look just the same. One has a black dot, the primordial black dot under the chin there. So this is actually the Osiris version of Osar. I have Osar and Osiris, and him and his wife escaped and greeted me right before the pod class started. I'm gonna go put Osiris away, and I'm gonna go throw some water on me. And you brothers jump in the room for a quick moment, and I'm gonna come right back. And Menko Ra has an event that he's organizing, and he'd like everybody to know about it. So I'm gonna go ahead and put you back, Osiris, not Asar. I remember somebody challenged me, Osiris, isn't that the Greek, the Tehuti, the Goya saying the Greek, the Greek Osiris? Why did you call him? Well, you know it's Asar, right? You know it's Asar, right? I'm like, no, it's Asar and Osiris. All right, so here we go. Osiris, that's why I have two snakes with both the names. Osiris, you're gonna go over here. Asar is actually up in the tank. And go ahead and jump in, brothers. Jump in the room. Oh, you're at an event. Okay, where's Menko Ra? Brothers should be ready to jump in. Imagine if I wasn't ready. Brothers should be ready to jump in at all times because I'm going to take a quick break, throw some water on my face, and get into the first question. While you are waiting, I'm actually going to put the first question up on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the first question of the Tuti pod class. Let me go ahead and pull it up. What is the first question of the Tuti? So last week, if HEKA KHEPERA is here, HEKA KHEPERA asked a question for the breakdown of a movie called K2019. I don't know if anybody has heard of that before. It's called The Great Pyramid. K2019. He wanted to know the explanation of the there it is. He wanted to know the explanation of the King's Chamber and the Fibonacci sequences and the mathematical codes of the King's Chamber, which he heard about in the movie. That breakdown, I think, was 1 hour and 30 minutes, and it was so good, he came to the screen extremely excited, and I told the audience, if you want a part 2, HEKA KHEPERA, if you could come to the room for a quick second, there's a Tef, come to the room, because this is actually for you. He requested a part 2. So many people donated on top and gave tips for that. Tef, did you see that? You were there for that? The King's Chamber breakdown?
Yes, amazing. I had never heard of the movie before.
You did what? You never heard of the movie?
Never heard of the movie until you broke it down. Until you
right.
started talking about it.
So I broke it down and people requested a part 2. I said, listen, that was only 40 seconds of the movie. I did 1 hour and 30 minutes on 40 seconds of the movie. Here's HEKA KHEPERA, he can testify. 40 seconds of the movie was an hour and a half. Breakdown. So HEKA KHEPERA sent in another question and said, you know what, Tehuti, hold on. Take that. I want part 2. I told everybody, if you want, that's just 40 seconds. The movie is 1 hour and a half. So I could do this till 2045 if you want. So the movie's 1 hour and a half. I gave a big breakdown. So HEKA KHEPERA, you can go. I'm going to step away. Go ahead and tell the audience what you thought of that answer. Why you requested a part 2. When I come back, I'm going to do part 2 of the highest viewed Kemetic documentary in the world. I believe now it's at 7 million views plus, because only one channel has it at 6.2, but there's other channels that have the movie at another million or 100,000. So that's the highest Kemetic documentary. And go ahead and get KHEPERA. I'm going to step away. I'll be right back. Peace, Menko Ra. Shout out to you. I'll be right back.
Hotep SABA. Peace and love to the chat. Peace and love, Atef, Minku, Ani, Ahati, primordial thought. Yeah, the breakdown last week rather, of the K 2019 documentary was epic. If you haven't seen it, please go back and check it on YouTube. I think the main reason that I actually wanted the Honorable SABA Tehuti, and Hotep Ra to break that down is because I was actually sharing that with people that I was trying to bring awareness to about how great our ancestors were. But he mentioned, someone earlier had mentioned a question about it, and he exposed the psyops that was going on in the movie, which I was totally unaware of. I hadn't even noticed that there was a psyops underlining what was being demonstrated on the documentary. So in light of that, I wanted Saba to, just for my clarification and a better understanding on my part, to break it down and see if he had seen anything else that he needed to bring to the pod class so that we all could be aware of what psyops was being played or demonstrated just in an event to break the matrix. And that's what Saba's been doing the whole time. So I thought it'd be a great idea. It was something personal for me, but of course, if we're sharing with the pod class, it's a collective thing, that he break down the other matrices that were being demonstrated in the documentary. It was epic. It just shows the genius of our ancestors who built Kemet. And I like the way Saba always says that. He says it's not about Kemet, it's not about Africa, it's about the people that built Kemet. And just if you haven't had a chance to take a look at it, it's on YouTube. It's called K 2019. I would advise or recommend that you go ahead and take a look at it. There's so many principles of mathematics and just the science that our ancestors were founded in, based in Ma'at, and that's how they developed everything. And if you've been in class long enough, you see that all of that's been stolen by those Tamahus and the like, and they've used that for their gain, and they've just basically disregarded the people that actually started it and brought it out. So that was the main reason that I wanted him to do it, for self-acknowledgement.
Two out for that, great brother, because that was a phenomenal breakdown, as everything that our Saba touches and dismantles and deciphers for us. So that was a beautiful thing. I want to just give a shout out to you, great brother. It's good to see you on the panel. And how's your son? I haven't seen him in a while.
He's doing well. He's behind me.
I want to say shout out to the great brother, the young Netter. And I'm gonna let my brother Minku share some information about the upcoming event we have. I'm looking forward to seeing you there, and your son, brother. Yeah, it's gonna be a beautiful thing. It's gonna be very magical. Yeah, when the Netters get together. So 2 out to you, brother.
Peace. Hotep. I just wanted to say peace, prosperity, power, and protection to everyone. Yes, October 28th, Pathways of Awakening is taking place in Los Angeles. Things are looking very well. We're all excited to get together and build and honor our Saba Tehuti. Shout out to the brothers on the panel. Shout out to the chat. Peace to Saba and everybody that has contributed to us making this thing a reality. So October 28th, if you want information, you can check it out on the website. Hit us up. We can send you more information about it. It's going to be a powerful celebration. We're going to learn how to build community again and know how to uplift and be a family. So I'm looking forward to seeing all the people that are going to come out. Like I said, sometime today, I'm sure Ani Pata will put the link in the chat. So anyone interested in joining us can come out and celebrate with us. Wow, it's like what, 20 some days from now? 22 days? Yeah, 22 days from now. So very much looking forward to doing what we're supposed to be doing, and that is being in community and building family. So yeah, to you, HEKA KHEPERA. You asked the best questions. You asked. I like the questions that you ask, because it brings out the best in SABA, and I love it that we get to co-create with him. Some of these answers we get to SABA has been so dedicated and consistent. Sometimes when I ask questions, he's like, I had this answer for this question like 20 years ago. And I'm always amazed by that. So it's a beautiful thing when we get to connect with him in that way, and we get to learn our true identity and see his wisdom. It's a beautiful combination when we ask the right questions. So to you, great brothers, and it's great to see you up here on the panel. Attack, how you doing? How you feeling?
Wonderful, brother. I'm wonderful. I'm here, just got out the matrix, but I'm here. I'm where I'm supposed to be with you, brothers. Sitting at the feet of my SABA, learning. Hotep, SABA, peace and love. Welcome back. Ready to learn. I just want to learn. That's it. I just want to learn.
Am I mute?
We can hear
Can
you.
Okay. Hey, okay. All right, this computer world. Okay, everybody. So you brothers stay right there. Get ready for the I don't know how your sound is.
I don't know. Tell me, SABA. Can you hear it? How is
That's
that?
nice. That's very, very good.
All right. Okay.
Okay, good. So we have a question here in the room. I usually don't go to questions. Okay, good. I see a Tef, and Tef is handling it. And I may make you guys need to be moderators too. So
I'm ready, SABA. I'm ready.
I said that the moderators. What do you say?
That I've been working up to it. I'm ready.
Yeah, I said the moderators when this podcast first began. The rules were the moderators were only people that I met, that I know, that has been in my house. So since the podcast has started, some people have matched those qualifications. You've been in my house. Ben Karaz met me. So I said only the people that and then I made Scribe an exception because he was the technician controlling a lot of the behind the scenes things that people don't even know how much you guys may know now because you're
SABA, he said, please don't highlight any donation I may make. That brother.
Oh, okay, good. What's his name? Who's this?
First Netter. He wants to remain anonymous.
Oh, no problem. So let me go ahead and show that, everybody. Peace to this brother. I'm not familiar with him. First Netter. That's a good name. I'm not familiar with that name. Shout out to you. Let me go ahead and show everybody that, yes, that is an option. Let me show you right now that absolutely, when you make a donation, it will show up like this. Let me see if I can find one. Let me see if I can find one here. It will show up with just the amount. And if you put a message, I can't seem to find one. It'll just be the message and the amount you put, but the name won't show. I'll actually edit it out before I put it up. That's interesting. I can't find it, but you've all seen. Oh, here it is. Here's an example of what it could look like. See, please keep anonymous. Powerful enlightening has always got to show reciprocity. Sending 10 on the strength. So I'll either send the message that has the amount that was sent in it, or I'll put the amount, but your name will be edited out. I have several anonymous donators. I have anonymous fans. I have anonymous students. I have people that you all watch on television. I have people that you all watch on television that because of the Hollywood and whatever that world is, their name can't be associated with me. They can't be associated with me, but there are shows that you all watch on a regular basis and reality shows that you all laugh and exciting. I can't give more hints than that, but there's exciting, adventurous challenge. You have
challenge yourself reality shows where the people cannot be associated with my name because Hollywood will remove them. That's how it works. So absolutely, I keep people in anonymous that are way more anonymous than First Netter or any of the people that are here. People that are anonymous that will actually be booted off television if it was known that I teach them. That I've actually, some of the people that you see on TV, people that you see on TV and the reality shows with the nice sculpted body, that I'm many different people. So as a netter, I'm not just Tehuti. I'm known to other people under different names, and I'm known as something else, the trainer. And they don't even know I have a pod class. I'm the trainer in that world. So yes, you can be anonymous, absolutely, for sure. First Netter, glad to have you as a new person. I've never seen that name in here before. Shout out to you, First Netter. What a powerful name, the First Netter. Okay, wonderful. Okay, everybody. So, if you don't even want it highlighted, like if you don't want it, I'm not sure. You can actually write in the PayPal what you want. So if you don't want it highlighted with your name, or you don't even want to mention it all, that can be done as well. Whatever it is you want, as long as the support is there. All right, everybody, let me go ahead and put the first, there's First Netter. Let me go ahead and put the first question on the screen, everybody. Here it is, the first question on the screen. Yeah, Rigo says, that's awesome. Absolutely, Rigo. Yes, absolutely. You probably watched the jumping back and forth and going through different obstacle courses, and I have students everywhere. So here we go. Let me go ahead and see what the first question is, which is actually the brother on the screen who asked for part 2. So where is that? There's a question about Kanum and the wheel. Neverending story with K19 part 2. Let me go ahead and pull that up. King's Chamber. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. Oof. Ooh. This is the one right here. Here it is. Here it is. It says restore pages. No, I don't want to restore pages. I just want the K19 on the screen for people to see. K19 part 2. Oh my. Here, KHEPERA, you're gonna. Oh, you like the first part 1? Oh boy. I think I got possessed here. I think I got possessed. Some of this was never even supposed to be taught. Wait a minute. Here we go. Okay. Let me pull this up. Is this K19 part 2? That's part K19 part. Who's that? Got an anaconda on the loose. Okay, wait a minute. K19 part 2. Here it is. The request for part 2. Okay, here we go. Let me go ahead and expand this and put on the screen. So the brother that you see on the screen right now, ladies and gentlemen, HEKA is on the screen. And what HEKA did is HEKA, this is actually the third installment of K19 because the first was geopolymer. Geopolymer was what motivated HEKA to say, oh wait, there's a psyops in here. Wait a minute, hold on. wait a minute. I'm teaching this. Wait, hold on. Hold on, because HEKA is an honest man. He's not gonna, if he finds out Tehuti says there's a psyops in it, he's not gonna be out there running around trying to mislead people. So he sent in this, everybody. So this is just for part 1. For those who missed it, I want to show you the support that the brother sent in. So the brother sent in this right here. Share screen. So here's this is the second installment. The first was geopolymer. The second installment was HEKA sending in $72.72 for K219. You all should go watch that. It is an excellent documentary. It's excellent. There's some important things that are missing, which I stressed last week, and I'm going to stress again. So he gave $72.72 for the K19 breakdown. At any rate, after I broke that down, people started donating extra tips for the answer, and people wanted a part 2, but especially HEKA KHEPERA, because I told him, I said that's only 40. That was only 40 seconds, 45 seconds. So he's like, okay. So he sent in this, everybody, and this is originally, I like the way this worked because it's originally for for something else, but he said, okay, listen, let me go ahead and, where'd it go? Where is it? He sent in another. Now give him some noise for this here. This is for tonight. $35.72. Give him some big noise, please. The sound is great. The sound is great. Atef, I don't know what you did, but you're Annie right now.
It was StreamYard. It was,
you did what?
StreamYard, it mutes it or does something to it, but yeah.
Okay, so here we go, everybody. Let's get into the very first question, which is part 2. If you were here for part 1 of my breakdown of pi times 10 and how the number 10 and 100 was significant, and why there's 2 boxes that equal 11, 18 qubits, and that whole explanation of the overlining of the Aku over the human body set up unit into 18 separate units. And if you were there for that and blown away, you will fall right into place with what's about to happen right now. Because I'm not done with the number 10 and I'm not done with the number 100, and just show you how significant, why the number 10 was and 100 was so significant, why they made the boxes 100 blocks, the amount of time they put in just to echo a theme of immortality. We can be just as disciplined. That is actually the theme of what I teach. The reason why I teach all the technicalities of what our ancient people did is because we are the ancient people. Because the word ancient doesn't have a beginning point or an end. That's the trick. What year does ancient start, Atef? What year is that? When does somebody become ancient?
I have no idea.
Is that after 5 years, 10 years? Is it a 50 years, 100 years? When does somebody become ancient?
I hear them call old cars ancient, old furniture ancient, and it's been on 10 years old.
Oh, old what?
Old furniture, old cars, computers. They were like, that ancient computer, 3 years old.
An ancient antique.
Yes.
That's like 30 years old. It's a 30-year-old. Atari's ancient. Remember Atari? Yep. Commodore 64. So there's no time period when ancient starts. There's no time period when now starts. There's no time period when then starts. When is then? Do it now. What time is that? When does now start? When does now end? When does the past begin? Did it begin when this pod class started? Or did it begin when I said, when does the past begin? So when they say, you're in the past, as soon as you said the word your and you got into the word past, the word your became the past. Because there is no time period. There is no such thing as the past. And it's an ongoing thing. The reason why you think there's a past is because you think something stopped and something began. There's no past. You're still in it right now. It's been going on for 4.6 billion years. All right, so everybody, here we go. You ready? We're gonna get into it right now. And so what I'll do is I'll keep you all on the screen for the video part. I'm gonna go ahead and play the video. I'll put the first part on the screen, then I'll play the video, and then you brothers can jump in the room. My comment section has stopped, so we're gonna test it out. Press 9 if you can hear me. The comment section is not moving in my screen anymore. Press 9 if you can hear me, please. Let me see if it's okay, good. Okay, good, it's moving. Okay, everybody. So here we go. I'm gonna read the first section, and then I'm gonna play the video, and then the brothers can jump back in the room. We got Regal Anaconda 9. Boss Fee is here. Beautiful Bella is here. Awesome Nania Set Murray is here. Nat Dat Pro is here. And New is here. I thought I saw Jamie OX. I call it the great moving forward. Yep. There's no time period. There is no such thing as the past. There's no such thing. That is a trick. Okay, here we go, everybody. So we're gonna go. I'm gonna put the first presentation in the room, and then I'm gonna play the video, and then the brothers can jump in. I just want HEKA KHEPERA to be here just for the intro of it. So here it is, everybody. Boom. Share screen. Can you all see that? So you can you see that HEKA KHEPERA?
It's loading. Oh, there it is.
Let me see how it's shown on the screen. It should be okay. Good.
You see it now, Saba.
Okay, good. So here we are for part 2 of the small section in the K219 Great Pyramid movie breakdown and build up. Because if you're going to break something down, you must build it up. Breakdown and build up. Small section that states that the Egyptians wanted to stress the number 100. I'll go ahead and play that section again. Let us continue with the breakdown. Only done here at the Tehuti pod class. I'm going to go ahead and take this off. Okay. Actually, what I'm going to do is since the screen is going to be small with you all playing the video, I'm going to get you all to jump back into the chat now so the actual video can take up the whole screen. So, brothers, I'll see you in the chat. I'm going to play the video here, everybody. Peace and love, everybody. Peace and love. I'm going to play the video of that section that has led to the question, and here it is right here. I'll go ahead and X that off the screen, and here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Here we go. Part 1, section 1, which is actually very beautiful. Here we go. Shout out to 11. That's another name. Looks new. Okay, here we go. Here we go, everybody. Boom, here we go.
And now, forget the units of measure, the meter, the cubit, the inch, the yard, the mile, etc. The Egyptian idea is to express the number 100 by building the room with 100 stones. They selected 7 numbers used to obtain a total of 100 stones. They calculated their square roots. Then the golden ratio, phi squared, multiplied by the square root of 4, 5, 9, 16, 20, 21, 25. In order to show us 4,500 years later that these equations are correct, using the results of these equations, they built the room in meters. This demonstrates that the king's chamber is built directly with the sacred standard, the universal, the centimeter. This is the scientific level of the Egyptians. Here is what we know.
Here's what we know. Okay, take this off. So here's what we know. Everybody ready? Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Let me put the timer on. Brace yourself, everybody. $34.72 asked by HEKA KHEPERA for the request of part 2. And several people gave donations and also wanted part 2. So here we are. Are you ready? Very sophisticated architecture. And that's exactly where they want you to stop. Let's go. There we are. Break it down. Boom. Boom. And there we go. Okay. Here we are. So again, as I emphasized in part 1, they always give you the mathematical high technology of the ancient people. Let me see what's on the screen. 1 second, everybody. Hold on. I took it off. Good. Let me move this from scrolling at the bottom just for a moment. Actually, let me keep it. Let me keep that ticker scrolling so you all know where to donate and support as I'm teaching. If you want to give a tip for the teachings that you're about to receive as you're receiving it. Here we go, everybody. You ready? All right. So again, as I emphasized in part 1, they always give you the mathematical high technology of the ancient people, but with no spiritual reference, no papyrus, readings, no words from the indigenous people, and nothing that sounds like the number has any significance of the culture at all. But now you should understand the relevance of the ancient King's Chamber echoing the number 100. If you were at the first part of my King's Chamber 2019 breakdown and build up, square immortality chamber being made with 100 blocks, now learning under Tehuti than just watching the K 2019 movie without any guidance. So the thing that I'm focusing on here, ladies and gentlemen, is that they give you the high technology of the ancient people. They always call them after a landmass and never after what the people call themselves. They never call them based on the teaching that the people call themselves. They call themselves Shemsu Ma'at, the followers of Ma'at. They were the followers of Ma'at. That's what the people were. They never called themselves the ancient Egyptians. But if you can continue, if they can get you to keep calling them the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Egyptians, they have you focusing. Here's the psyops. They have you focusing on a landmass as opposed to the people's consciousness, when it's the people's consciousness that built the landmass. So you're not named after the landmass because you're the builder of the landmass. Elon Musk is the brainchild behind the Tesla car. He's not a Teslaite. He is the brain genius behind the Tesla car. Okay? Albert Einstein is the brain genius behind the mathematical equations and the E equals MC squared and all of that. That is not what he is. He is the figure out and creator of that. The people were the followers of Ma'at. That's what they call themselves. Following those teachings and discipline, they were able to build countries. They were able to build chariots. They were able to build the wheel. They were able to create mathematics, all under the name of Ma'at, not under the name of Egyptians. Egypt is one of their creations. They had many creations. So the people that teach you today have you focusing on the landmass and the technology, but not the spiritual system, because they don't want you following the spiritual system of the people. They want you just interested in being amazed at Egypt, at the landmass, and look at this and look at what they did and look at the mathematical. What were the people living for? That's what they won't tell you about. Here, the Tutti Pod class, that is what we're going to focus on. Here we go, everybody. Understanding the mathematics and how the mathematics is telling the story of the base immortality and why the concept of duality, doubling, echoing 10 times things and 100 times is constantly throughout the message of the architecture, is continuously throughout the theme. Just as you see at the bottom, the King's Chamber is composed of 2 exact mathematical squares that are exactly in diameter 31,416, which is actually pi times 10. So it's taking 10 and times in it to create pi, because the number 10, as I broke down, was very significant. And we're going to explain why. And that's why if you look at the C times C, which is 10 times 20, it's 10 times duality. And there you have the 30 in there and you have the 10 times 20. And we're going to explain all of this. So it's double boxes. Why? Because it's double boxes 10 times 20 and it's 10 times the pi ratio, because the name for the squares or the double boxes is HEPET, and it means to advance, to go upwards, to escalate, to enhance. In other words, the ascension of the soul, the ascension of the Ka and the Ba. And that's why the Kemetians put 2 squares side by side, but in the Medu Neter on page 478, the 2 squares are angled in a way where they're pointed up, but there's still 2 squares side by side, and that's what actually makes the top shape of the king's chamber, because the king's chamber is actually 2 squares at the bottom, and at the top it's the squares pointed in a shape that forms an arrow pointing up in ascension, because that was the whole focus of the Aku, which people call the pyramid, and the king's chamber was for ascension of the bioenergetic template that is called the Ka, and the pure energetic double, which is called the Ba, to ascend out of the body. That was called the Hepet. That's the part they're not going to teach you, is why was there 2 squares? Why is the number 10 in there? Why is it 31,416? Why is that times 10? Why are these things happening? It's because it's a theme that's echoing the dual nature of the Ka, which is the 2 hands, the pure energetic, the bioenergetic template, and it doubles. That's why the word Ka and Ba both mean double. They echo out into a state of immortality, and that echoing out is advancement. That's why we say in the affirmation, Min Hapapet Em Mayat. That's what the Kemetians said out of their mouth. That's the word here. Hepet is Hapapet. Min, which means forever. You're doing something continuously. Min Hapapet Em Mayat. Every day, always, I'm advancing in Ma'at. 2 squares angled up in a pointing ascension. All right, here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. Are you ready? But if you have been coming to the Tehuti Pod class and you know Tehuti, then you know one thing is for sure, and that, of course, that there is more. Yep, there's more. And thus, a request for part 2 has taken place. Well, as I've explained, or rather made plain, because we don't want to put the X in front of what's plain, so we don't want to explain anything, we want to make it plain. So as I've explained, or rather made plain, no X there, but as I've actually made plain, that the measurements are being done by the royal cubit. The royal cubit is actually what they're using to make these measurements. I need to tell you what actually makes up a royal cubit. It's actually the number 7 and 4. So it's 7 sections divided by 4 fingers. This is what the actual royal cubit looks like. It's actually 7 sections, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sections, and the 7 sections are divided by the sacred 4, which is 4 fingers. That gives you 28. That gives you the measurement of 28, and it gives you 52, which is the royal cubit measurement, and 28, which is 7 by 4. That is the royal cubit that was used for the mathematical equations for the king's chamber and the actual Aku and everything itself. And I give a whole class on the word Nefer and the word 1 over Nefer and how that mathematical equation equals Ptah. That was a whole nother class. But now we have 7 by 4, which is 28. So this is the measurement. Okay, also called the ruler. So now remember, I've explained, or rather made plain to you, why this is called a ruler, and that is because it is a microcosm of that which you are measured by. In other words, that which controls you or rules you is that which you are measured by. So thus the square stick called the royal cubit is that which you're measured by. It actually represents Ma'at, and it's 7 by 4, which is 28, and you're measured by and charged by, and we will continue on with the theme of 10. Echoing this would be what? 28 fingers. And if you were to take the 28 fingers by 10, what would that be, everybody? Take the 28 measurement, which is the royal cubit, which represents that which you are measured by, that which rules you, measured by, and that which rules you, or that which governs you, that which you are measured by, is the concept of your heart being weighed against a feather, because it's the measurement of Tehuti, that your heart is light in the burden. The Peka Mku, the getting rid of negative frequency and vibration, makes your heart as light as something that causes a bird to fly, because a bird can't fly if you pluck off its feathers. So feathers in Kemet in all the cultures represent the type of anatomy that gives you the ability to actually fly. But in order to fly, you have to be light. You can't be burdened. So thus, the cubit is actually 28. So if you take 28, everybody, and times it by 10, what would you get? Let me come in the room. Take 28, everybody, and times that by 10. What number do you get? You get 280. I want you to understand this. I want you to really understand this. And like I said before, if you see, I would like people to join this. And I'd like people to appreciate what you're getting right here. If you see the conscious teachers teaching this, when I say this, I'm not talking about, hey, they mentioned the number 280. Hey, we got you to, not that. I'm talking about the flow that's going on. I'm talking about like 10 minutes straight of what it is that I'm talking about. The references, the mathematics, the papyrus. If you see other teachers doing this, please put their link in the room and the timestamp where we can both flow together. Because I want them to join this. I want to bind with them. I want to see, but if not, then appreciate that this is the only place that you're getting it. Don't take one word. Hey, Tehuti, such and such taught on the word pyramid. You're teaching the same thing. You guys are equal. He said pyramid. You said pyramid. It's the same thing. No, okay. Then you don't comprehend what's happening. 280, which is the royal cubit. That is the 7 by the 4. And the 7 by 4 is a 28. So taking the concept which I taught last week, which is the importance of 10, and 10 being the echo of 1, and I already broke that all down, what the number 10 is, and 10 being times or multiplied in Roman, which became multiplication and fruitfulness, which is to reproduce. That's why the number 10 in Kemet is a penis. They got it from that. Be fruitful, multiply, and replenish the earth, multiply, which was to have sex. But if you take the 28 and times it by 10, just like we took the pi ratio, which is a 3.416, and times it by 10, that is the actual diameter of the two boxes, which is 31,416. So there's a concept of timing things by 10. So the 7 and the 4, which is 28, times that by 10, what does that give you? That gives you the echoing. The echoing. What's the echoing? Well, what is the concept of the king's chamber in the pyramid of the Aku is the word Ka. The word Ka is actually the side of the pyramid. So the way that you write the word Ka in the Medu Nefer is actually the side of a pyramid, which is walking up a step, which is going up into advancement. And that's why the pyramid goes up to a peak, because it is actually half of the word Ka. The word Ka is actually half of the pyramid that emphasizes moving upwards. So the word Ka and the Aku are the same thing, because the whole focus of it was ascension. And that's why the king's chamber has shafts that point upward to Ursa Minor and to Orion, moving upwards, because the concept of it was ascension, moving upwards. Your bioenergetic template echoing the pure energetic double, moving upwards. It's all about going upwards. So that's if you take the 28 and you expand, or in other words, move upwards, or times it by 10, you get the Aku itself. What does that mean, Susie? What do you mean? You take the royal cubit, 28, and times it by 10, and you get the actual symbol of Aku. The word Aku, by the way, means consciousness. That's what the word Aku means. Aku is consciousness. The shape of the pyramid is actually a Medu word, which means consciousness and ascension at the same time, because that is the focus, to ascend to consciousness. So you take the 28, times it by 10, and you get the measurement of consciousness, because that is what you're measured by on the scales. It's your consciousness measure, because you can't bring your physical body. The only thing that you could bring over there into the Netzer Kurt is your light consciousness. And let's go ahead and show it. Here it is. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. You see anybody doing this? Put their timestamp in, put the book number. I need a partner. If not, appreciate what you've never seen before in your life. And don't compare this to something else because you hear one word. Here it is, everybody. You ready? So look, 28, 280. Oh, did I ever tell you the height of the Aku? Remember the word Aku means consciousness, which is divided by 2. Is divided by exactly 2, which is divided by the expansion going all the way up 3.11 altitude, which takes you directly to the king's chamber, which the king's chamber divides the pyramid directly into 2, and the king's chamber is made up of 2 boxes echoing the duality. So if you take that and go down the middle, guess what you get? 280 cubits. 280 cubits is the royal cubit, 7, 4, 28, echoing again, times 10, which starts you off at Ma'at, which is the base of the pyramid. That's 440 cubits, and starting off from Ma'at all the way ascending to the peak of the pyramid gives you the royal cubit, that which you're measured by, times 10, because what's being measured? Your Aku. What is the purpose of the Aku being measured? So that it can be as light as a feather, so that it can ascend. So the actual word pyramid, Aku, is actually the shape which represents ascension, making steps or going upwards to a certain height, which is exactly the royal cubit times 10. Let's go. boom. That which you are measured by, echoed by 10. As a matter of fact, let's get right into the Tehuti overdrive. The followers of Ma'at, the Netzer, were so focused on the echo symbol and the eternity of 10 and 100 that the Aku, which represents the consciousness, can only be equally divided in square cubes from top to bottom. And guess which number is the only number that it can do that? So it can be equally divided in cubes from top to bottom. Also, take a look and see what else is going on in the mathematical equation, and it gets divided directly in the middle by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and the middle point is 10. Go to the other side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and the middle point is 10 into exact cube boxes. And then you go to the top and it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 10 is the exact center. Why is that, ladies and gentlemen? 10 is the exact center because, as I've taught you before, when the brother Stranger was asking about this on the screen, while the brother Stranger was asking about the Sater square, what was the exact center? What was the exact center? Everything else was going in a palindrome, but the exact center was tenets. Remember, tenet was going across, tenet was going down, and it was T, 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 T. Tenet and the exact center making a cross. And tenet is what? Tenet is where you get the word tendon from. Remember that whole class? Tendon means to be glued together or be combined, to be stuck together, directly bringing two things and combining them in a center point. That is the exact center point of the pyramid, why you get the word ten from, and tenet and tendon. And there's the 10 directly in the middle. But something else is going on in this mathematical equation when you divide it by the number 10. Look how much time we put into this just to express the number 10. Is anyone else here that dedicated? Would you like to be? Look at the dedication and time. We're still in the first 40 seconds of the movie. I've never seen this movie before either. I've never seen it either. I've only seen 2 minutes of it. The only 2 minutes I've taught on. I'm still just teaching from 2 minutes of it. This is only for the 40 seconds. I've never seen K19. I've never seen these things you all are asking me about. I've never seen them before. I heard it was good. I'm gonna check it out one day. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Let me break down. Let me break this down. This movie that I've never seen. Here we go. Ready? So we're gonna go ahead like this, and boom. There's a 1, 2, 3, 4. But something else is going on here. Okay. Boom. The only number 10 can split the Aku directly in the middle and have each number counting as 1, which is the division of 10 going down the slope with 10 ones. And then as you go down each line, each number subtracts one number from itself until it gets back to 1, going up, going back up to the exact center, which is 10. And then counts backwards again, all the way back to 1, which leads back diagonally up to 10 digits. Boom, again. Let's go back and look at it, everybody. What's going on here with the mathematical equation here of the perfect square boxes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But as you go down one box, every time you go down, one number disappears. See? It's only a perfect 10 in the center. Then you go down here, then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then you go down to the next one and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then you go down to the next one, it drops 1 to 7 to 6 to 5 to 4 to 3 to 2 to 1. So then you start counting this way and it does the same going up and on this side as well. The only perfect boxes going down equally are 10, and everything else loses 1, but they both meet at the 10 in the direct center. And I already broke down that the word Netzerkert is the actual symbol of the Netzer axe directly in the center of the Aku, which Ramesses, Seti, Senk Amun put his axe in the direct center of his enemy, turning them into pyramids as they said themselves. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Okay, boom. You see that? Here we go. The number 10 again. Echoing this. Immortality in mathematical code. That's how important it was to live a microcosm as the students of Ma'at. Guess where it meets? Exactly in the center. Here we go, everybody. Uh-oh. Where does it meet? Here we go. Because the base is 440. So when they go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, if you go to the socle, and keep going up and add these numbers, and the center is 55, and then it goes back down all the way back down to 1, and it's 220 on one side, 220 on the other side, and it's 440 in the middle, and it meets right down here, and it's 55. You're going to find out why this is 55 right here, by the way. This is 5-5. You're going to find out exactly why this is 5-5 very, very soon, because remember, half of the pyramid is how you say the word ka. The other half is how you say the word ka. And the ka is actually 2 hands, which is 5-5. We're going to break it down and we're going to build it up. 5-5. The ka, the hand, the double equals 10. Let's count the expansion of the Fibonacci spiral, eternity, echo through the Aku pyramid, and count to the 10th expansion. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's go, everybody. This is what the other teachers do. If not, appreciate what you've never seen before. Everybody here, just tell me, let me come into the room right now. Before I even say this, put in the room where you've seen the breakdown of the Fibonacci sequence counting to the 10th expansion and the name of that teacher. Go ahead and type his name in the room. Go ahead and type the book. Where have you seen the Fibonacci sequence broken down, emphasizing the 10th expansion and how it ties in to where the socle ties in at 5-5 in the 2 hands? What's the 10th expansion have to do with the Fibonacci sequence and the echoing of the ka? Does anybody have their teacher teach that? Is that a book that's out? I'll come back and check. Yahya Abdul Kabir says never. No, I haven't seen it too. And if so, bring him to the pod class, and I would love to join forces with him. I need to see teachers around me, not arguers, not angry people, not people just breaking down Christianity was stolen, not people just knocking the Hebrews. I'm talking about teachers of what do the people of Ma'at actually teach? What do we actually believe in? They weren't out just chopping down Hebrews, breaking down Christians. I'm going to break you down. Polite's in jail, and I'm going to break you down. Your wife did this, and their wife did that. I'm going to break you down, and the Hebrews are wrong. Okay, put us all on an island where there's no Hebrews. Go ahead and teach. I don't want to hear nothing about the Bible is wrong, the Bible was stolen, just teach us as the scribe Ani and Ptah-hotep would, because Ptah-hotep and Ani weren't out talking about this person's wrong and that person's wrong. And there was an actual teaching that was going on that you could raise your children by. What are those teachings? The people don't have a teaching, and that's why you're not going to see this anywhere other than the Tehuti pod class, because all the other teachers are embarrassed of this. They don't want to tell anybody what they teach so that nobody can debate them on it. This world today in the YouTube world is all about debating and arguing, so nobody wants to show their hand of what they actually believe in so that people can go study it and break them down. That's why you see your best favorite Kemetic teachers on those other channels. Everything is this Abo debunked, this person debunked, and this person debunked. Where is your actual teachings? Where is your Kemetic teacher opening up the pyramid text and teaching you about how to become immortal? Where is that teacher at? What's his name again? I'm looking for him. Here we go. So here we are, 55 ka, the hand doubled equals 10. Let's count the expansion of the Fibonacci sequence spiral, eternity, echo through the Aku pyramid. Let's count to the 10th expansion. There's the 5-5, 2 5s, 2 hands being held up, 5-5, very, very important. As you can see, the 5-5 at the bottom of the pyramid. 5-5, of course. So here's the Fibonacci sequence. And where does it start? It starts right here. 1 plus 1 is 2. 2 plus 1 is 3. 3 plus 2, 5. 5 plus 3, 8. 8 plus 5, 13. 13 plus 8, 21. 21, 13, 34. So that is 1 box, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And guess what the 10th expansion is? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 5-5 is the exact 10th expansion ratio, moving up only in Fibonacci sequence. Let me get some water. People are focused on the wrong thing. Let me get some water. Let me get some water. There's your 5-5 right there. There it is. 5-5 was significant to the number 10 before people even existed on this planet. Do you understand that? 5-5 was significant to the number 10 before people had 5 fingers. It's when people had 5 fingers on 5-5, the 10 became whole, because you could only count what you could see on your fingers. Then you start again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 5, that equals 10. That is complete. That's why you get 10 out of 10. But 5, 5 was actually the 10th expansion in the Fibonacci sequence, which actually grows nature. So 5, 5 equal 10. Even if you don't do 5 plus 5, it's actually the 10th sequence moving and expanding up in the Fibonacci sequence. So 5, 5 is 10, whether you add them or move up in the Fibonacci sequence. Boom, boom, bring the teacher. Here it is. Boom. Our ancestors were the best. It was the completion of the two hands symbolizing the ka, the double, not the car typo, the ka, the double. Let me do another mathematical elaboration test on you just to show you that 10 is the completion of 5, 5. You have two hands, not just because it's 5 plus 5, but let's add every single number up that gets to 10. Are you ready? Are you ready? Hey, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9 plus 10. Can anybody add those up and tell me what that equals? What happens when you take 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9 plus 10? Let me come in the room. Go ahead and do it. Get your calculators out or add it up on your computer. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9 plus 10. What does that get you? I'll give you a moment. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Uh-oh. Does it give you 55? You think I'm ever going to debate again? You think I'm debating people? There's so many people to raise. So 5, 5. That's why it was significant in Kemet. In Ma'at, you can see it in the mathematics of the pyramid. You can see the 5, 5, which is doubled, and 5 plus 5 is 10, because before we even have 5 plus 5 hands equals the full whole, which is 10, which is why in school you get a 10 out of 10. Before we even had fingers and hands, it was a Fibonacci sequence where you took 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, and the 10th expansion in nature is the number 55, because 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9 plus 10 also give you 55. 10 is 5, 5, no matter which way you go. Very significant because it's an immortal number. That's why 10 is met, which means reproduction, and it's an erect penis only when it's ejaculating sperm. It's an erect penis multiplying ejaculating sperm, which signifies eternal life physically. As long as a man is ejaculating sperm, life exists on the planet for men and women. As long as you have the ka echoing out the one hand E and the one hand E, then you become the house. You become the per. As the pharaoh was called, the per EE, because EE is hand hand. That's why the way you write per EE is the house symbol, the per symbol, and the hand in the hand. And that's why hand hand EE means great. Go look it up in Metanetter and go find me what the word for great is. How do you make something great? Greater than, mathematics, greater than, less than, multiplied, EE, which is great, which is hand, hand, and that's what makes the per great. So the per, the pharaoh, can only be great when he's 5, 5. Still playing around. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class, everybody. Here we go. Are you ready? We're in Tehuti overdrive time. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9 plus 10. What does that give you, everybody? It gives you 55. That's hand, hand, 5 fingers, because the ka, which is a word that means to expand or move upwards, is how you move up into eternity. And the way you move up into eternity is also signified by the Fibonacci sequence, which is echoed throughout the King's Chamber and echoed throughout the Great Pyramid of the Aku, and it's represented by 2 hands of eternity. There is the ka right there, the 2 hands. You see that right there? That's why it's 2 hands. And when they show you the ka, why are the palms facing you? So you can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fingers. Why isn't it sideways? It's facing you so you can see the 5, 5. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. On my screen sharing? Yeah. Oh man, you can tell why people don't want me on other channels. Boom, 5, 5 is the 10th multiplication of the Fibonacci eternal sequence. 5, 5, right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is 55. The same thing that happens when you take the aku and divide it into equal parts of 10, 10, and in the middle is 55. Why? Because 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9 plus 10 gives you 55. The center port right there on the socle with 220 and 220 on each side giving you 440. Welcome to the pod class. 10 is the word met, as in metu, netter, met, word. It means word. 10 means word, everybody, which is where you get the word metu and met, also ma'at. So met, med, ma'at, mit is all the same word. Who was the first to bring the words and instructions of ma'at to the planet Earth as far as archaeology? As far as so-called humans, who was the first? Everybody, go ahead and type in the room. Who was the first to bring Ma'at? Yes, Ptah-hotep, the first to bring the 10, the Nefer words. Guess what Nefer means? It means to expand, the beautiful expansion. He brought the Medu Nefer, the Nefer words, which means words of expansion or multiplication or multiply, words of the ancestors that once were listened to, that once listened to the Netter. That was 2375 BC. Here's the good brother Ptah-hotep. And what I did here is I put the words of Ptah-hotep, the Maxim Ptah-hotep, 2375 BC from the Egyptian anthology book. And I actually put the meta-glyphs over the transliteration and the English for you to see in the transliteration. So you see, what does he say? What is the purpose of him coming? So that I may tell him the words of those who have heard the counsel of the ancestors who listened to the Netter. He was the first to bring the words that were heard and the counsel by those who listened to the Netter. That's how the book of Ptah-hotep begins. That's what he said his message, his mission is. What is the word for words? It is right here in Met. Do you see a hand? Do you see the Met? That's MD. That's Met. It's Med and it's also Met. Medu. So this is it right here. Medu right there. So his purpose was to bring the Met, the words of those who heard the counsel of the ancestors, who listened to the Netter. That was Ptah-hotep's mission, was to bring the Met. Okay, here we go, everybody. Boom. Yes, the first multiplier of the word, the Met, which is also the penis, because it is the microcosm of biological imperative to echo. Thus, Ma'at, Met, Medu are all the same word. The teachings of the Ka equals 55, which Ka means double. Thus, as I taught in part 1, to reproduce became known as multiplying instead of adding. Because if you have a father and a man and a woman, and you have a child, you didn't multiply, you added. There's 2 people, you have a baby, now there's 3. That's not multiplication, that's adding. But for some reason, the Freemasons or the people of today have you calling producing children or a child multiplying. Be fruitful and multiply on the planet. When really you're just adding. You're adding 3 children, 4 children. You're not multiplying. But the multiplication came from this concept because it was known as multiplying, because the penis was actually the word for Met. And the symbol for multiplication became 10, which is also the Roman numeral, became X, which is also the Roman numeral for 10. Here are the words that Ptah-hotep brought and taught to the planet. Here we go. Boom. The word Met, that forms the word Metu Netert, our words, is a penis ejaculating, and it's also the number 10. There is the Met. It is the number 10, and it's also a penis ejaculating. Tell me if your teachers explained that before. Metut, Met, is also Ma'at. Why? What does Ma'at mean? It means to be right. It means to correct something, to be exact. That is what Met means. Met, right here. Met, exact, fitting, to be right, to be correct. Met, attestation, testimony, evidence. Is that Ma'at? Of course, the same exact definition of Ma'at. Ask anybody, what does Ma'at mean? It means to be righteous. It means true. It means the truth, correct. It means the true testimony. Like Ma'at Karu, the words of power. Because Met and Ma'at and 10 are all the same word. They're all the exact same word. Here it is, everybody. Here it is. Metut netter. People say it like as if it's just a D. They say medunetter, like it's just a D sound. It's metut netter. It's a soft T, which is also a D, which T and D is the exact same. That is the words of the netter, Tehuti. And the metu ra en kemt is the words of mouth of Kemet. Did anybody ever tell you that before? That metu ra en kemt? That's the name of the language. Metu ra en kemt. Metut, here it is right here. Metut, which means what? Word, speech, command. What's the symbol? The penis. So whether it's spelled like it's the same spelling or it could be different spelling, it's the same. Here is metut, which is word, which is an ejaculating penis. And here is met, which is the same ejaculating penis with a T, and it means to be right. It means clarification, testimony, speech, to be right. The language of the netter. The same thing as the word, the same thing that Ptah said that's what he was bringing. So I may tell them the words. Why? Because when you bring the words of truth, it's echoing and multiplying truth. It's taking something, because this planet Earth, the universe, everything in existence was created through sound vibration, echoing and multiplying to create things. And that same sound vibration you can create through your mouth. You create people's reality through your mouth. This is why I tell people. Why are these things on the screen? Come off of the screen. Oh my goodness. Come off of the screen. Show. Don't show. Hide. Here we go. That's why I tell people, you can rob from me, steal from me, smash my house down, break into my car. What is the worst thing you can do to somebody? Lie. To go against the Met. Why? Because when you rob from me, when you take my phone, you take my physical belongings. When you lie to me, you steal my reality. Lying is theft. Lying and theft are the exact same thing. Lying is stealing somebody's reality. Then your words echo, multiply, vibrate, and create a new reality. So if they listen to you, a new reality is formed from your lie, because it's echoing and multiplying, and your words are creating a reality. That's why the word for words met is the same word for a penis, ejaculating, because both of them create things. That's why when your son looks like you, he's called a spitting image. Isn't he? What's spitting? Spitting is the teflon. What's teflon? Teflon is the viper that moves fast. That is the ejaculating penis. The same thing when you go and spit, that slimy substance is the same thing that it looks like when a penis ejaculates. It spits out something. So that's when you have a child. Now it's called the spitting image of you. It's the same thing as met. So the words of power are the ma'ah, which is the same thing as met. Ma'ah karu. Karu is actually the sound. Whole nother class. So let's get back into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. I hope you are supporting. I hope you are seeing this and you're supporting at Cash App, TTM Moon, at PayPal, Rocky SV. That's what will keep this here. I hope you all, the agenda is to keep this here. I hope this is not entertainment to you. If you're sending support, it's to keep this going here. If you're not sending support, then just type in the room, I don't want this to be here anymore. And I will not kick you out. I will not ban you. I will just save your name so I just know who you are. If you're not supporting at Cash App, TTM Moon, or PayPal, Rocky SV, please match the what's it called? Match the energy. I don't know these new terms, but match the energy. Match the energy. That means if you're not supporting, then match the energy and just say, I don't want to ever support. I'm not going to support a Cash App, TTM Moon, or PayPal, Rocky SV. Just type in the room. This is just entertainment for me. And I don't care if this exists or not exists. But if you want this to exist, then please support what it is that I'm doing here, because you've never seen this before. And if you have, timestamp and book page, please. If not, support what has never been here before, because that is the reason why you like Kemet. The reason why you like Kemet and the ancestors, the reason why you're attracted to them, why? Because it was never here before. The pyramids, the Akus, and everything that everybody likes, what makes it so attractive is that it's the first time they were ever, it stands out from everything on earth. Well, here we are again. We have the opportunity to echo that which has never been here before, or we can let this disappear. So here it is, the map, they're all the same thing. There it is. Oh, wait. What state was Ptah-hotep in when he brought the Medu? When he brought the Medu and the 10 and the echo double and the consciousness, when he brought the information on the car, the consciousness, what was he actually going through? He says it himself. Let's go to the writings of the indigenous people themselves. Ptah-hotep, what does he say? Look at what he says, everybody. This is what he's saying as he's bringing you the first laws of Ma'at, instructions of the leader of the city, the vizier, Ptah-hotep, under the majesty of the king. Oh, I'm hearing something else. What? That has to go. Under the majesty of the king. What's happening? Under the majesty and the king of Upper and Lower Kemet is Zizi. May he live forever. And firmly the development, old age has befallen. Feebleness has come. Weakness is renewed. Look what this man is going through as he's bringing you the laws of Ma'at. What is he talking about? He's describing it himself. The eyes are weak. The ears have become deaf. What type of pain and suffering is this? Strength is waning through the tiredness of my heart. The mouth is silent and cannot even speak. He had problems speaking, and he's still bringing the laws of Ma'at. What's happening to him? The mind has stopped and cannot remember the day before. He's getting, what is it called? He's getting when people get to an old age and Alzheimer's, he's starting to forget things. The bones hurt. My bones hurt because of high age. Good has turned into something else. Good has turned into evil. My taste is going away. He sounds like he has COVID. My taste is going away. What old age does to people. Look at the torture this man is going through before he brings the laws of Ma'at. Why is he going through this? So what exactly is happening here? Why did Ptah-hotep wait to get to the state of old age and before he started giving the very first laws of Ma'at? This seems like the most extreme patience and discipline a person could have, to wait till he gets to this state of this decrepancy to finally release the laws of Ma'at. But why? Why is he going through this, everybody? Why is he going through this? He's losing his taste. It's hard for him to walk. He's not remembering what happened the day before. His sight is going away. His all type of pain. His bones are aching. Why did he wait so long? Let me come to the screen. Oh my goodness. Why did they say that? They teach you that in order to become a high priest, you got to be 40 years old. You gotta, why? Why is this man had Ma'at since he was a child. And now he's waiting. So he's losing his taste. He can't taste. He said he can't. It's hard for him to see. His bones are aching. It's hard for him to walk. His memory is gone. His vision, everything is why? The patience to now finally come to Izizi, and now he's bringing the laws of Ma'at. Now he's bringing the laws of Ma'at. What is Ptah-hotep going through? What type of patience is this to go through all of that just to finally bring the laws of Ma'at? What was happening to Ptah-hotep? Why? Let's find out. Why Ptah-hotep? How come? For that, we will have to go to the very last lines of the instructions of Ptah-hotep, lines 19 and 8. Let me see if the room can see this. Yes. Lines 19 and 8. And what does it say, everybody? The maxims of Ptah-hotep. May you enjoy many years, multiplication of years. What I have accomplished on earth is not insignificant. I enjoyed 110 years of life. Given to me by the king, and honor surpassing those of my predecessors. All of this came to pass because of my doing ma'at for the king until I reached the state of veneration. He's doing ma'at for the king. He waited until he was 100 with a 10 in it. Boom. Ptah patiently waited until he was 55 echoed. Till he was 5 echoed, which is 110, before bringing the laws of Ma'at to the world, which contains the 10 and its echo 10 by 10, which is 100, and that's 2 5s doubled the hands of the Ka. And that's the age he waited to until he brought the laws of Ma'at. I'm going to take a little break right here, everybody. Hold on a second. Let me see something here. Hold on. I'm going to take a little break right here, just for a minute. I'm going to take a little break. I have to take a little breather right here. I'm going to come back and finish this up. The man waited till he was 55 doubled to bring you the laws of Ma'at. Because the concept and the principles of the laws of Ma'at are based on 5-5, raising the Ka, the EE, that raises the Per, making you a pharaoh, the Per EE. I'm going to put the link in the room, everybody. You all come to the room for a moment. I'm going to take a little break, and I will be right back. Like I said, if you see this happening anywhere else, put the timestamp, put the book number, the page number. If not, please appreciate what you have here. Brothers, KHEPERA, you guys jump back in the room. I could end part 2 right there. I have this 2 times more. I'm going to just take a break. I just have to take a little break, and I'll be right back. Boom. Menkora, how you doing, good brother?
Doing great. How are you, Saba?
I'm doing good. Let me put the Cash App up there for everybody to support. If you all like what you've seen so far, wanted to continue, it's Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Support what it is that you're seeing here, because it is more important than your Nike. I promise you, it's more important than the Spider-Man and the Avengers that you spent $55 to bring your children to see the Spider-Man and the Avengers and Capcom and Captain America and the Transformers and the bubblegum and the cotton candy that you all spend your money on. I promise this is more important. If you want it to continue, please support at PayPal at Rocky SV. Imagine, hey, KHEPERA and Menkora, are you guys there?
Yes.
Let me ask you guys in the class. Let me ask you all in the class. Let me ask the Tef and everybody in the class. Does Nike and Gucci go out and campaign for you to support them?
No.
Are there any representatives of Versace doing campaigns? Support Versace. Make sure you support Nike. So make sure they just show you the commercial of the guy running and doing a slam dunk, and you buy it.
Yes,
absolutely.
I've never even seen a Versace commercial. Tef, you got Versace commercials? What is the last Versace commercial? I swear all the rappers and everybody's at the club. I got the latest Versace shoe. I got the Dolce Cabbanas. What are those other French homos? I don't remember them. But I got the Balenciaga. What is it called? The Balenciaga. What is it? Balenciaga. I got the Balenciaga. I got the Versace pouch. I got all the homo bags. You got everything. And you've never seen Versace before. You're seeing me here, and I'm saying support the Tehuti podcast. Just for one class, pretend I'm the homo. Pretend I'm Versace. Support me like the Gucci bag and the Chanel. I'm Spider-Man. I have a spider. I'm Spider-Man shooting the webs. Come support me as you support the Avengers. Support the captain here and not Captain America. Capcom never has to come to your house. Wolverine never comes to your house and asks for support. When the movie comes out, you're there. When Batman's out, you're there. Isn't that right?
That's
support
correct.
the TTM podcast. I'll be back, everybody. Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. If you want this to say, that was 1/3 of the class. I'm gone. Peace.
The fire has been lit. Straight mentor talk. Get your axes out.
Saba is not here tonight. Whoa, channeling. He's channeling. Oh my goodness.
I got that Netter axe. Yes, that's a man. Listen, our ancestors were extraordinary. They were extraordinary. But you know what's even more extraordinary? How they stole our knowledge from us and they use it and put it in our face, and we don't even know what we're looking at. It's a shame.
KHEPERA got an axe, yo, Atef, you see that?
The Nefer axe.
Yes, sir. Yes. I didn't mean to interrupt your bill, Atef. Yes, you are absolutely 100% right. This is
Go ahead,
the real education.
Yeah, that's what it's about. The truth. People do what's important to them. People stand in line. People stand in line for that. And you know what? When he was talking about what's ancient, what they got, the PlayStation 4, the 5, whichever one came out last is ancient, and it's only been out a few years. And they'll call that ancient, and they'll use our knowledge and put it in our face, and we don't even know what we're looking at. It's a shame, man. I'm so grateful to have a teacher that just tells us to break the matrix for us, because that's what we need. That's what our people need. And we don't even know what we need. Like, it's a shame because people don't even know how lost we are, man. Like, the lie is just so thick. It's very thick. And I'm just grateful, man. I'm so honored. And I can't express enough gratitude for SABA, because go ahead, brother.
I was just gonna say it's really interesting because mostly too with products, right? They want us to be consumers. So if you don't have the new Jordans, you got the old ones. If you don't have the new iPhone, that's just manipulation for us to fund their agenda.
Facts.
Yes.
That's a fact. HEKA KHEPERA, what you think about that answer? You the one that asked the question, good brother.
Bruh, my mind is blown. That's a phenomenal, 2 minutes to 10 minutes? A breakdown. I can't even write down fast enough what he's saying. I'm gonna have to come back and watch it. And I've seen the movie. I've seen the movie numerous times, and none of that was explained, and I never would have come to that conclusion of what SABA just brought out. And oh my goodness,
what's beautiful about
Patal Hotel at 110 multiplied by 55. Come on, folks. Come on, man. Oh my goodness. Mine is just spinning, man. It's phenomenal. And he shouldn't have to come on here and keep begging us to support. You're not getting this from anywhere. 74 people in here sneak watching.
Facts.
And nobody's ever, out of the 7 million viewers that have seen that movie, if you go look it up, nobody's ever broken this down. Out of 7 million people that have watched that video, not one person other than SABA, Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra, has broke this down to where we can understand something about immortality, that we may gain immortality. They just put out a movie. They didn't tell you this could bring about immortality. They ain't even talking about nothing on the net occurred or anything on the other side of the physical existence. And here we got one man who's sacrificing to bring this to us, and he got to beg and plead for us to support him for bringing something that's going to help us gain immortality. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Absolutely. And
it's absolutely ridiculous.
They know the secret. That's how they make the movies.
Yeah.
They know the secrets and they hide it from us and they put it in plain sight. And it's almost like playing with them. So it makes me angry because these are our ancestors. These are our ancestors, and this is our knowledge. This is our consciousness, and we don't even know it. And we're not disciplined enough. We everything we learn is from them, and we have to stop accepting and taking them as the standard. We're taking the enemy, whatever the enemy say, that's the standard. That's the truth. If he say it, that's the truth. If it's a doctor on the white jacket or whatever they wear, then if they say it, then it's the truth, right? Whatever they say, we accept it as the truth. That's the standard. They are not the standard of excellence. They are not the standard of intelligence. They are
correct.
They are the standard of something else besides that. And it is not it. And this is our culture. This is our culture, brothers, that we're learning about. And it's a beautiful thing, though, that we're able to learn from our ancestors and that we're able to learn from our SABA. But this is our culture we're talking about. This isn't some foreign culture. It's not like how when we were sitting in class learning about Christopher Columbus, right? We was learning about somebody else's culture. This is our own culture. And we are completely blinded by it. Completely. It is completely, it's man, I'm just honored. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm thankful for my teacher and I'm thankful to be learning. This is why I stay up. And because people do what's important to them. So I'm proud to pay. I understand reciprocity. Cut down a tree, plant a tree, right? Inhale, exhale. Our people didn't invent sport fishing and sport hunting, just killing something to kill something. Just take. These are new concepts. They kill the biggest animal. They're hanging up as a trophy, not to feed their family, not to use the fur for warmth, right? And to use to make blankets, but just to kill it, just to say I killed it. Like, come on, man. And then they hide everything from us, man. Instead of getting angry though, I don't get angry no more because I'm grateful. So I'd rather be grateful and I love my teacher more than I hate my enemy. So that's why I'm proud to be here. I'm honored to be here, and I'm gonna continue to support any way I can, everywhere I can. This is why I'm up here on this panel. I don't even know what I'm talking about because I just came here to learn. But I'm grateful. I'm grateful for you, brothers. And that's what it is, man, because I realized that we were being tricked and bamboozled, and I got tired of it. And now I have children, and I don't want to keep teaching my children these lies. They taught us that we went for and we fell for and we had to adhere to because our grandparents and our parents, that's all they knew. That was the knowledge that they had at the time. It's different for us. I can't make an excuse because week after week, our teacher gets up here and breaks us out of this matrix. Week after week, consistently, every single week, he breaks us out of the matrix. So we have to appreciate that, right? When you stood in line for the PlayStation or the Xbox, whatever it was, the tennis shoes, it didn't do nothing for you. It wasn't beneficial. It wasn't as beneficial as this. But like I said, people do what's important to them. So for me, I understand what's going on here. And I understand the time that we are in right now. And I'm grateful for it. So this is why I spend my reciprocity. And the reason why I don't ask no questions is because I want to know everything. Because everything is a lie. There's a style behind everything. Yeah. Every question is important to me. Me personally, but I can only speak for myself. But I've seen that in the chat where they was like, how is this information beneficial to you? Everything is beneficial to me. This is why I don't ask questions. Because I want to know everything. Because everything that they taught us is a lie. Everything. And this is the truth. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but my mind. And this is what I get week after week, every Friday. So Cash App, PayPal, support. Show your support. You show your support to everything else. So too often, you brothers, I'm gonna let you brothers speak. But it's a beautiful time that we're in, and I'm really grateful.
I just want to give Kes and Tua to SABA because he made it very clear. And one of the psyops that he pointed out is that they say Egypt, and talk about the Egyptians instead of acknowledging that they were the followers of Ma'at and that spirituality and how they were living. That is so powerful. That changes everything. And so this is what separates SABA from everyone else. He brings out this wisdom and this truth and stands on it. He stands on Ma'at. He leads with the left. And he's like, where are my peers? Like, who who can I teach with? You know, where is the so-called conscious community? And so that's just one component of the teaching. And then he's bringing forth things that have not been shared with us previously. And that's very powerful. So HEKA KHEPERA it's the questions, right? So we're co-creating, and this is what makes him the SABA, because we bring these questions and he opens the doors. And
yes,
so
good, brother.
so powerful how we're working together in unity and the connection, right? So you ask the question and boom, here comes SABA.
With a phenomenal answer. Phenomenal. I'm thankful, man. I'm like a Tef. I'm so thankful to be here, to be drawn here. I know SABA drew me here. It goes beyond words just to express how thankful I am being here, to be able to hear the divine words and wisdom and knowledge, and not as if it's just a knowledge thing, but the way of life that the followers of Ma'at laid down for us to follow. I mean, Ptah-hotep, and that's the oldest book in the world. I mean, we wasn't told that until we came in here. We didn't know that. We so many of our things that our ancestors laid down as a blueprint for us, we just now getting here under SABA. We're not getting this anywhere else. Everybody else is like SABA always says, everybody is talking about why one religion is not better than another one and all of that. And it's like you're just spinning your wheels. You're not gaining anything. I mean, what is there to gain from that? Nothing. I mean, I don't understand why people even can be here and not support if they're not looking for immortality. You might as well be an atheist. Might as well be an atheist.
Check this out. Let me share something. SABA is making the hardest thing easier, because he is showing us the benefit of being disciplined, which is hard. It's hard to be dedicated. It's hard to be focused. It's hard to be disciplined. He's making it easier and showing the benefit of being disciplined. I don't like being disciplined. I feel like I'm strong, right? I feel like I sometimes I can be very persistent, right? I can be consistent. But discipline is hard. It's the hardest thing, to be that dedicated. And one of the things I realized in this teaching tonight, I was like, oh, this is what is necessary to win, to have Makaru, to have victory. The discipline is the difference maker, right? Because the disciplined person keeps going regardless. You keep going, you don't let up on the goal. And if there's something that can soothe you and make that easier, you're 10 times stronger. So his teaching and his motivation is the thing that can separate us from the matrix and from any enemy or opposition that we have. This is what's necessary to make us stronger.
Facts. I agree with the discipline. I totally agree with that. It's chaos.
Wonderful words, brother.
It's chaos. You know, we have to be disciplined. That's the thing. But you know what, Minku? When you speak about that discipline and how hard it is, it does seem that way, but it don't seem that way when I see kids playing PlayStation all day. When I see them just sitting in front of the TV, binge watching foolishness all day, it don't seem that hard. It takes discipline to sit there and watch the same thing over and over again. Just play the game over and over again. That's some kind of discipline. We so entangled in this matrix.
You're welcome.
It's hard to untangle, to discipline ourselves. I know what you're saying, brother. Matrix PD. Welcome back, Saba.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What we're gonna do is so that's not. We're not done. I'm not done the answer. I could say I'm done. Everybody's saying the phenomenal answer, but what I'm going to do here is I took a little break. We're going to go through a couple of donations. I'm going to go through about 6 donations, and then I'm going to go jump right back into it because the end of the answer. HEKA, have you ever been punched in the chin? Have you ever, you ever got the bad end of a fight? You ever got hit? Chin check in a fight?
Yeah.
And you're kind of shaking like you're not stable.
Yeah.
That's how the end of this
wow.
is gonna be. We're gonna
by the Babylon. Yeah.
What'd you say, Tef? What'd you say?
I say yeah, by the police. Yeah, I've been chin checked by the police. I'm in handcuffs. I can't.
Horrible.
Yeah.
You've been handcuffed in what?
I said, yeah, I've been chin checked and handcuffed by the police, and they try to take advantage of you. They hit you. Yes.
Okay. Oh, you know what? I did. You know what is T-Bull? I told T-Bull. I put the link in, but T-Bull never came up to the screen. I put the link in even before I started teaching. I wanted T-Bull to jump up early, but he didn't jump in. Maybe next time, or maybe he fell asleep. I'm not sure. But T-Bull, if you're listening, I did put the link up in there. You could have jumped in even before I started this answer, and I could have built with you. Available to build with you. You talk to me off here on Twitter anyways all the time. So here we're going to do, everybody. We're going to go through a couple donations. So we're going to start off with the first donation here. I look forward to getting back into that. And then I'm going to get in. Then the next question is the Neverending Story movie that I never watched. I heard it was good. I heard it was a good movie.
Look at Minku eyes.
I am like, I'm like glued. Like, I was so excited for today. Every week I'm like, oh, how's this getting better and better? It's like I'm not watching Power. I'm not watching none of that stuff. This is the show I need to see. I'm addicted. Like,
That's right.
That's very powerful what you said. Systematically, they are constantly trying to chin check us.
Facts. SABA, T-Bull say he's here. He's listening in. Yes.
Okay, cool. Whenever you're comfortable, T-Bull, maybe in the next break, whenever I put the link in the room twice, but whenever you're comfortable, you can jump in. The floor is yours to just ask the question. I'll give you a couple of jewels, and then we'll set up something outside of here. Okay, so here we go, everybody. First donation is Primordial Thought. Speaking of what T-Bull asked about how to become more physically fit. So this is Primordial Thought, who actually took, he was working out. I gave him a diet program. He paid for a diet program, and he started his workouts, and then he started listening to the pod class during the workout. And when he did that, he said something magical happened. It actually made him feel like the weights were lighter, and it caused him to do an extraordinary workout without any stress. So he actually sent a donation to me. He's so honest and loyal that he actually sent $15 donation for the workout and the magic that he said that I provided while he was working out through the pod class. So shout out to Primordial Thought, $15. Thank you for that, Primordial Thought. Beautiful. Like I said, the pod class and this is helping people in ways beyond what people can comprehend. It's not just regular questions here. It's life-changing things. Shout out to that. Shout out to Mancor Ra. Mancor Ra has sent in a large donation for what's going to be. I'm going to try to make this an expensive answer, but this is actually a quick answer. But shout out to Mancor Ra, who's, I swear he asked this already, but he wants to know about the serpent charmers, the snake charmers, and the flute. And it's going to be, it's not a big breakdown, but I appreciate his. I'm going to break the matrix, though. There's a matrix going on with that, a psyops. But he said, what's happening with the snake charmers and the RRS? Shout out to Menkor Ra. We'll get to that answer. And of course, Menkor Ra is very, very interested in the Naga with cobras. He's actually the only one to convince me to let go one of my special cobras to him. So he's going to actually get a cobra coming up soon. He's going to own a cobra. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What people in the conscious community own a Cobra? Give him some big noise. Give him some big noise. $72.27.
Baba, let's go on in the chat. I don't know if they're new. Isonic from hello from East Africa.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were talking over the chair, so we couldn't hear anything you said.
Looks like there's a name in the chat that looks new. Isonic, hello from an East African brother. Someone in the chat.
Okay, shout out to you. I can't see the chat or that comment, but shout out to you from East Africa. Shout out to you, good brother or sister. I'm not sure, but we have podcast followers and watchers from all over the world. Amsterdam, Norway, East Africa. We got all over the world. Shout out to you. Okay, the next donation is from that's $72.27. That's the biggest donation so far on the podcast today. Shout out to Menko Rob. The next donation is coming from Neo Campbell. Neo Campbell, is that on the screen?
Yes.
Shout out to Neo Campbell. Give him some noise because he's been donating from the beginning. Give him some claps. Just give him some big noise. Thank you. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Get ready to give some noise to the inventor of the inventor of the deaf. What's showing on the screen right now? What's that?
Nita Campbell.
Okay. The inventor of the new what's called Tuition, which will be incorporated after October. I'll be telling everybody what Tuition actually is for the members of the Tusi members of the organization, which will be announced on the 28th too. This is the first man to actually start giving Tuition, $33.33. Sal Vega, give him some big noise, please. Okay, wonderful. Tuition. And shout out to the next donator of the 2T podcast, which is Trenton Donaldson, $7.27. Thank you, Trenton Donaldson. Appreciate that. That's T.O.M. He's the one that asked that crazy question about Shakespeare. That oh my goodness. Whoever was at the Shakespeare class, you all know how that went. That was unexplainable. Shout out to I'm going to do two more. And of course, to the man who's on the screen right now, Ajax, aka HEKA, to the KHEPERA, who gave it looks like the same thing he gave for the question, $35.72. Give him some big noise, please. Big noise. Appreciate you. Shout out. I'm gonna do two more, then we're gonna get right back into the King's Chamber breakdown, into the K 2019 breakdown. We're gonna get right back into it. I'm gonna do two more donations, and the next one is of course Primordial Thought 9. Is he here tonight? Oh yes, he's here, but he's in a family event or something, right? Some type of event going on, so he can't come to the screen, but shout out to him. He still donates his $20. Give him some hand claps, please. He says, Tua, support Tua, great SABA Tehuti. Give him some hand claps. And the last donation I'm going to read before getting back into the King's Chamber breakdown and the double echoed immortality. And that is this brother here who's loyal, who dedicates himself to donating every single week for the pod class, every single Meta class. Stephen Escalar, I believe he's the very first person to have a one-on-one with me from the Killer Priest channel. Support, and his message to the whole audience is support the Tuti pod class, $40.72. Give him some big noise, please. Big noise. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, everybody, here we go. Are you ready? We are going to get back into HEKA's never-ending question, his own never-ending story. We're going to get back into it, everybody. Continuing on where I left off, we're going to break down the answer for that. And then after that, we're going to do a couple more donations. And then the next question that came in is for me to break down the never-ending story from Big Vapes. If Big Vapes is here, shout out to you. He wants me to break down the never-ending story. I said from the beginning, I've never seen that movie. And I'm going to see if I can break down a movie I never seen with the same tenacity as this breakdown. Can the never-ending story be broken down equal to this one, and I've never seen it before? I heard there's a dog flying. That's all I know about it. The dog flying. A dog is flying. We'll see what Tehuti can do with the never-ending story. Can he view it from the other side of the matrix and see what they actually what they did in that movie? We'll see. I don't know. I've never seen the movie. We'll see. Okay, everybody, brothers, peace and love. We're gonna put you back in the chat, and I'm gonna get back in. Oh, go ahead. Yes, KHEPERA, peace and love. I feel excited. I feel good. Let's get into it. Let's go. Support the Tehuti Pod class, everyone who's watching. Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Support the Tehuti Pod class. Support it because this is all that we have. If you have something else equal to this, put the link in the room and we will go over there and support them. Ask questions, seek Ma'at. It is Cash App TT Amun, and it is also PayPal at Rocky SV. If you don't know, then I'll put that on the screen. PayPal at Rocky SV. Going down at the bottom, you can see it right there. If you like what you've seen so far, and as I continue, just like you're walking on the street and you see the break dancers dancing and you throw them a tip, you can't even watch the whole show. You're walking your children to school, you walk by the beach, you see some magician doing something, you say, that was good, you throw them a tip, you keep going. If this benefits you, show reciprocity. It's a barter system. It takes hours to do what you see me doing here. And no one else on the planet is doing this, so please support this, and you can keep this phenomenon going on. Let's go, everybody. Press 9 if you can see me and hear me clear, because we are about to get into the Tehuti Pod class answer of the K 2019 breakdown in the King's Chamber with the double Ka. Imagine that, Ptah Hotep waiting till he was 110 years old. Let's go, everybody. Press 9 if you can hear me, please. I'm going to check the chat. Press a 9 if you can hear me, please. Harass did for you culture. The awesome, excited brained one. Beautiful Bella, who's disappeared. There she is, beautiful Bella. Big Vapes, who's definitely hanging around waiting. Robert, Big Vapes, who's definitely hanging around waiting. He's like, I think he sent in a question once, or something happened where I broke down Ptah and Buddha, and that was it for him. As soon as he saw the Ptah Buddha breakdown, Big Vapes was hooked. Shout out to you, Big Vapes. And 2 is there. You all are pressing the 9. You can see me. Boss Fee, who's coming here to California, and he's requested his name change in, I think, February or something like that, but he's also coming in October. Shout out to Black Alucard, who either never misses a pod class or never misses a donation. And he's a part of the snake family because he already has snakes, and he's coming to also get another snake directly from Tehuti. Talk to me about getting one of the exotic tropical rare snakes from Tehuti that is blessed by me. It's my energy. It's a snake you can't get at a pet shop. Talk to me, and when you come to the event, you can also leave with a Tehuti snake from somewhere on the planet that they don't sell anywhere. Welcome, everybody. Angela, straight out the gates. Rigo, one of the greatest supporters. Here's one of the greatest supporters ever. Maharu. Maharu watches the Metanetter class Mondays. Almost every single time he watches the class, some days after that, he throws some big $25 or $50 donation because something hit him in the class, and he throws a big tip. Shout out to you, Maharu. You are awesome. Nap Dap Pro, HEKA KHEPERA, Israel Hoyle, who I think is also Dashe, Primordial Thought. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. Are you ready? Here it is. Boom. You can see the screen. So he waited till he was, oh my gosh, let me go ahead and press continuation. The continuation. Ptah Hotep patiently waited until he was 55 echo doubled, which is 110, before bringing the laws of Ma'at to the world, which contain the 10 and the 10 by 10, which is 110. And he waited till that age till he was decrepit, and then he brought the laws of Ma'at. That is the 5-5, the double hands of the Ka, the Par EE. Welcome to the Tehuti Pa class overdrive section. If you are seeing or getting this anywhere else, please put the link or the book number or the YouTube timestamp in the room. If not, please appreciate and enjoy what has never been broken down on the planet and support with reciprocity. Tua, let's continue. And what about the very first known recorded magician? Who was the first magician on the planet? Does anybody know? They actually acknowledge him in the Magic Castle here in California as the very first magician on the planet. He's actually acknowledged. You know who he is, everybody? He's called Dedi, and he's from Kemet. And David Blaine, in David Blaine's very first magic video that everybody saw, where he was walking across the streets, walking down the streets, he mentions and gives adoration to the follower of Ma'at, Dedi, as the very first magician on the planet Earth. Dedi is also acknowledged as not just the very first magician, but the actual inspirer of the cups and balls and magic being brought to this planet as a performing art. Dedi was the very first magician acknowledged by all your favorite magicians across the world, whether they're in Europe, Japan. My favorite magician, his name is Cyril. Other favorite magician is Darren Brown. Whether it's Darren Brown, whether it's Cyril, whether it's Chris Angel, another favorite, they all acknowledge the very first magician on the planet, not just magic, but as a performing art. Not Tehuti. Tehuti was not a performer, but an actual performing magician for an audience. The very first was Dedi. What does it say about him? Let's read. Welcome to the Tehuti Pa class. So the very first bringer, the very first book, Papyrus of the Laws of Ma'at, he waited till he was 55 doubled before he brought the laws of Ma'at and then stated it. And what about the very first one to do performing art magic on this entire planet Earth? Dedi. Let's go to the literature of ancient Egypt by Simpson and Kelly, which is a translation of the ancient papyruses. And what does it say here? The fourth tale of the marvel at the time of Khufu, King Khufu himself. The fourth tale of the marvel in the time of King Khufu himself. What does it say? Himself, very important. This is their word, the indigenous people. The king's son, Har the deaf, arose to speak, and he said, "You have heard examples of the skill of those who have passed away, but there one cannot know the truth from falsehood. But there is with your majesty, in your own time, one who is not known to you." His majesty said, "What is this?" Har the deaf, my son, said, "Har the deaf, there is a townsman named Dedi. He lives in Dead Sneferu, vindicated. He is a townsman of 110. The very first bringer of the laws of Ma'at, Ptah Hotep, who was actually the very first bringer of the palindrome. Ptah Hotep, Hotep, Ptah, Ptah Hotep, the same words in reverse. Ptah Hotep, the very first palindrome known on Earth. He waited to 110 to bring the laws of Ma'at. Dedi, the very first magician, he is a townsman of 110. And what does even the commentary say in the anthology book on page 18? The people that study the ancient Kemetic Ma'at culture, what do they say? What do they say on page 18? Boats prepared for the king's son, Hari Dedef, sailed south to Dedu's vindicated. 9 comment, the Egyptians often wish for 110 years as the ideal lifespan. Now you know why. Welcome to the Tehuti Pa class. Go and ask your Kemetic teacher, why did the Egyptians often wish to live to that exact age, 110? Why did Ptah wait to 110 to release the laws of Ma'at? Why was Dedi a townsman of 110? Well, now you know about the 5-5 in the Fibonacci sequence. The 5-5 is the triad echoed equates to the Aku pyramid itself. What? 5-5 triad echoed equates to the Aku pyramid itself. What is Tehuti revealing now? What do you mean, Tehuti? The 55 triad echoed equates to the Aku pyramid itself? What is Tehuti revealing? Oh, the 5-5 triad echoed is one part of the triad. 55 doubled, that's 110. 110 doubled echoed, Kad, is 220. 220 echoed, the third part of the triad, is 220 echoed equals 440. This is Ptah, right here. The first Ptah, who the next Ptah was named after. Ptah, who brought the laws of Ma'at, was named after this Ptah. Here is Ptah standing on Ma'at, because Ma'at is the foundation, stands for the standards by which you make a decision and live by. That is the foundation of your consciousness. How does this tie into the 5-5 triad echoed? Well, let's look at the qubit mathematical measurement of the foundation of what you are calling the pyramid, which is really called the Aku, which means consciousness symbolized, the foundation of your consciousness, decision making. Let's take a look. Let me break this matrix. Are you ready? Remember the 5-5 split in the middle of the Aku with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all the numbers up equaling 5-5 in the middle of the pyramid, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 equaling 55, the middle center of the pyramid, which is the number 10 because it's the 10th echo of the Fibonacci sequence. Remember the two sides? Here it is, 280 qubits, which is the raw qubit times 10. And look at the foundation bottom of the Aku. It's 440 qubits. The 5-5 triad echo. 155 doubled is 110. 110 doubled is the two sides of the pyramid split, 220, and 220 doubled is 440. The foundation, Ma'at, the foundation of the Aku, your conscious standards. The pyramid, which echoes oneself into immortality. Only if you live by what you stand on. That means your consciousness has to echo what you stand on. Because how do you say consciousness in Medunetter? Aku. What's the Aku? What people are calling the pyramid. The word for pyramid is the same word for consciousness that you stand on. So that's the consciousness. The pyramid, which is Aku, is standing on Ma'at, which is 440 qubits. The third part of the triad is 55 doubled. 55 doubled, 110, 110 doubled, 220, 210 doubled, 110 doubled, 220, 210 doubled, 440. The foundation of consciousness. 440 equaling Ma'at, and you stand on Ma'at in your mental. Your mental actions echo what you stand on. Like Ptah, the influencer of Ptah, the first writer of the laws of Ma'at that you stand on, is shown standing on the Ma'at glyph, because that glyph that he's standing on is actually the word Ma'at itself. That is the foundation of consciousness. That's why Ptah is drawn blue, because he represents the sky, ascending upwards to the sky consciousness. Echo the theme in the message of the doubled echoed box in the king's chamber, and that's why the king's chamber box is echoed doubled. The king's chamber doubled, Ka, is the bioenergetic template, echoes out the pure energetic doubled, ascending with the complete two hands pointing upwards as you are reborn into a complete whole being. And that is this image right here, the Ka, which is the 5-5, which is completion, because it represents the echoing up, the ascension. That's why the word Ka means to go upwards, because that is the purpose and function of the Aku pyramid, is to ascend the immortal soul and to ascend into the higher planes of dimensions of consciousness, which is exactly what you do when you have an out-of-body experience, because the bioenergetic template, which is the Ka in the body, it echoes out and doubles up, the pure energetic double. And that's why when people show images of an out-of-body experience, it doesn't just, it's not just one body flying out of the body. Look at how it shows it. Go back and look at the images. They're echoing each other or doubling each other, each one going into a more refined state that the last one couldn't echo to. That is completion. 5-5 equaling completion. Why do you say that, Tehuti? Well, you should already know by now, but let's emphasize even more. Well, here is a demonstration for you that started thousands of years ago. Put your hands in a fist and count to as many fingers as you can until both hands are completely open. Boom. Yes, it's the original complete counting system. Thus, the original number for completion was 10 when both hands are open. Why? When both hands are open like this, and you're relaxed and you're open, they tell you in meditation, breathe. Why do they do this? Well, what's this? What's this? Why are they doing this when they tell you to breathe? Breathe. Let yourself release. Relax. Open yourself up. Relax. What's this thing they're doing with their hands, where the hands are always open? What is this thing right here? What is this thing with the hands opening? Relax and open up. Why? Because the hands were the original sign language for the frequency that the mind was on. Do you know the word to give is ta in Medu Neter? And it's a hand open with a pyramid on top, giving you something. Breathe, because the hands open represent the expansion of the Ka. What do you do when you close yourself off to someone in an argument? How are your hands? Are they like this? No, they're like this. I'm not listening to nothing you got to say. Why do most people argue clenched up like this? Why do you argue when you're mad? Your children get mad. They're 5 years old. They already know how to do it. And they stomp to the room. What is this even? What does this mean? Why are your hands? Yo, man, that brother's mad. His hands are balled in a fist, and he's not going to punch anybody. Your hands just automatically ball in a fist. And you're like, even when you're yelling in the cartoons, why do you do that? Why is it when you yell, you're like this? You're not like this. How come you're not like this? When you yell, I'm telling you what I want you to do. Why are your hands like this? It's not because you're going to punch somebody. This is closed. This is open. You know, like when your vibrations are open to somebody, open yourself up, let them in. This is closed. It means you're blocked. It's the first thing that the human body did when it lost its fur. You lost your fur at 6 months old. You lost your fur at 6 months old. That's when you lost your fur. Why? Because you came from a recent common ancestor that had fur. And so that's because it had fur. Polar bears in the cold don't go like this. Why is every time it's cold, you could be in China, you can be in Europe, you can be in Canada, you're watching a cartoon or a movie, and it's the first thing people do when they get cold. It's cold out here, man. Yo, it's cold out here. What is this? It's a sense of security when you're balling yourself up and trying to block out an enemy. Your biological imperative immediately tells you, close up, because the extended body parts are the parts that get cold first. You know, like when you're walking in the cold, your fingers get cold first. So you close them up to stay safe. Close up to hold the warmth in. That's why animals don't have to do this. Your cat's walking fine. Dogs walking fine in the cold. People in the cold. Oh man, can't wait to move. Because it's a sense of security when you're blocking off an enemy in a defense mechanism. When you're relaxed, I greet you with open arms. What does that mean? What are you talking about? What do you mean you greet me with open arms? What is that? Because you're letting something in. I greet you with, breathe in, breathe out. That's the hands open. The hands close, defense. Block. Stop the cold from getting in. When the beta wavelength kicks in and the reptilian brain kicks in, and you have to defend and protect yourself. When you relax, hands open. When you ascend into the afterlife, when the Ka, how come the Ka is two hands, right? But how come there's never two hands like this? Huh? Black power, black power, black power, black power, black power, a black power, a black power. How come the Ka is not like that? How come the Ka is like this? There are Kemetic symbols like this, but why is the Ka always open-handed? Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. When the Ka ascends to the ancient ones, that's when you're a complete being. You've lived 360 degrees of physical life, and now you're going on to the next one to make 720. Now you're a complete whole being. Now your completion is never here on the physical earth. So thus, hands closed. How do you make these complete? By counting to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10. The hands are open now. Now it's complete. Who taught you this, Tehuti? The answer's in the question. Here we go. Boom. This is the original complete. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And the hands are open. Now that's complete. Does that look familiar? Of course it does, because the symbol of the Ka, and that's why the symbol of the Ka is the hands facing you. Let me go ahead and that's on the screen. The hands facing you. The Ka is open. Yes, the Ka double, the two hands, 5 and 5 represents the complete, the whole being. That is the first, that is the reborn after judgment of Ma'at, as we see in the Per M Haru plate 18. You go to the Per M Haru plate 18 and it says, bound up my limbs, I have made myself whole and sound. What does sound mean? It means to be full and complete, but it also means a vibration. Yo, I'm alive, I'm sound and well. Everything's sound in here. Why are you using the word sound associating with being complete? Because the word whole and health is the same word. All right, I've made myself whole. I am sound. Remember the word met and ma, 10? Well, what is the word for whole and sound? What's that right there? That is the ma'a right there, from ma'at. Whole and sound. Completion, 10. I have become young. I am Osar, Lord of Eternity. To become whole and sound is to be ma met, 10. Thus leading to today's understanding. But when you get everything today's understanding that when you get everything perfect, complete, when you are judged, you call it what out of what, everybody? What do the judges give you? What do the judges give you when you do good? When you do a test and you do perfect, what is it called? What two numbers is it called? Is it called, I got a 32 out of a 32. I got an 18 out of an 18. What is it called? Type it in the room. What is it called? I got a 4 out of 4. Is that how your school tests are? What are what's the numbers by what numbers that make something perfect and complete? You got a what out of what? You got a 16 out of 16? That's right. You got a 10 out of 10. Why is that? Well, now you know. Now you know. You can't ask your teacher. Go and ask your college teacher, why is 10 out of 10 perfect? Why is it 10 out of 10? Why isn't it 18 out of 18? Why isn't it 6 out of 6? 2 out of 2? Why is it 10 by 10 or 10 out of 10? Well, now that you're watching the Tehuti pod class, and now you know that the ancestors brought this to the world, and now you know Ptah was 110. Now you understand the 10 by 10 principle. Now you understand why the entire world is doing this. No, Tehuti, you're making this up. Yeah, then give the answer. Don't tell me I'm making it up. Give the proper answer. Go into our ancestors, go into the ancients, and let us know where this 10 out of 10 and 5 by 5 and 55 came from. Why is it significant? Echoed throughout the cultures. Let's go, everybody. 10 out of 10. Ding, 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 ding. 10 out of 10. Here we go. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. What do the judges give you? What do the judges give you when you do perfect? What does Simon give you? What do they give you on those shows? They give you, boom, 10 out of 10. The judges hold up a 10. Why? Why are they holding up that number? Well, now you know. It's 10 out of 10. Let's keep going. When it is time for you to judge, you know, the 10, Met, Mat, the scales of Ma'at, the judgment scene. That's where it comes from, 10 out of 10. 10 is Mat, Met, the judgment. Let's take your favorite musical artist. What are the 2 immediate number categories you put them in, everybody? Huh? What are the 2 categories you put them in? When you have a favorite rapper or favorite artist, what do you say? They're the top what out of what? Or what out of what? It's only 2 numbers. Huh? Top what? Top what? There's only 2 numbers that you can choose to pick your favorite rapper, to pick your favorite R&B singer. What are the only 2 numbers that you are allowed to choose, that you've been choosing ever since you've been listening to music and you don't know why? Ask yourself why. What's the other number? 10 out of 10, and what else? Top, dead or alive. Top, what? Top, what's the other number? Top 5. Huh? Hey, why? Why can it only be 5? Huh? How come nobody ever asked you, yo, Tupac, Jay-Z, KRS-One, who's your top 6? Has anybody ever, can you show me a YouTube, you yourself ever ask anybody planet, yo, who's your top 6 basketball players? There's only 2 that you're allowed to say. Those 2 that have echoed ever since Met is 5 by 5 and 10. You're only allowed to say your top 10 or your top 5. That's it. You never say, who are the top 16? Who are the top 11 rappers? It's always, yo, who's your top 5, man? Who's your top 5? Who's top 10? Who's top 5? The whole world can only echo that. Ask your teacher, why is that? Ask them. Go ask your Kemetic, go ask your conscience, go ask your math teacher, go say, why is that? Go ask your favorite rapper. Yo, are you top 5? What did KRS-One say? He said, I'm number 1. No, sorry, I lied. I'm number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'm number 1. No, sorry, I lied. I'm number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Why did he stop at 5? Why didn't he say, I'm number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8, and 9, and 10, and 11, and 12, and why did he keep going? Why did he stop at 5? Because it's 5, 5. Now you know. I've done 4 classes now on 5 and its significance, and how 5 is actually formed by a harmonic frequency. That's what you do and say when you're innocent. That's one of the first things you do. When you're somebody that doesn't know something or you're innocent. You're like, beats me. Beats me. Why are you doing that? Beats me. Hey, not me. I'm innocent. I didn't do it. Yo, who stole my wallet? Where'd my wallet go? I don't know. What's this? What does that have to do? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Go and get your teacher. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. You ready? Let's break it down and build it up. Here we go. We're breaking matrices here. Who told you all this, Tehuti? Top 5. Here we go, man. Look at that. Top 10 rappers. Top 5 dead or alive. Huh? Top 5. Jay-Z, KRS-One, Tupac, Eminem, Kool G Rap, Rakim. Top 5. These are the only choices you get to pick your favorite. What is your favorite thing? It's that which is most important to you. Not that which is most important to anybody else. Your favorite is that which is important to you. You know, like a request, like wanting something to be done for you. That's your favorite, not the next person. Who is your favorite? You can only use 2 numbers to echo your favorite, that which is important to you. You know, like when you ask somebody to do something for you. Yo, man, can you do me a favor? Welcome to Tehuti Podcast, everybody. Here we go. Let's go. Welcome. We're doing it. Here it is. This is it. This is good. Thank you for asking this question, HEKA, KHEPERA. This is it. Overdrive time, possessed time. Let's keep going. What number times itself gives you what you say now when something is a perfect percentage, even though that number doesn't equal 360? What number is that? You say 10 out of 10? Or you say it's 100%? That's the number times itself. It's 10 times 10. That's a triad of 10s. Do you know that? Do you know that 10 times 10 is 10, 10, 10? Did you know that? Because the X is also the Roman numeral for 10. Did you know that, everybody? Let me come to the screen. Let me break some matrices for you. Do you know that the X is also the number for 10? Huh? 10 times 10 is 3 10s. That's a triad of 10. Why is X 10? Well, what is 10, everybody? What is 10? 10 is met, which is what? An ejaculating penis. Your children can't watch those kind of movies. Your children can't watch those kind of movies. You get a 10 times 10, 100. That's 10, 10, 10. The X is a 10. 10 is met, which is a naked ejaculating penis. Your children can't watch those kind of movies. Coogee Rap made a song about it. You can't watch movies about sex, kids. Why? Because it's rated X. Movies about people having sex with the original purpose of having sex is reproduction. The penis ejaculating, which is 10. The Roman numeral 10, which is X. 100, which is 10, 10, 10. You can't watch those kind of movies about sex because they're rated X. But they don't just say rated X. Do they? No. X is there 3 times. The 10 is there, X is there 3 times. Who taught you this, Tehuti? Welcome to Tehuti Podcast, everybody. Let's go. It's Tehuti Overdrive time. This is it. This is one of those questions. Here we go. Welcome. What's that Coogee Rap song? It's rated XXX. Honey. It's rated XXX. Don't watch that movie about sex because sex is rated X. You know, 10, the Met, the ejaculating penis. Here we go, everybody. Times 3, 10 by 10. All coming from the purified body. That's what it was. Remember? The 10 is the shrine also, which represents the purified body in the afterlife on the boat. Remember, that was class number 1. The purified body, the whole body in the afterlife. Now the spiritual aspect is removed and all you have is the physical body. Thus now, how do you describe somebody who has a perfect physical body? What do you call that woman, fellas? What do you call that man? And especially the men. What do you call that woman or man with a perfect physical body? What is she called? Huh? It's a piece of money. It's a piece of money. What is she called? What is she called when she's a perfect? Oh man, she's called a dime. Woo! Woo! She's also called a dime. What is a dime? Is that 10? Absolutely. So now that the spiritual aspect or the Ka aspect has been removed, and now that you're just in the matrix, only the physical body is described with the 10 completion purification, when back in the time before the matrix, the 10 was the number that protected the physical body, that kept it whole, that we just read in the Per M Haru. Over here, we just read it over here. Self whole in sound. The symbol of the traveler in the afterlife was the dome over him. The dome is how you said the number 10. Because he was protected. Now that they remove the physical, the spiritual, only the physical body is described as a 10. Right? Brothers, tell me what she is. What is she? Huh? What is she? Does your lady look like that? What is she? You see her, you're jumping out the window. Fights are breaking out. Because now this whole body, only the physical is left. And only this now was described as a dime piece, as a 10. What does she have, an 8-inch waist? Only this is described. Is her butt a chair? So this is described now as a 10. And she looks exactly like what the ancient Kemetic women look like, but there's no spiritual aspect of it. So now you're left only to describe the physical body as a 10. Huh? This is the 10 now, just the physical. The concept came from, it was the immortal body that was the perfect whole. And that was the 10. That's why you call women that look perfect and men that you call perfect, man, that's a dime, that's a 10. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Boom. Matrix broken. All of these terms you are using because of the original concept of the purified 10 by 10, 100, as echoed through the Aku and the purified whole body. Just imagine you've been using all these terms all of your life. She's perfect. She's a perfect 10. I got a 100 on the test. And you never knew why you were ever saying it. Well, now you know. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Now you understand. They're echoing, and that's why it's so acceptable to us, because it's something ancient. Big Vapes. I know why Big Vapes is doing this. Big Vapes is the master of this, but now you know why, and why they can use these terms now to control the matrix, because they're familiar. That's how you catch fish on a bait. The bait is something familiar. The hook is the catch. You can't catch fish with a hamburger. So you catch the thing you're trying to control, the matrix, with terms and symbols that it was familiar with for thousands of years. And that's how they control the matrix. All the aspects of the matrix are controlled by ancient symbolism that we were already adapted to and living by. That's why we accept it so much. So now you understand the 10 out of 10, the 100. You're starting to understand it now. All now, this show just said, and they try to emphasize the 100, and they left you like that. This goes far. I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done. This class is an example why they will not have me on other channels. They won't. They won't. That's right. They call the woman a brick house. When she's a perfect, thick body, they call her a house, a brick house. That's right. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. Let me look at her one more time. This is amazing. That's amazing. Let's go. Here we go. Leading us right back to the microcosm of the whole man and woman at unit 18, equaling completion and entrance at 11, mirroring the double square of the king's chamber and its height 11.18 cubits, and the 3 pi ratio again. How, Tehuti? Remember I showed this on the first class, that the body of the ancient person of Ma'at was divided into 18 parts, and the 11th part was the entrance where your navel was, where you fed, and that was the entrance to the Aku, and the 18th part was the third eye. You see, if you take the cubits of the double square of the king's chamber, 11.18, and add one hand, which is 5 fingers, something happens. Are you ready, HEKA? Let me come to the screen. Hold on. Hold on. If you take the whole man, which is the 18, and you take the king's chamber, which is 11.18. Why? Because the whole man is 18, and the entrance from which he fed was the umbilical cord, which is unit 11 in the human canon, that matches the entrance of the Aku. And you take 5 and you minus it from the 11.18 height of the double square king's chamber. What happens when you minus 5? You get, when you add 5, you get 16.18. That's 10 times pi. That's pi 10. Remember, the box itself is 31,416 by diameter, which is 10 times pi. But when you take the 11.18 and you add it, you get 16.18. That's 10 times pi, and then it gives you 10 times the pi ratio. Oh wait, what happens when you subtract it? When you subtract 5, what does it give you? It gives you 6.18. That's the division of 10 and pi. One gives you 10 times pi. One gives you the division divided by 10 by taking the 5 and adding it either up or down to the king's chamber's height of 11.18, which is the full-bodied man, the third eye, and the entrance to the body of the human canon. Welcome to the pod class. Boom. 6.18 pi divided by the sacred 10 is right there in the king's chamber. Things broken down into tens. Oh, when you completely break something down or obliterate it, what's another word for that? It starts with a D. It's also used for killing something. When you break something down to its very last compound, you know, it sounds a little unrational. A lot of MCs like to use the word dramatical. What is the word when you break something down, man? I'm gonna check my Gmail. I wonder if there's if there's support given for this. I wonder if there's any Cash App T.O.M. This is, let me see, man. I'm gonna pretend I'm Versace. No, I'm sorry, Versace doesn't have to ask for anything. Cash App T.O.M, PayPal at RockySV. If you're supporting for this breakdown, put it in the commentary. Put it in the Cash App. Just type, this is for the King's Chamber 2 breakdown. This is for the K219 Part 2 breakdown. Put it in there so when I announce the donation, I can announce that you appreciated this hour and 31-minute answer. No filler. No opinion in it. No Tehuti thinks. What I think is what I think, and what I thinking that I think. None of that is in this answer. There's no Tehuti. My opinion of the King's Chamber, and my opinion, I think of, none of that is in here. If I die tomorrow, all these mathematical equations stay there. There's no opinion in mathematical equations or in the writings of the ancients. PayPal at RockySV, Cash App T.O.M, or just type in the room, I do not want to support because I do not like this information. And I will go away. I will stay, though, for those supporters. Thank you, Bella. Thank you, Stephen E. Thank you, HEKA. Thank you, Maharu. Thank you, everybody. Black Alucard. Thank you, Rigo, and all the people that want to keep Tehuti here. Let's go, everybody. I'm not done. Imagine the time the Kemet and the people of Ma'at took to put into this, for this to even be an answer. Imagine what they had to put. Oh, so what's the answer to the question? What is it called when you totally destroy something? When you break it down, it starts with the letter D. What's it called, everybody? When you break something down. There's destruction, demolish, deconstruction. There's one more. You know what it is? Because you're going to find out the D in all these words. Oh man, all the D and the Dia and the Diana is from the word Tua, which is 5-5. But we're going to get to the one D that actually has the word 10 in it openly. You know what that D is? When you totally break something down, where it's annihilated, where it's totally gone. You know what it is. You've used it before, when it's totally annihilated. What is that word, everybody? Welcome to the podcast, because that word is decimated. It's decimated. It's completely annihilated, broken down. They're decimated. Totally something broken down, and that's from deci, which is 10. When you break something down, not just destroy, but decimated. That means you broke it down to its very last compound, to its very last minute compound, the smallest ratio, aka the Mandelbrot set, aka the Fibonacci sequence, aka as above so below, aka the macrocosm, the microcosm, the very smallest aspect of something echoes out to create the larger aspect, or 1 to 10. 10 by 10, 100. Breaking it down, decimate, deci, from decade, which is 2. Or breaking it down below a number, which is what? A decimal. Huh? What happened? Below it gets to the number, as you break it down all the way down to the number 1. Now you want to break the number 1. Now it's 0.0 this, 0.05, because now you have to add decimals from deci, which is 10. So when you expand it to the highest, it's 10. And when you break something down to the lowest, it's decimated down to decimals, which is deci, which is 10. I'm gonna become a golf player. I think that's. I'm gonna join Tiger Woods. Decimated. Deci, which is 10. What if I told you? Every answer is like a gut-wrenching matrix. These aren't even just answers. What if I told you that they have you doing the decimation ritual in church today, and they actually call it decimation? Have you ever heard of it? There's a ritual that's done by every single church, and it's called decimation. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? It's called decimation. Decimation, when you look it up, it means to kill something or to break it down to its very last compound. It's decimated, like these people are being completely decimated. There's no more Native Americans in this area. They got decimated. They're broken down to nothing. You can't even see what's left of them. You know that there's a ritual in your mom's church right now called decimation? Huh? Did you know that? There's a ritual called decimation, which is synonymous with killing something, and it's hidden under a secret code number. It's hidden under a secret code number. Decimation, here it is, decimation, the paying of tithes. A tax of 10%. Decimation, the same word for breaking something down to its death and its elimination, is the same word for tithing, which comes from decum, tithing, which is 1/10. And that's why that is the exact number of what you have to give to show your reciprocity to church, is 10. Yo. When did I answer the question? I think I answered about an hour ago. Here we go. Here we go. Boom. Now hidden under the word tithes, which means 10. Oh, back to the 100 and back to the blocks. The immortals encoded King's Chamber. Remember this? The 100 and the double, the two lines leading from the King's Chamber from right and left, are exactly 100 meters, matching to the centimeter on each side of the pyramid, and the King's Chamber is exactly 100 blocks. Now you understand. Let me show you how deep this gets. Here are the 100 blocks. Here they are, everybody. Let me show you them. Do you see them? Here's the 100 blocks. Here it is, everybody. Do you see what the ceiling, the north wall, the west wall, the west wall, the north wall, the east wall, the south wall, the floor? What's the floor? Your foundation. How many blocks are in the floor? 18. The number of man. But hey, look how the blocks are broken down. West wall is 1 block. North wall is 2 blocks. This wall 3. This set 5. 1, 2, 3. This set 5. This one 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What's that? Why are they broken down like that? Why are they separated like that? 1, 1. That's 2. 2, 3, 5, 8. That's how the blocks are separated and divided up. 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. The blocks are in Fibonacci code. That when expanded to the 10th expansion is 55, and the blocks of the King's Chamber are broken down 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. Oh, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. And the floor is 18. Let me show you that again through the eyes of Ma'at. Did you see it, everybody? 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. 1 block, 1, 2, 1, 2. South wall, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Fibonacci encoded in the 100 of the King's Chamber. West wall, 1 block. East wall, 1 block. North wall, 2 blocks. South wall, 3 blocks. Under the east wall, 5 blocks. Under the south wall, 8 blocks. What numbers are these, man? Is it 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 34 on to the 10th, which is 55? Boom, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod Class. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class, which forms this. What is this? The spiral, which is 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8 Fibonacci sequence, which we see in what part of the body? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is that how the fingers of the hand expand? 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. In the ligaments. Hey. Oh, man. Give me a Komodo dragon and I will debate you. I just need the Komodo dragon, that's all. I'll debate. Is that how the hand of the 5-5 expands? 2, 3, 5, 8 ligaments. The Ka? Huh? Is that the Fibonacci sequence? Expanding like that? The hand, the 2 hands? Is that what that is there? Is that the 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8 of the King's Chamber, forming the spiral right there? Boom! Oh, did I mention that the ancient people 3,000 years before the Matrix counted by tens? And hundreds echoing? Guess what the symbol for 100 was? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They only counted by the 10. which is the one, which is the one expanded, which is you expanding. It's only 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. When it gets to 10, it's the dome that's over the bioenergetic template in the pure energetic etheric double, which is the shelter over the boat. That is the 10. And the next one is the swirl. The next one is 1,000, which is by 10. The next one is 10,000. The next one is 100,000. The next one is 1 million. And when you get to the highest number in Kemet, the fullest expansion, 1 million. When you get to the highest number in Kemet, it's the Ka sign. When you get to the highest number, and the 100 is the swirl of growth expansion. The same amount of blocks that are creating the King's Chamber that is expanding in blocks sequence by 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8 Fibonacci, forming the Fibonacci swirl, which is 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, echoing to the 10th expansion, which is 5, 5, which is 10 again. And the number 100 is the swirl of expansion. And then the highest number is the man holding his hands up in the Ka. 2 Kas. The eternal spiral is the 100 in Medu Neter. Hey, hey. Everybody, what is the longest period of time? Let me go in the room. This is KHEPERA. He must be knocked out. It's that chin punch. It's that chin punch. When there's all this to learn, how could you be talking about anything else? And none of this was my choice. This is a question sent into the Tehuti pod class. This is just my gift. This is not, I didn't choose to teach this. With all of this to know, why are people talking about who's in jail and who's with whose girl and who's the who and who's angry at who and who's wrong and who's wrong and who's a who? What? With all this, that other stuff must be a distraction when there's all this to learn. What is the highest period of time, everybody? What is the longest period of time? The longest. What is the longest? It doesn't have a number in it. If something goes on forever and ever and ever, what's that called? It's not anything with milli. It's not anything with deca, because those are numbers. Millennium, milli, and decade, right? Those all deal with 10, but it's beyond those two. What if something goes on forever? What is it called? I mean, now it's a cologne, but... Eternity, that's right. Eternity, infinity. These don't have a time period. That's right, Angela Gates. That's right. Eternity, infinity. Eons is 1, 2. Rigo says these are haymakers. Eternity, infinity. That is what goes on forever, right, everybody? Are you ready to get knocked out? This has been Tehuti overdrive time from the very beginning. Are you ready, everybody? Eternity. My dad's favorite cologne, my second favorite. Eternity, right? Eternity is the highest time period because there's no time. Infinity. What is the longest period of time? Infinity. Eternity, right? Eternity. And what is eternity associated with in Kemet? Uh-oh. Serpent. Eternity. Techet. Mech. 10. 10. With the dome and the snake. And eternity. Techet. And 10. Make note of this, everybody. 10. Eternity, because that is the goal to live for eternity. Oh! What have we been doing with the 10 to make it 100? What do they call it when you magnify or multiply a number? What is it called, everybody? Let me put the link in the room to get ready for the team to jump in. I'm about to end. What is it called, everybody? Huh? How do you make 100 out of 10? How do you get to 100? What have we been talking about? It's another word for multiply. Huh? What is it called? How do you make 100 out of 10? What do you do with the number 10? What do you do with the number 10? Uh-oh. Are you ready to get punched in the jaw? Are you ready, everybody? Are you ready? Oh my goodness. Are you ready? What has this whole class been about? What has the whole thing been about? Eternity. What is the longest period of time? Eternity. Infinity. The completion of the body, which is 10 and 100. We've been talking about timesing. Hotep, I'm done. Matrix broken. Support the Tehuti class and go ask your math teacher. Oh my gosh. Hope this doesn't pop up. No, stop that. I'm done. Go ask your math teacher why the expansion of something is the same word for the calculation of duration. 10 times 10, the x, 10 times 10. What time is it? Man, we're living the last days and times. Jump in the room, class. Jump in the room, HEKA, KHEPERA. That's 1 hour and 15 minutes. Man, we're in the last days and times. We're in the end times. So the same word for multiplying the 10, the same word for multiplication is the same word for an error, which is time, eternity. What's up, man? Cora, how you doing, my brother? About to fire me as your teacher, man? It's a good time to fire me. It's a good time to get rid of me, man.
That's impossible.
How you doing, brother?
Impossible.
Hey, KHEPERA, it's a good time. I can refund you all your money you've sent, KHEKA.
No. I need to give you some more.
I could go take this energy and put it into golf. I'll go beat Tiger Woods.
Oh my goodness. Oh gee. You blew that you knocked that out the galaxy. Right. Oh my goodness. I wasn't expecting any of that. That's above and beyond what I was expecting. Oh my goodness. Woo. Who are the you, SABA? Oh my goodness.
Word for how you calculate the duration of your lifespan is the same word for multiplication.
Wow.
Times. Let me see what the class thought. Nicholas Noetic is putting up bombs. I know Nook Panook is dancing back. Annie Patak. Look when Annie Patak comes in. Annie Patak, this is when you come in, brother. You came in for this bomb. You came in for this? You came in at this time? These are the last days and times, brother.
The last days and times. This is it.
Huh? Remember good times? Good times.
Oh my goodness.
Eric G's putting up bombs. Angela's putting up the flex sign. Eternity. Eternity. Now it means nothing to you. You know what it means to you now?
Mm-hmm.
You know what eternity means to you now? It means what you can put on to go pick up the dime piece.
Mm.
The cologne you put on to pick up a girl now. Hey. All right. What's up, Primordial Thought?
Hey, SABA, man, that was amazing. I don't hopefully I'm not speaking wrong by say this, but I don't even with that type of knowledge, SABA, because that was beyond overdrive. That was overkill. You decimated that, right? But I think I hope your children knows how blessed they are to be able to be born in this world, and you're teaching them the type of knowledge that they will never get in school.
I wish they knew too. There's one that does, and that's it. I wish they did too. Unfortunately, they don't. But I wish they did too. But my children are those that I teach, because they're chosen children. They're chosen. Your children are those who you had sex with somebody because you were horny and you ejaculated, and they happened to be your children because you didn't want to have an abortion. And then hopefully they come towards you, hopefully, but it's not guaranteed. That's why nature itself doesn't guarantee what we consider family member. What we consider family, that's not a natural thing. That's not nature. Nature has nothing to do with that concept. That's a concept that we created. That means that if you take two people, I want you to get this wisdom. If you take two people and put them on an island, a man and a woman, and they don't know each other, they will naturally find each other and naturally have sex and reproduce without any control. That is what nature will tell them to do. Nature will have them, and who taught anybody how to have sex? Nobody. Who taught a cat how to have sex? That's what nature designs naturally. It brings two people together who are unrelated. And as a matter of fact, in this society, if you're related, they tell you not to do that. So it's unrelated people come together, and that's how the world is produced, by them having children, and they naturally do that. Let's do that with family members. Nature doesn't care about that. Let's take HEKA/KHEPERA's third cousin. Let's take HEKA/KHEPERA's mother. Let's take Primordial Thought's brother, and separate you all from birth. That means I take your mother, and I never tell you she's your mother, and I separate you, and I separate Anipata from his physical brother and physical daughter, and I separate them, and I bring them, and I put them all on an island 30 years later. Does nature say to them, yo, you're my mom, you're my mother, you're my brother, aren't you? You're my brother, you're my sister, you're my third cousin. Nature does nothing of the sort. You know what nature tells you to do? You're the sex I need to have sex with. That's what nature tells you to do. So we're in a system right now where we live, it destroyed the original family principle. The family principle is something that we created in our minds. It's not something that nature does. Nature will never tell you who your mother is by some psychic ability. Nature will tell you who a woman is, and you have sex with her. It'll tell the woman who the man is, and you'll have sex without any training, without any teacher, without anything. But it will never tell HEKA/KHEPERA that guy on the bus, that homeless guy on the bus right there, that's his third cousin. That's his mom's brother. That's his uncle that his mom never told him about. His natural instinct will never tell him, hey, you're my uncle, aren't you? No. You have to be told who your uncle is. You have to be told who your mother is. You have to be told who your sister is. You have to be told who your brother is. If you're separated, you'll never know. So in the society, my family is those who choose to follow this. None of my family is my family. None of my family is in this. They've learned, and they came and they left, and they came back and some left, and I care not. I care nada. Why? Because they were never my family by choice in the first place. They're my family because people got horny and had sex. That's why they're your family. Afterwards, then they choose, you know what, you're my brother, I love you. You know what, you're my second cousin, I love you. Those are mental choices. So the mental choice is more important than the physical choice, because the physical choice is 99% accident, busting a nut. The mental choice has HEKA/KHEPERA here, and I bet he's with me here on Friday longer than he's with his brother. I bet. Anipata, do you have any brothers or sisters? At all in the world?
I have 10 brothers and sisters.
Who do you talk to more, your 10 brothers and sisters or me? Who you vibe with more? Does nature tell you vibe with them because they are your brother? Or do you talk to Tehuti more because you choose something? When you choose something, you're more loyal to it than if you're forced to do something because you're told they're family. Go help your cousin. How come? Because he's family, but he's not done anything for me in my life. But he's family. Come on, we're blood. You choose to. That's how life should be. In Kemet and in the pure state of Ma'at, the bloodline family knew because of Ma'at to stay together. That's how the pharaohs were chosen, because of a bloodline family, only because they were under all the same mental. Only because they were all under Ma'at. That's why they stayed together. They never had any such thing as black power. They never had any such thing as, you're my brother, you're my black brother, you're my cousin, you're my fifth. Ramses didn't care nothing about that. If you don't follow Ma'at, you're on the side of the Assyrians. It doesn't matter if you're blood, whatever. So my family is all of you. That's where I get my happiness from. My physical family doesn't listen to a word I have to say. And I cut them. And I have no remorse and don't talk to them at all unless they're in this. Because if I talk to them and I get swayed, you won't have Tehuti anymore. You'll have whoever they turn me to be. So I tell my family, you want to be with me? This is what I am. Because my family are the Natiru that existed before my mother and brother were born. That's my family, and I'm a representative of them. And my real family are a bunch of sellouts. All right, so that would break that down right there.
Hey, that remind me of a quote from Uncshus Unk when he says, if your brother is not ashamed to steal from you, don't be ashamed to bound him.
That is absolutely right, because the word brother in Kemet was Sena. Sena. It was a word for a connection. It's where you get the word synergy from. Oh man, I'm answering questions. You're on. Okay, brothers. Let me. Hey, you got on to me. Primordial thought. Watch this, man. He said after I ask a question, he's gonna send a cash out. He has me here breaking down all this. Hey, you're good, Primordial thought. You're good, man. I'm gonna put you on the debate team or something. You're good. You got me here doing a whole nother class. But anyways. All right, brothers. I'm gonna take a break right now. I'm gonna take a break in a moment. Annie Patah is gonna, you brothers speak. That's why I call you all my brothers. I remember Ahati said to me, and different people say to me, look at our sisters on the street, look at our brothers. And I'm like, those are not my brothers. My brothers are Ani, Primordial Thought, Atef, HEKA, KHEPERA, Menkara. Those are my brothers. Not Tyrone Biggums. I'm sorry. Tyrone Biggums and Brahman from the 5th floor, those aren't my brothers. Because I can't trust them with my life. They don't have the same agenda. My brothers and sisters are those with the same agenda. The reason why Ramesses and those families could consider their physical brothers because everybody was under the same agenda of Ma'at. So it was a bonus that your bloodline. You're not my agenda. You're not my brother, my son, my mom. None of that stuff exists. That is why I'm so advanced, is because I cut everybody off and I live with animals. And you can't tell a snake nothing about its cousin. try to talk to a lion about its 5th brother. That lion, if that brother's not in the tribe, then in the lion's den right there is getting the baby lion is getting killed. Anyways, I'm gonna let you brothers build for a bit. I'm gonna take a break and I shall be back. Hotep Ma'at, everybody support the Tehuti pod class. It is Cash App TT Amun. PayPal at Rocky SV. This is what we're doing here. I'm going to take a break, come back. When I come back, we're going to do more donations, and then I'm going to get into the Neverending story. What's that going to be? Then we're going to get into the Neverending story. But Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I'm going to check. I was teaching for an hour and 50 minutes. That means right now, if it's 10:45, then I started about, wow, that's almost 2 hours. Not 9:45, a little after 8:45. So between 8:45 and this time, I should see some cash apps of support for what I just been breaking down. I'll be back, everybody. Hotep Ma'at, love you all. Peace. You all are my brothers.
Hotep Ma'at, great brothers. Peace and love to you. Peace, HEKA, KHEPERA. I see Son of KHEPERA creeping in the background back there. Peace to you, good brother. Yeah, 2 out for that question. Hotep, good brother, peace. Yeah, 2 out for that question, HEKA, KHEPERA. Yeah, this is, you definitely are one to put SABA in that overdrive mode, where you have to keep up, you know. So 2 out for that. Hotep to all the great supporters who continuously support this information, because this, like he always says, you won't get this nowhere else. So those who are supporting truly understand what's happening. There was, I'm sure you all, SABA Tehuti puts this out every single class. He says, if you can find, put the link in the chat. If you can find anyone who's teaching or breaking down what SABA breaks down, right? You know, not the everyday common stuff that you know, surface level everyone knows. When he goes into these teachings to show forth and prove why something is the way that it is, and I'm sure you all catch that as well, is when he says something, you know, usually it's followed up with, why is that? And that's where none of the other teachers ever bring any information. It just stops at, this is what this is, but there is no actually no explanation or breakdown as to why that is the way that it is, right? And that's part of the psyops that has completely made us lose our ability to ask questions, and fearful to ask questions, which goes back into the whole Bible matrix, afraid to ask a question. So in one of Great SABA Tehuti's pod classes, the one where he's breaking down the Medinet Habu, the Medinet Habu. So there was someone who seemed to accept the challenge, right? To put a link to put a link in the comment section, or to email a link to someone who is breaking down the type of information that SABA Tehuti is breaking down. Okay, so I'm gonna share this comment that was posted on the Medinet Habu video. Okay, so here is the comment here from First Netzer. Dr. Ray Hagins has broken this down, so I instantly knew this. Okay, so soon as he says Dr. Reagans has broken this down, right? So all of a sudden, instantly, he knew this information on the Medinet Habu. All of what SABA Tehuti, that whole hour plus of information, he instantly knew it because of this Dr. Ray Hagins has broken down this information. I said, okay, good. This means that if you bring the timestamp and proof to the next pod class, you will receive a Cash App of $500, as Tehuti has made this an open challenge. Look forward to seeing what was broken down in this class being broken down by Dr. Ray Hagins, Hotep. And his follow-up was, oh, I'm only talking about the killing parts. The killing enemies part of the presentation, not the all Tehuti's teachings. So already there's a instant contradiction in what's being said. Because initially what was said was, Dr. Reagan's has broke this down, so I instantly knew this. And whatever this is, because there's no actual detail as to what he's speaking of when he says this initially, it can be seen as the entire teaching, right? So then it was cleared up. A little bit more detail was sent in to where he just left it with the killing enemies part. Okay. Just left that where it was, because you know that's the common knowledge stuff. That's the, hey, someone's grabbing it. That's the Libyans right there. Everyone knows that, but the why part, right? The why is the man standing there in the position that he is, echoing out of himself. What is that about? Why is that? Right? Everyone knows, hey, you know, that's because everyone calls it the war. That's the war temple, right? The killing enemies. We're killing the enemies. That's the war temple. That's the Libyans right there. This brother here, well, says, hey, I take the challenge. Dr. Ray Hagins broke this down. So he sent an email, right? He sent an email to claim his $500 cash prize, right? He sent the email to claim that, okay? Okay, so let me share some of it. I'm not going to share the entire email because he went somewhere else and went down a tangent, but I'll share the important parts. Okay, so it says, Ray Hagins has broken down the walls with us killing our captives. 7 years or so ago, it's 3/4 toward the end of his video, Stolen Story. And yes, I'm the same guy who spoke to Scribe Ani. I can't really be asked to find the timestamp. So this right here, we have to slow down right here. We have to slow down right here. So he says, I can't really be asked. Well, that's literally what the challenge is. So is to ask for the timestamp, and you hear it multiple times in the pod class from our SABA and from the brothers on the panel, to put the timestamp. So for this who goes by First Netter on YouTube, he says, I can't really be asked to find the timestamp. And that is literally all we're asking. It's the only question that's being brought forth. But as a fellow netter, I'm sure you will take my word for it. Well, another psyops that the great SABA Tehuti has broken down, and what he has brought forth, is to show and prove, right? Ancestral artifacts over religious opinion, to show forth and prove. So no, good brother, we're not going to take your word for it, because Ma'at teaches us to examine, right? And to be accurate. So the challenge is to send a timestamp. So if you don't have the timestamp, then you cannot claim a win to a challenge when the challenge is to bring something that you are saying that cannot be asked for, right? So we have to make sure that we stay direct and we stay focused as to what the actual challenge is, right? Not to bring up someone who may have said one thing about something that is common information. Like, hey, yo, you know, the Ankh means life. Here's someone at this timestamp saying Ankh means life. No, that's not what we're speaking about, right? We're speaking about the why. Why is this the way that it is, right? So if there is proof, of Dr. Ray Hagen's teaching about the Medunet Habu and where that word came from, and the actual real name of the temple, the Kemet Nehe, united with eternity, and the breakdown as to why, and how it's a physical representation of turning your enemies into pyramids, right? To taking the Isfet and bringing it back into Ma'at, creating the symmetry. You know, these are the teachings that that our great Saba brought forth, that no one has been brought forth. And if this Dr. Ray Hagens has brought this forth, that's excellent. That's great. Saba Tehuti has been looking for someone who can bring forth this type of information. So yes, good brother, we will definitely need the link to the video, and we will need the timestamp to when he broke down the things that Saba Tehuti broke down, aside from the thing that everyone knows, and why they call it a war temple, and this being the Libyan captives, right? So after you know, saying, I'm sure you will take my word for it, no, we don't do that. We don't take words for, we don't take your words. You know, you have to show and prove, right? And then so after he says, so basically, I need you to leave your reservations behind and look at this for me. There's some kind of psyop based on the numbers, and I would like you to find out what it is. I just want to see if you come to the same conclusion as I did. And this was after he went down a whole paragraph of some things that he feels about certain things. And then he says, if you want to add your 2 books, it's all good. Thank you for your time. Keep up the great works. P.S. Regardless, keep the 5 bills. I have more need of the knowledge, and in truth, even if you minus the 500, I still feel that I owe you money, and I will support as soon as I can. But in good faith, I would like you to answer the questions I put forth. Bless up. Right? So these are, this is someone who wants to stake claim to a prize of a challenge without fulfilling the challenge and creating the rules himself by saying you can't do this, when that's all that we've asked from the beginning is for the link and timestamp. So you can't stake claim, good brother, to a prize of something without following the rules of what the challenge are, the rules of engagement. And you say if you want to add your 2 books, it's all good. While we know, if you want to purchase those books, you can go to teachingsofmaat.org/shop, and you can hit buy now, and you will receive those 2 books instantly by going to teachingsofmaat.org and purchasing those books if you would like that information. Right? So so yes, good brother, you cannot take claim of something just by creating your own rules yourself, not fulfilling the challenge, and using that claim to now ask questions for Saba to answer, when there's great brothers like HEKA KHEPERA who is supporting to receive these type of breakdowns that you just saw prior to this. So no, we cannot just take your word for it and give you the benefit of receiving these answers that you will not receive anywhere else by taking your word on something from a video that happened 7 years ago with no direct link to show forth and prove what the challenge is. So I just wanted to bring this forward and make sure that this is clear to everyone, that if you are to accept the challenge that Saba Tehuti has brought forth, that you must be in Ma'at. You must be accurate with what you're saying has been taught before, and you must have a link and a timestamp, because with what we're doing and what we're building And SABA Tehuti definitely does not have time to be entertaining he say, she say, right? As you see, there's great supporters throughout the entire Tehuti podcast who are supporting to receive this information, because everyone here knows that you cannot go anywhere on the planet, on YouTube, on the internet, and ask these type of questions to receive the information that's being brought forth. Once again, good brother, if you have the link and the timestamp showing the information being broken down of the Kemet Nehe, or the Hoot Net Hehe Imren Pet, and the bringing the Ma'at back into, bringing the Isfet back into Ma'at and turning the enemies to pyramids, and the just the beautiful hour plus information, then that's what we're looking for. So peace and love. Just wanted to clear this up and make sure everyone are clear on the rules of engagement when it comes to the Tehuti challenge, and that we don't take anyone's word for anything, as we don't expect you to take our word for what we say. And SABA Tehuti shows forth and proves all of what he says. So with that being said, just wanted to bring my eye back to that and clear that up, and say Tua and Hinu to all the great supporters who understand where you're at and what you're a part of. Yes, we'll be waiting on the actual complete information to what's being brought forth for the challenge, and looking forward to finding someone who does what SABA Tehuti does. So welcome back, great SABA Tehuti.
Hey.
Break was well. Hotel.
Hey. Thank you. I don't know what I caught a little bit of that, but thank you, Scribe. I'm letting everybody know that anything that deals with that pertaining to that topic there, it goes all to Scribe. I'm not having any conversation about it. It goes to Scribe, and I have too much to teach. And for those who think that anything that I'm doing here is parallel to anybody, so be it. No problem. Just send them the same question. That's all. So thank you, Scribe, for dealing with that. I heard little bits of it. I guess that was the brother who was in the room there, that was talking about the anonymous in the beginning. I think so. I don't really follow much of that. I see things get forwarded to Scribe, and Scribe definitely breaks it down. Thank you, good brother Scribe. Appreciate that. And so yeah, I just we have $500 to give out, and for if there's some type of teaching like this, and the real proof of it is just to send them the question. Have they ever answered that question? Have they ever answered any question like that before? But if the mind hears one thing, he said Unk. I heard Unk from Juju down the street. They're both taught the same. Juju and Tyrone told me there was a pharaoh. I heard Tehuti say the word pharaoh. Okay. So, what we're going to do now is we're going to get into the donations. Appreciate that, good brother Scribe. We're going to do a couple more donations, and I'm going to get into this next answer here. Okay, here we go. Netter. Oh my goodness. Hey, some more donations did come in. A couple more did come in. Appreciate the supporters. We saw that great breakdown. Thank you, KHEPERA, for truly understanding and loving what it is that I'm doing here. And I know you're gonna have to watch that answer a couple times. That's those couple university courses. That's I didn't even know I gave an. I didn't even know it was that. I didn't even know it was like that. I look forward to seeing the answers too. I don't want to tell everybody that I don't know. I look forward to seeing the answers when I give them. I'm like, oh wow, it's this long. There's that much. I don't. Like this never-ending story. I'm really looking forward to that. I never seen the movie, so I'm looking forward to. How did I answer that? I think I watched it. I think I watched 2-minute clip or 1-minute clip of it. So I'm looking forward to see how did I answer it. So shout out to you all for sending me these things that are just kind of possessing me to just do this type of thing. Shout out to who Netzer Unkotep L. Let me go ahead and put them in the screen here. He did 7 times 10. What did he do here? What is this? He's taking some. I like when people do these things. So he's taking 7. Shout out to him. I guess he heard the breakdown of the 7 and the 10. So he did 7 times 10. He gave $7. Thank you, good brother, Netzer Unkotep L. Actually asked a lot of great questions that have led to a lot of great Tehuti podcast breakdowns. He has one coming up too about the origin of the wheel and Kanum, the potter's wheel, and he asked a lot of good questions. Shout out to you, good brother. Hold on, let me see some here. Okay. Shout out to you, good brother, good brother, good brother. Appreciate you, respect. And then we got the big donators here, Miss Bella, of course. Let me see here, Bella, what is this? Give her some big noise. I want to hear the big sirens and everything. Is that on the screen yet?
Yes.
$54.72, and it says to us so much for everything. To it to you, Bella, for all things you do in the background. Give us some big noise, everybody. Give us some big noise. KHEPERA. Okay. Oh my. Oh my. $54.72. Not even a question, just support. This is like Bella, Biget Leisure, Rigo. A lot of people, HEKA, KHEPERA, Black a la carte. A lot of people just hit up big donations. Sherry Ka, I know I'm missing somebody, but to all you big donators and supporters that just support. And most of you don't ask a question, just give support for the questions and what it is that I'm doing. Speaking of which, here's another one. Ma'at Amun Ma'at Ra, who hits up with the 3372. Give him some big noise. Uncle Jeff. Unk Seneb Majed. Imjed. Okay. Unk Seneb Imjed. $33.72. Shout out to you, Amun Ma'at Ra. He's a consistent supporter of the Tehuti podcast that wants this to stay around. Speaking of consistent supporters, we can't mention consistent supporters without Mr. Consistent himself, who will actually send a donation for a podcast if you missed it with a date on it. That is Owen Hythe, also known as Ascari21 in the room, Sun 21. And it says, the Matrix can't hide from Tehuti, the Destroyer. Nice. Give him some noise, please. I like that. Matrix can't hide from Tehuti, the Destroyer. Wow. I like that a lot. I like that. That's exactly what happened in the Matrix movie. In the Matrix movie, when it began, everybody was hiding from the agents, and in the end, the agents were hiding from Neo. He was flying around saying, I'm going to find you. The Matrix was hiding from Neo in the end. Thank you. Thank you for that. I like that very much. That's right. The Matrix can't hide from me. I'm chasing the Matrix now. I'm chasing the Matrix now. Speaking of number one, speaking of an awesome supporter, Nicholas, there's no class now without the brother Nicholas not giving multiple. He always donates more than once every pod class, And here it is, starting right here. Nicholas Savenden, all the way from Norway. He's $16 for your Earth Day class on orgasm being nutrients and the Ka. And for today's class, which was 7/10/23. What does that mean? 7? Oh, 10/7. Yeah. Okay. And he's a day ahead, right? Is that what it is? He's. Oh, I can't hear you. Atef, are you talking?
Yeah, I say this for today. 10/7/23.
Okay, work on your audio. I can hear you a little bit. Can you guys hear Atef?
No, his mic is low.
Okay. Can y'all hear me now? Is that better?
Yeah, much better, brother.
Okay.
Yes.
He's a day. He's the next day. That's why he reversed it too. So it's 10/7/23. So he donated for this class here today. He says, Tua, for all your clearing of nonsense, sidetracks, and stolen teachings that's being spread. Hanu. Thank you, Nicholas. He is the new he's the newest consistent supporter. Nicholas Venden. Okay, the next one up here is oh, okay. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me take this off. Nicholas Savenden. Let me take the screen off. So, this is the anonymous. I'm just gonna save it. I'm not sure exactly what to do with this. So, shout out to anonymous. I don't even know how to make this, what to even announce about it. So I'm just going to say shout out to, I received an anonymous donation and thank you. Let me go ahead and just, I guess just save it. Okay. It shouldn't come on the screen. Shout out. Okay. And the next one here is Nefer Kepret. Who's that? Nefer Kepret. Oh, hey. Nefer Kepret, shout out to you. Are you in the class? Shout out to Nefer Kepret, who gave support and gratitude. Let me put on the screen, everybody. Let me go ahead and put it on the screen. Scribe, Anatef. Our brothers, tell me when you see it on the screen. Nefer Kepret. She's definitely the transforming one. And I'm trying to put on the screen. Let me know when it says support and gratitude. Give her some noise. Nefer Kepret. Okay, beautiful. So it says support and gratitude. Okay. Go through a couple more, then we're going to get into the never-ending story. 20. This sister here, hold on. Sarah is so grateful. I don't know if she's in the room right now. I can't see the chat. Is that on the screen right there, brothers?
Yes.
$20.44. It says, forever, always. Shout out to Sarah Jean. She constantly communicates to me of my change in her and her daughter's life, and shout out to her. And hey, I haven't seen this in a long time, so shout out to her. Thank you, young lady. What's on the screen right now, fellas?
Sarah.
Shout out to you, Sarah. You are wonderful and a great supporter. And I haven't seen this in a long time. A $5 donation from Big Vapes. This used to be the regular, but this is a tip. So give him some noise. A tip for the King's Chamber Part 2. Thank you. Give him some hand claps. Thank you. I give hand claps. Thank you. And we have the beautiful, soon to be formerly known as Shannon, who gave 1010. There it is. That must be for the breakdown. Of course it is. 1010. Henu Satut Ba to a SABA. Look at where Shannon has come from, gentlemen. Look at from the Killer Priest podcast to speaking Meternet. Henu Satut Ba to a SABA. Every word in the sentence was Meternetter. This is an extra tip for the chamber thing class. So give her some hand claps. Give her some hand claps, please. Let's do this like Brutus. Tip chamber. Thank you, Shannon, if you're in the room. I can't see the room right now, but shout out to you. Peace and love. And we have Robert Williams. This is for HEKA KHEPERA did it again. HEKA KHEPERA, you got fans out here. It says, give this man some noise right here. It says, HEKA KHEPERA did it again. Great question. And this is an extra tip. Give him some noise, please. Give him some noise. Oh my goodness. HEKA KHEPERA, you did it again. HEKA KHEPERA was like, I just asked a question. I wanted to know too.
All inspired by you, SABA. All inspired by you, SABA.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. I'm glad you found me. Glad you found this, man, because this brother here has really been on. He's changed parts of his life physically to get the truth. I have a lot of respect for that. He made moves, physical moves, did things to change his life, all seeking for the truth, to end up right here because that truth he was seeking for wasn't even this yet. It wasn't this. It was something else that now when he looks back on that, it's like, what? So I'm glad you're here, my good brother. And he gave an extra tip for HEKA KHEPERA, the one that sent the original money, the one that sent the second donation. He himself gave an extra tip for the 219 K20. Is that the Anaconda? K2019 Part 2. Give him some noise, please. Okay, I'm gonna do a couple more, and then a couple more, and then we're gonna get into this next one, everybody. Oh my goodness, we got brothers. Oh yeah, this is the Nook Panook code. I may need a Tef to translate. Nook Panook. He gave $9.99 for Kes, SABA, Netter, Tehuti. To add on to the HEKA. Okay. To add on to the HEKA ritual Ma'at. I get it. Thank you, my good brother. Nook Panook. I get it. I understand. I get it. I like the codes. I like the codes mixed with the Medinetta. Thank you so much, my good brother. Nook Panook. He's a loyal. He dedicates so much, and he donates so much. Hey, look at this. I haven't seen this brother donate in a long time. He's coming back. Oh, actually, the couple. Now that I blew it up, I see it's from Anu and Antu, $17.33. Tip Tua, 1010 class as always. Saba, give him some noise, please. Give him some noise. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. And I'll do two more, then I'm going to get into the question, and the two more will be a Tef. Every time I say his name, I think of a car revving up, a Tef Rem Kemat. Give him some noise, support, a Tef Rem Kemat. Give him some big noise, please. Shout out to the good brother, Atef, are you there? Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
can Atef hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Saba.
Okay, did you sort out, is your situation sorted out? The bank?
Halfway, but not fully, but somewhat.
Halfway, okay. Halfway is good.
Yeah.
Halfway is better than last week.
Definitely.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Appreciate $20.23. Thank you, my good brother. And I see all of your donations here. Well, there's only a couple left. Is oh man, Be Get Leisure with the Monster. I'll read that later. I see Rem Camp. No, that's from Manetta class. Angela Gates and Pata. I'll read you all next after this answer here. I think I'm gonna stop right there for now. It is now 11:22 my time. I am about to get into who asked the question about who would want to ask the question? Big Vapes, are you there, Big Vapes? Let me go ahead and put the question up. It is 11:22. This is going to be finally a podcast. We're going to end before 1 o'clock. Big Vapes, are you there? Big Vapes, are you there? 11:22. That's right. You see the numbers. And here we go, Big Vapes. Oh my goodness. This is where's the donation? The brother Big Vape sent me this, and I had laughed at first. Let me go ahead and put this up in the room here. So the last donation was given at 11:16. That was by Inipata. Before that was Angela Gates. Then Big Ed Leisure. So there's only 3 donations I have to read. So I'm going to go ahead and answer this question. While I'm answering this question, after I'm done, I want to see how much support is given after Inipata, because this one's going to be much different. It's a question about a movie that I always used to hear people talking about. Well, that's not right. Chrome. Here it is right here. I always hear people talking about this movie, and it was very, very popular. It was like one of the movies where people, like E.T., Star Wars, all those other children's movies, all other different kind of movies. And this movie was always mentioned. I always hear people talking about it. And I went to look it up one day. I always see like this dog flying through the air, and I paid it no mind. I didn't pay it any mind. And Big Vape sent in this question and said, "Never-ending story movie breakdown," and I laughed when I got this question in, and I was like, well, not every movie has some big breakdown. I laughed at it for a little bit, but then I said, I'm not allowed to laugh at it. I'm not allowed to do anything other than get the answer. And but I never seen this movie like They Live and like Matrix and all these other movies that I'm breaking down. I never seen this. So for $30, am I gonna go watch 1 hour and 20 minutes of a movie? And no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna ask about. I'm just gonna go do the speed light way and just go get the information and bring it back. I'm not gonna watch this movie. And what I'm also not going to do is the obvious. So the obvious is when people think of this movie, what are the things they think of? The same things that I mentioned. They think of the flying dog. What else comes to mind when you think of the Neverending Story, Annie? If you just, what are some popular things in the movie?
There's a part in the movie where there's 3 different gates, and the first gate got these 2 women sphinxes, and it deals with like memory. So that was a big part.
Okay, I'm not going to touch on that. All right, so anything that's an obvious big part, anything where somebody could look up something and say they're going to break down. Is the dog's name Buzz Lightyear? Is the dog named Buzz or Falcor? Which one? Who? I never seen the movie. Is the dog Buzz? Who's Buzz Lightyear? What is that? Is that another movie?
It's Toy Story. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I was about to go break down Buzz Lightyear. I never seen any of these movies. I was about to do a breakdown on Buzz Lightyear. I never seen the Neverending Story, so I don't know if Buzz Lightyear is Buzz Lightyear also a flying dog? I don't know what that is. See, I never seen these movies, so I was about to go give the whole breakdown, and I was like, I'm not gonna break down Buzz. Everybody knows about this. I'm gonna break down what nobody's ever touched before. All this time to this moment, everybody, I thought Buzz Lightyear was a Never-Ending Story. Thank you for telling me he was never in it. I was about to. I didn't put that in the breakdown anyways, but thank you for telling me. And that's how you know I never seen the movie. Because if I watched Never-Ending Story, I would have known that Buzz Lightyear's not in it.
We can see you. We can see you breaking down to infinity and beyond.
Man, that would have been another Lightyear. Infinity to Beyond. What's that? Is that another movie?
That's what Buzz Lightyear says.
I've never seen none of these movies, man. Okay, here it is. The wolf. Shannon says the wolf. There's a talking wolf. Where? Which movie has a talking wolf?
Never-Ending Story.
There's a talking wolf in there too?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I like the book principle in Neverending Story.
The book principle, okay. I never read the book either. I don't know. I never read the book. So hopefully you guys cross your fingers. I hope I don't end up breaking down the wrong movie. I break down Buzz Lightyear and E.T. right now. I don't know what's going on. I never seen the movie, so hopefully this is the right movie. I'm not may get a Lord of the Rings breakdown. I don't know, but I just reached into somewhere and did what I do to grab information, and hopefully I'll reach into the right place. And I'm not going to break down Thanos or something. But here we go, everybody. Let me go ahead and get
Saba. I think you could just talk about the Matrix. That seems to be kind of a never-ending story. I've never seen the movie, but the Matrix is definitely a never-ending story.
Man, when these movies when people are watching all these things, I think those were the years when I was just with animals. 1990, 1984. I don't know anybody. Here we go. I'm gonna try my best, everybody. Never-Ending Story. Never seen this movie. I'm putting up the 2 5s. I'm innocent. I never seen this movie. If I start bringing on the Lion King Part 2, leave me alone. I never seen that either. I don't. So hopefully we do good. We're about to break down the Never-Ending Story. As I was getting the information, I found out that that there's 2 parts, and I think I'm going to talk about part 2 because it matched the echoed system of the King's Chamber. So it led me to break down to part 2. I didn't know there was 2 parts. I don't know what's going on. I'm a Tef. I don't know what's going on right now. I'm gonna go break down a childhood movie. Well, here we go, everybody. Hopefully I don't break down Pinocchio, but this is it, everybody. Never-Ending Story, broken down by Tehuti. And it was how much money was given? $30. I hope you didn't waste your $30 on big vapes. I hope you didn't waste your. I don't know. I hope you didn't waste your $30, but I'm gonna do my best to break down the never-ending story. Brothers, jump back in the chat. I'm gonna go ahead and if I do a good job, everybody, please support with Cash App, TT Amun, PayPal at Rocky SV. I give my word on Ma'at. I have never seen the never-ending story in my life, and that's why up until 5 minutes ago, I thought Buzz Lightyear was in it. That means I definitely never seen this movie. So hopefully it's a good. I break down the right thing. If I do a good job, everybody, PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App, TT Amun. This is one of those questions that I had to leap into somewhere and grab something and run, and hopefully I grab the right thing. Brothers, you guys jump in the room. I hope this is right. Jump in the chat. Peace and love, everybody. Here we go. Cash App, TT Amun, PayPal at Rocky SV. We're gonna break down the Toy Story. Here we go. Or the never-ending. I don't know. I don't know what I'm about to break down. Who knows? Let me close some of these windows so it doesn't slow us down. We're gonna close that. Thank you, Big Vase, for the big support. Everybody get ready to give your Cash App, give your support if this breakdown is good. And let me go ahead and pull up let me go pull up something so it's not the Toy Story. Nana, you ever seen the Toy Story? You seen that? All this time I thought that was a never-ending story. Remember I kept talking about the dog flying? When I said when you pull up Neverending Story, you see a dog flying? It's the Toy Story. I may break down the wrong movie right now. Let's go. Here we go. I thought the toy. I didn't want to watch the movie, so I had to cheat and just jump into I had to jump somewhere. I had to go somewhere and just do something magical. I hope I don't break down the Toy Story. Here we go. All right, everybody, brace yourself. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. I hope so. I hope this is good. If I break this down well, everybody, support the Tehuti Pod class at Cash App, TT Amun, PayPal at Rocky SV. Let's have some fun. I guess because they both have the same word story in it. Toy Story, Neverending Story. I don't know what I'm about to break down. I'm about to break down the Gremlins. Here we go, everybody. All right, you can press 9 if you can hear me. All right, beautiful. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Shannon says snake style. I hope I do the snake style. Harass said I've never seen it, nor did was there a part 2, nor did I know there was a part 2. The sequel was very, very try hard. Here we go, everybody. You all can see me, you all can hear me, and two can see me, and new can hear me. Primordial thought. The setup is real. Put snakes here. Here we go, everybody. I promise. I know. Oh man. Here we go. Here we go. All right, this is it. No more time to waste. We're gonna break this down. We're gonna end this class today by 12:30. You all get ready to give your support. Let me go ahead and put the timer on. And reset. Here we go, everybody. Never-ending story. Buzz Lightyear, here we go. Let's go, man. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. The Infinity Stone. Here we go. Boom. Welcome, everyone, again to another exciting question only asked here at the Tehuti Pod class, where you can send in your questions with reciprocity and receive matrix breaking answers that will wake you up and help you tap into immortality. Simultaneously, a place where you can ask a question of any multitude of diversity that deals with the enlightening awakening and advancement in life and culture, government, psyops, the matrix, UFO, pyramids, health, diet, Medunetta, religion, turning money into magic, out-of-body experiences, hidden messages in movies, immortality. What is this next question here? We never know because things are so diverse here. at the Tehuti Pod class. And here it is, the never-ending story. There it is. There's the dog thing that I thought was Buzz Lightyear. Here we go, everybody. The never-ending story. The breakdown, the buildup of the elaboration, the hidden symbolisms in almost everyone or one of everyone's favorite childhood magical movie, The Innocent Never-Ending Story. Why would this question be sent in to the Tehuti Pod class? What is Tehuti going to do with this? How will Tehuti dissect the never-ending story? Let's find out. P.S. By the way, I, Tehuti, had never watched this movie and still haven't. Let's go. Well, my wonderful students, we're going to get right into it, right into the Tehuti Overdrive. There's no need to introduce this movie. This breakdown is for those who already know the theme of the movie and its magical essence. So first, we're going to explain how to spell magic. People are already saying, where is Tehuti going now? Why is the spelling of magic? Why does the spelling of magic hold any relevance? Well, let's look at the most powerful so-called evil magician in the occult world, Aleister Crowley. Here he is, Aleister Crowley. What do we have here? Magic. Magic or magic. The magic of Aleister Crowley. Rituals and Thelema. Lon Milo Duquetti. Why am I showing this? Let me get some agua, some water. So I'm going to start off with the spelling of magic. What does that have to do with anything, Tehuti? Do you notice the way that magic is spelt when it comes to occultists? There seems to be an extra letter there. It represents the hidden letter that you don't hear pertaining to wisdom, which is the word no. You will notice that you don't hear the letter K in this word. And it represents the unseen and the duality simultaneously. Here is the word no, and it is also GN, GNOW, but you don't hear the letter K. You just hear no. And it deals with consciousness, to distinguish the understanding, the perception of things. No. And you don't hear the K. And this is why you will notice that many Freemasonic secret society colonizer groups that came and invaded the indigenous people of the Americas and what people call Africa were named knights, and you don't hear the K. And you will also notice that these quote-unquote knights came with hidden double meaning agenda disguised under religion, all came with the hidden K. And there is the Knights of Templar in New World Order. There's the Knights of Templar right there, which are also the Jehovah's Witnesses. And then we have, and we know there are the conquistadors that came in, killed the Native Americans, and pushed Christianity. We have the Knights of Columbus. The Knights of Columbus, KFC, not the chicken. KFC is a global Catholic fraternal service order founded by Michael McGivney on March 29th, 1882. Membership is limited and practicing Catholic men. So it's all religion, the Catholics, the invaders, led by Patrick E. Kelly, the order's 14th Supreme Knight. The organization is named after the Italian explorer Christopher Columbus, who also came in and destroyed the Native Americans. We have the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, which are called the Knights of Malta. They were also the religious group that came in, killing and murdering. The Knights of Templar, Knights of Columbus, Knights of Malta. All of them came in under this terminology of knights. What is a knight? The horse-headed chess piece, so-called mid-15th century, Knights of Columbus, Society of Catholics, Knights of Labor, Trade Union in Philadelphia, Knights of Pythias, secret order, founded in Washington. There are all your knights. This was the hidden double agenda controlling unseen hand principle of 2 or the letter B, called the second veil, as seen in Duncan's Freemasonic ritual book, figure number 34. And there is the second veil with the man with his hand hidden. And the second veil here in figure number 34 in Duncan's ritual book of Masonry is called the master of the second veil. 3, there's your triad, most excellent masters you must have been, or thus you could not have come. But Father, you cannot go without my word, sign and word of exhortation. My words are Shem, Japheth, and Adoniram. My sign is this: thrusting his hand in his bosom, in the imitation of one given by God to Moses. He commanded him to thrust his hand in the bosom, taking it out, and it became leprous white as snow. My word of exhortation explanatory of this sign, and is found in the writings of Moses. So it's a master of the second veil, and it deals with the number 2 in a hidden hand, presence of the preceptor, called his companions and permitted to converse with him freely previous to the expiration of the term delivered his instructions to them from behind the screen. So he's giving orders from behind the screen and hiding his hand. This is in John Fellow's Inquiry to the Origin of the History Purport of Freemasonry. So conversing and commanding from behind a screen, called the number 2 or the second principal veil, the second veil where you hide your hand, your controlling hand, and it comes out white. And this is why you'll see a lot of the individuals of rulership doing the Duncan's ritual, hiding their hand inside their jacket. It's from number 34, Duncan's ritual of the second veil. The control with the duality are the number 2, that which is hidden ruling over you, so you can only see the second thing and not the first that is behind the veil, meaning you and the controlling you with the number 2 duality, which is 1-1. It creates the number 11, which is, there's a typo here, again, keeping you in the second wavelength. It has you kept in the second wavelength, which is the beta wavelength, which is B, beta, which is number 2, the wavelength of fear, anxiety, nervousness, through the control of word manipulation and frequency, which is why all 26 letters are called what? At the end of what letter? All 26 letters are called the alpha and the beta. The beta ends 26 letters because it's a manipulation of control of words and frequency on the beta. But it should really be called alpha zeta, because Z is the last letter of the alphabet, not B. But the control system is under the second principle, which is the letter B. It's called alpha beta. And there you see it right there, that the whole 26 letters end with the second letter, which is B, which is the number 2. Alpha beta, which is 1-1, which is 11 again. Boom, the second letter, and that begins, because B is the secret code for existence, to bring something into existence. B and it is, begins, beings, begins all 3 religions. So the letter B starts off all 3 religions because it's controlled under the second veil principle, hiding behind the veil or the screen, representing Moses putting his controlling hand and it coming out as a white hand, but that hand is hidden so you can't see what's controlling you. And thus all the 3 major religions that invaded You'll notice the Aztecs never invaded anybody to give their religion. Buddhists never invaded anybody to spread Buddhism. Taoists never invaded people to force Taoism. There's three triad, trinity, three major religions that are based on the second veil principle, like the Knights of Templar, Knights of Columbus, that go and invade people under a hidden hand. And these three religions all begin with the second principle, the number 2, which is the letter B, which is the Bible. That's the holy book. That's B, again, Bible. Boom, the second letter begins the Christian holy book. What about Islam in their book? Is the Quran? How does it begin? Well, it begins with Bi-ismi Allah el-Rahman el-Rahim. The B starts off the Quran with the letter B. So the book of the religious people that invade in the Eastern, so-called Middle Eastern area, that starts with a big letter B. You see how the letter B is bigger than all the other letters? You see the big B right there? And the Bible starts off with B. Both books start off with B. That is the second principle, or the second veil control. Boom, the second letter begins Islam as well. There's one more Western religion that goes and invades. Anybody ever heard of what happened in Palestine? One more religion that goes and invades people and takes over their area or forces their religion. Judaism in their book. But hey, Tehuti, their book is called the Torah. I wonder how that begins. Do you think it's the book Genesis? Do you think the book Genesis is the first book of the Torah? First book of the Torah is B, Rashith. That's how it begins, with the letter B. So the Bible is the first book of the Christians. The first book of the Quran starts off with Bi-ismi Allah el-Rahman el-Rahim. The letter B is larger than the rest, and it starts off second principle. And when you open the Jewish Torah, it starts off again with the letter B, which they themselves will tell you is the number 2. And that is called Barashith. Let me come to the room a quick second. You're like, holy smokes, is all this in the Neverending Story? Where's Buzz Lightyear? Oh my goodness. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We're in, let's go overdrive. Let's go overdrive. Let's just go overdrive. Let's go. So it's show time. Here we go, everybody. Everybody ready? Boom, 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 boom. Let me go ahead and show on my screen sharing. Am I screen sharing yet? Let me see. Okay, here we go. Boom. Barashit with the letter B. Boom. There are your 3 B's. Bible, Bismillah, and I put battleship. It's Barashit. The 3 number 2's hidden second principle that controls the world. How does this tie into the letter K? Why is the letter K silent, and how does it represent 2 and duality and the hidden? Wow, where's Tehuti going with all of this? What is about to happen right here? Well, here it is right here. Are you ready? Well, B is 2, or the second letter in the alphabet. Guess what number K is, everybody? What number is K in the alphabet? Let me give you all time to type. I'll be right back in 1 second. I'm going to come back. What letter in the alphabet is K? I'll be right back. Type it in the room. Okay, let's see what they got here. What is the letter K? What number is that? Let me look in the room and see, everybody. What is K? Boom. 11. 11. K is 11. 11. There we are, everybody. K is 11, which is 2. The hidden. You can't hear the K. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. Boom, you guys got it right. Boom, it is 11. Very, very good. Very, very good. Here we go. So what is K? Here it is. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. 11. There it is, everybody. K is 1, 1, which is boom. 1, 1, which is 2, which is the first dual in mathematics, which is just 1, 1. That's the first duality. Making K and B the same number with the same meaning. Duality that is also hidden. There's B, which is beta, which is 2, and there's K, which is 1, 1, which is 2, both hidden, and thus you don't hear it in the Knights of Templar and the Knights of Columbus and all those influential groups that attacked other people and brought the Bible, the Quran with Bismillah, and the Bereshith with the B, all with the hidden agenda, with the hidden hand. B equals 2, K equals 2. Now, this is the original book by Michael Ende, Neverending Story. And in this book, it describes a person named Bastian who rediscovers the book in the antique bookstore owned by Carls Conrad Coriander. Here it is, everybody. Here's the original book. And we go to Loopers, and we see Carls Conrad Coriander. Does anybody remember this? Let me come in the room. Does anybody remember this? Carls Conrad Coriander had the bookstore that started the whole movie, because this is where he found the book, the magical book, going into Carls Conrad Coriander's bookstore. Do you all remember this? I don't, because I never seen the movie. But it is there. Goes to Carls Conrad Coriander. All right. Very interesting name there, isn't it? There he is right there. Yes. But if you have the book, you will notice. Who here has read the book, everybody? If you read the book, you will notice, or you may not, something changed. The name of this character actually changed, but only one part of it. And this is where the matrix of the coding begins with the Neverending Story. Who knows the part of the name or the part in the 3 names that changed from the book to the movie? So in the book, he is Carls Conrad Coriander. Something changed in his name from the book to the movie. Says Tehuti's reading our minds. Anybody notice anything change? Who here has seen the movie? I haven't. Who here has read the book? I haven't. But what has changed from the book to the movie? The key character in the movie, the key place where the bookstore actually disappears as the movie goes on. As the movie goes on, when the father goes back to look for the bookstore, this hasn't been opened in 20-something years. There is no more bookstore. The father's like, no, this is here. It's like the Mandela effect. This is not, the police tell him this has not been opened in such and such amount of years. Owned by Carls Conrad Coriander. What changed in this man's name? Something changed. In the book, he's Carls Conrad Coriander in the Neverending Story. Then when the movie comes out, something switches. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Let's look and see. Are you ready? What changed in the man's name is my question. Nobody knows, because nobody's ever broken this down before, because this is the first time broken down in history in the Tehuti Pod class. What has changed in the name Carls Conrad Coriander? From the book to the movie. Let me show you. Let's go to the section of the movie where he walks into the antique bookstore. By the way, this is where Bastian finds the book that begins the never-ending story. We're going to go to that section in the movie. I have not seen the movie, but we're going to go to that section in the movie and let's see if something has actually changed. In the name of the bookstore owner, let's check and see. Are you ready? Let me see. Hold on a second, everybody. 1 second. Large icons. I'm gonna have to okay. Let me go ahead and put the I'm gonna put a clip of it. Hopefully it won't get flagged. I'm only gonna play a couple seconds. Let me go ahead and see something here. Just a couple seconds here. Oh, here we go. Here we go, everybody. I'm gonna play a couple seconds here, and let's see what changed. Carl's Conrad Coriander. I'll play a couple seconds here. Here we go. Can everybody see that? He goes, he walks up, he runs up, everybody see it? He's running up to the bookstore. There he is. He has to get into this bookstore. And here he goes. A couple horns go off. It for some reason zooms in on the name. Uh-oh. Boom, there it is. Let me stop this. Anybody notice any difference in the name? Anybody notice any difference in the name? Carl's Conrad Coriander? Anything changed at all? Anything changed? Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Let's go, everybody. Let's go right back to it. Entire screen. Here we go. Press a 9 if you can hear me clear. Boom. What changed? Here is where the coding begins. Boom. They changed his name to 2-letter K's. Huh? They changed Carl's. Here it is in the book over here. Hold on. Here he is. Carl Conrad Coriander. In the book, his name starts with all C's. Carl's Conrad Coriander. We get to the movie, and for some reason, it zooms in on the name, and it changed to 2-letter K's to begin each name. Why? Here it is, everybody. Here's Carl Conrad Coriander. Here he is walking up to the store, and all of a sudden, boom, it's K.K. K.Coriander. What happened, everybody? Let me know. I haven't seen the movie, so you guys must know. You guys know the plot and the scheme. They explain this in the movie, right? Why his name changed to K.K? Huh? His name turned to KK? Shannon put sheesh. That's right, everybody. His name changed from Carl Conrad Coriander to Carl Conrad Coriander, but now it's 2 K's. There it is, everybody. Boom. 2 K's. There it is, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. I have never seen this movie and still have not watched it. Wait a minute. Do you notice something else? Let me break the matrix for you again. Do you notice anything else happen? Carl's Conrad Coriander? K.Coriander? Anything else changed? Let's see, everybody. Let me break the matrix for you. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. So they turn the letter C into K, but something doesn't match. Do you all see it? Let me put them side by side. Something doesn't match here. Look closely, everybody. Something does not match. Carl, Conrad, Coriander. What doesn't match, everybody? Look close. Something off here? Is anything off? Carl, Conrad, Coriander. Let me come in the room and see if you all notice something doesn't match anymore. Huh? Carl, Conrad, Coriander. Nicholas says, I'm doing magic right now. That's right, Nicholas. Only 2 letters now. Huh? Carl, Conrad, Coriander. Let's change the C's into 3 K's, so it's Carl, Conrad, Coriander. Oh, wait a minute, on the store, it's just 2 K's. Why do they do that? There's a K missing. It's just 2. Just dual, just 2. Just 2 Ks, nothing going on here. Nothing, everything regular. Everything regular here, just 2 Ks now, you know. That's how it's supposed to be. So we take Carl's, Conrad, Coriander, turn them into the 3 C's and the 3 Ks. When we show it in the bookstore, it's just now 2 Ks. Why did they turn into 2 Ks? That's the only way it can match the code. Are you ready? 2 Ks. The second K. Just 2 Ks now. 11. 2 Ks. Interesting, right? Tehuti, you're making this up. I know. Me and Michael Endy wrote the movie a long time ago. Carl's, Conrad, Coriander. Now it's just K Coriander. So now you know it was turned to the letter K and what the K represents, which is the number 11. Let me break the matrix even further. Nicholas and Rigo, you ready to jump? HEKA, KHEPERA, you ready to jump? Big Vase, you ready to jump? Let me break the matrix even further into Tehuti overdrive and show you how deep this coding is. You see, if all the names Carl, Conrad, Coriander were changed from a C to a K, something wouldn't match. They couldn't do that. Carl's, Conrad, Coriander, in his original name, there was no period. It was Carl, not just K. It was never just C Coriander. Why on the new movie, why is it K. Coriander? Why isn't it even the full name Carl? Where did the Conrad go? And why is there a period there? In the book, there was no period, not C period Coriander. What's the change about? What's the change for? You see, if they change the letter C to a K, there will be 3 Ks on the window, not just 2. Because if the 3rd letter K was added on the window, it wouldn't match the principle of the hidden code that echoes in the number 11. Look at the digits of the spelling again. From Carl's, Conrad, Coriander with C's to K Coriander with a period. Are you ready? You see, if they put Carl there, it wouldn't match. It has to be KK, which we already know is 11. So there should be Carl Coriander. It should be Carl Conrad Coriander. That's what his name was all through the book. They had to get rid of the Conrad, put a period there, change it to K's to symbolize the hidden code of K, which is the secret sound you never hear, and 11 at the same time, hiding one of the K's so that it can be exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 letters. Huh? 11 digits, including the period. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Turning the C into a K, which is 11. Duality, dualizing that, making another K, which is 11. Taking away the third K because it wouldn't equal 11 digits in the name. I'm gonna watch this movie one day. I heard it was good. I'm gonna watch it one day. I'm gonna check it out. Check this movie out, man. Can't just cheat with the Netzer all the time. I gotta, maybe one day. I don't have time. No, I'm not gonna watch it. I'm not gonna watch it. I'm just gonna reach in and grab. 11 digits in the name. Conrad is out of there. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast, Tehuti Overdrive time. Here we go. Are you ready? Let's go. Holy moly. We got, I don't know if there's a sad face. I'm not sure what that is. A crazy face. We got bombs. We got 11. Wow. It has 10 letters and the dot making 11. Shannon putting lights, Mandela effect. Woo-wee. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. They're using magic right in front of us. Absolutely. But you know what? It's hard to impress a magician with magic. When they do it to you all, it's magic. When I watch it, I'm like, I remember that. Yeah. You got to change to a K. Wait, put a dot. There has to be 11. Wait. Oh yeah, that's right. That goes there. That goes there. Yeah, well, that's how we do it. That's how I remember. Yeah, that's the code. I'm not impressed because I know the code. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. From Carl Conrad Coriander, CCC, to just 2 Ks with a period for some weird reason. And one of the names is completely missing. Boom. The period, K Coriander, 11 letters exactly. I know you are glad that you have a magician as a SABA who knows the codes. Oh my. I've never seen this movie. So what is the code behind the actual name? Never-ending story. Where does this concept come from? And what is the original symbol for a never-ending story that goes back 3,000 years before the Matrix? This is the glided shrine of Tutankhamun going back 1341 BC. Here is the glided shrine right here of Tutankhamun. I know it's a little hard to see because there's a lot going on in this. I'm going to actually extend this for you. This is the biggest this gets. So what I did is I actually got the extended version. So we will see the serpent forming a 360-degree circle wrapped around the consciousness, representing the eternal travel, the journey, the story, the eternal travel of the consciousness, and wrapped around the feet, emphasizing and compounding that it is discussing traveling. In other words, a continuous story. Here it is right here, everybody. So there is the serpent. It's called the Mehen, the Techet. And it is a serpent biting its own tail wrapped around the head, and the collar, which we all know what the collar is. If you came to the Tehuti Pod class, if you didn't, then you don't know. And we'll think that somebody else taught it. But no, this is the consciousness continuous wrapping around the head and the collar, which is the Nefer, which is expansion of Ptah. And also, of course, the journey, the walk through the Purim Haru in the afterlife. And that's why the Mehen is also wrapped around the feet, the eternal walk of consciousness. That is the Mehen. It never ends. And that is why if you look up to Chet, you actually see it means eternity, everlasting, aka never ending. And it starts off with the man, no man, here to Chet, then the man laying down or the woman laying down, and then he stands up into eternal life when the serpent bites its own tail or the serpent wraps around in a complete circle. Nobody's there. Somebody's lying down. When the serpent wraps around fully, then the man is resurrected in the Medunetter. Eternity, everlasting, aka never ending, the never ending journey that the man in the afterlife goes on, only when the serpent is biting its own tail fully wrapped around the Sahu or the mummy. then it begins the never-ending tale of the never-ending story. And thus we have the Techet here, and there's a clear image of there right there. Around the feet, representing what? The journey. The journey. Eventually, the Greeks learned it, stole it, and called it Oris Boris, the same symbol of eternity, which you can find in any regular Wikipedia search. In Plato's Timaeus, the character Timaeus describes self-sufficiency and perfection of the created cosmos, which may have been inspired by the image of the Egyptian Oris Boris, which is the serpent biting its own tail. And guess what it's called? It's called a Gnostic gem. It's a Gnostic gem because Gnostic is where the word no comes from. Gnostic, like agnostic. The G just became the letter K because G is the 7th letter, K is the 11th. So they turn the G into K. So Gno becomes no, and then the K becomes silent, and it's not Gnostic or agnostic. Now it's just no. And that is the Gnostic no gem of the Roman Empire and Roman era, 1st century. The serpent biting its own tail, directly stolen from the never-ending walk of the Techet, when the serpent bites its own tail, representing the cycle of eternity. So this is where the journey begins and why they actually called this the never-ending story. He finds a book. Then the storekeeper doesn't want him to have it. He says the book asks too much of you. It requires too much of you. He said when you read it once, it's not the same as when you read it the second time. He realized the book is magical, and guess what he finds on the cover of the book? Uh-oh. He finds a serpent biting its own tail twice, doubled, echoed, forming the number 8 in the center. But each of these circles are one Mehen, or one Oris Boris, wrapped around each other, biting its own tail, forming the infinity symbol, which is the 8 sideways, which is the eternity, which is Techet, which is the serpent biting its own tail, while it sends the deceased into the never-ending journey. Let me just breathe a minute. Maybe you guys can give me about half an hour. Let me go watch this movie so I can break it down for you. Let me go watch this movie. It's weird. Here we go again. Here we go with the never-ending journey. So the never-ending story in Kemet was the serpent biting its own tail wrapped around the consciousness and wrapped around the feet, because it's a journey, which is your personal story that's never-ending, because the Techet and the Oris Boris literally means eternity, which is never-ending. So the way that the story starts off is he goes into this book store of 11 K.K Coriander, and when he goes in there, Coriander says, I'm going to get you a book on courage, and then he finds the book with the Tutankhamun Mehen Techet symbol on it, and that's when he discovers that this is the actual never-ending story book. And then he takes the Techet Mehen symbol off of the book, and he wears it as a medallion over his chest, and it never leaves him, even when he puts the book down. The whole story, he has it on his chest, and they make sure it's doubled because it's the duality principle. Remember, K and B is the number 2, so they just couldn't show you one Techet or one Mehen. It has to be 2, and they formulated it in a symbol where it forms the 8 on its side, which is literally the symbol for eternity, the word for the Techet. Let me go check this movie out one day. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Are you ready? Let's get into it, everybody. The never-ending story. Here we go. Boom. And there is the Techet symbol of Kemet, and it is the never-ending story of duality, the K. Why is K the number 2? Let me come back to you a quick moment. Why is K 11 in the first place? Why is K 2? Because of my first answer. Remember? Double, 2 hands pointing up, 1 1, EE, forming the 11. So they make it the 11th letter, the invisible part of you, giving you knowledge, the Aku. consciousness. And what is this called? It's called the letter K. That's why you say Ka. Boom, the Techet symbol of Tutankhamun, symbolizing the never-ending journey. And to show you this is an intentional continued theme of duality, the letter B and the letter K and the number 2, this Ouroboros is not just a regular one. Look what specific type it is when you go to look it up. Guess what type of Ouroboros this is? Remember, the concept is duality. The letter B and K, which is 2. KK, or which is 11, which is Ka, and the word Ka in Meta means double. It is the double that's going on the never-ending journey. But guess what type of Ouroboros this is? This is the Aurine. This is the Aurine of the Mandora iconography of the vaginal opening. The vagina opening. The 2 serpents from the oval, visual resemblance between the Aurine and the Mandorla and the amygdala are remarkable. Most importantly, Aurine might be Bastion's a guide to the other world. The Aurine amulet is a double. It's a double Ouroboros. Go look it up in Wikipedia, the encyclopedia. It'll tell you these things. It's not just one, it is 2. It tells you that it's 2. Central to both the novel and the movie versions. Both. Ooh-wee. The Aurine, it's people don't even know how to pronounce this. Aurine, Aurine, the double physical life and the afterlife dual. To live continuously is where they're getting these concepts from, of which we already had along the Nile. The continuous Aurine, also pronounced Arienne. Oh, guess what the ancient word was 3,000 years ago, before the Matrix, for something that exists continuously. When your soul exists continuously, which is the focus of the Purim Haru, the pyramid text, the coffin text, the Amduat, the purpose of the Kemetian was to have the dual body, the bioenergetic templates, echo out or reject out the pure energetic double so that it can echo out another one and live continuously. Guess what that word is? Guess what that word is? Guess what that word is when I made this all up and I wrote the dictionary? You know what that word is, everybody? It's Arienu or Arien. It's to do something continuously. The continuously is the whole goal of the people reading the Purim Haru, which is to have continuous, everlasting life. The Arien. They're saying it Arien. It's Arien. Yes, it's Arien because Arien means a continuous thing, immortality, something that never ends. It's called Arien. Or Arienu, which was the Ouroboros, which was the eternity symbol, which they placed on the book. They took the symbol from the Medu from King Tut's chamber, and from all the pharaohs who acknowledged the everlasting symbol, which was the Ouroboros, the serpent biting its own tail, where the Sahut, which is the word for mummy, the same word for egg, when it's reborn and now it stands up and resurrects, and now it has eternal life, and now that it's standing up, now it can go on its eternal walk, and that's why the Ouroboros is around the feet, because now you can walk eternally and you'll never die again, so you can live continuously. And the way you say to live continuously is Arien. So they took the Techet symbol and they gave it to the little boy in the never-ending story so that it continues on and on, called the Techet, and they call it the Arien. Yeah Boom. I have never seen this movie. Oh, by the way, guess what the first thing is you and Bastion see when he opens up the book? It's bigger than every other thing on the book. Are you ready, everybody? Do you remember Bastion in the movie? I heard he steals the book. The bookkeeper doesn't want him to have it. He grabs the book and steals it, and he goes home. He sees the Ouroboros come to life. And he opens up the first page, starts to read it. Guess what the first thing is you see that begins the first page? Guess what the first thing is they show you? Guess what the first thing is they show you that begins the never-ending story? After he looks at the REN, which means continuous, to do forever, and he opens up the book, guess what they show your subconscious? Are you ready? Welcome to Tehuti Pod Class. Welcome, everybody. Please send support and show your appreciation for this, unless you've seen the never-ending story broken up like this. He opens up the book and as soon as he opens up the book, boom! What's that, everybody? What is this? What's that big thing? And how come all the other word? What is that, everybody? Do you all see that? What's that first thing they show you when you open up the book? Oh man! Oh, what? Oh man, the chat has stopped. Did you all fall asleep, or is my computer frozen? I'm not sure what's going on. What's that, everybody? He opens up the book. This is the beginning of his never-ending story. When he opens it up, what's that you see? What's the biggest thing on that page? What is that thing? Can anybody make it out? Can anybody make it out? What is it? You want me to show? I can show you again. It can't be the letter K. No way, Anthony. No way. What in the world? What? The first thing they show you when you open the book is a big letter K? Nah. That can't be. That can't be. Let's look again. I don't know. Tehuti's making this out. Let me look again. I never seen the movie, so I don't know what's going on. Let me go and see this again. Is it really a big letter K that starts the movie off and the story and the journey? Is that really the letter K? He goes home right there, or he's in the bookstore. He goes there, he opens up the book, and boom, the only thing you can make out is a big letter K. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. There is your Carl Conrad Coriander, changed to KK, which is 1111. Carl Conrad Coriander, they take out the Conrad. Now it's just K. Coriander, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. He takes the book. He finally he opens up the book, and boom, there's the big letter K. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Boom, the letter K. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Only here this is happening. Only here. Oh, his father realizes that he's gone, and he starts to look for him. Do you guys remember that? He starts to look for him. He almost gets into a car crash. Does anybody remember this? I never seen the movie. I don't know, but he almost gets into a car crash, and he has the book. The child, Bastion, goes into another dimension. The father goes into the room, and he sees the book, and he looks through the book, and then he takes the book, and he starts driving around looking for the little boy. So he presses the brake, and the book falls down. And guess what it opens to? The book falls and opens to a page. Guess what it opens to? Guess what it opens to? Guess what it opens to? So he opens the book, and boom, the big letter K is there in K.K. Conrad, Carl.Coriander, 11 letters, K11. And then his dad grabs the book because he went into the next double realm dimension, so his father couldn't see him because he wasn't in the physical plane anymore. He takes the book, drives, almost gets into a car crash, presses the brakes, and the book falls to the ground, and he picks it up and it opens to a page. The page that the boy opened it to was K, which is 2, which is 11, which is the whole theme with the double Horus Boris, or the Aryan, the double life, the Ka, the 11, and then his dad, his father, opens up the book. Opens up to another K, opens up to page 11. Page 11, it's better than that. It's better than that. Are you all seeing the screen? Because it's better than that. The letter B. Uh-oh. Yeah, man. I'm gonna be a golfer. I'm gonna take up golfing. The letter B. He looks down. What is this? Boom. The letter B. All right. All right, man. There we go. You know, because your son has to open up to the letter K. We know you got to open up to the letter K, right? You know, because K is 11, which is 2, which is B, you know, and the father has to open up to the letter B. The B again, the 3 B's of control. Remember, the hidden hand of the overseer, that is the hand with the third eye representing the control and being watched unknowingly. You remember the old saying, Big Brother's watching you, right? That's why you see a lot of the leaders and they have the K or their hand hidden. Because remember, you know what K is, right? The K is the hand. The K is the Ka, which is the hand, and the hand is now hidden, and you see them hiding their hand, representing the Duncan number 34 ritual. And they're all under this symbol right here. Here's the symbol right here. The 33, which is the double 3, right? 3-3. I already broke that down multiple times. And they're under that, which is the double. Why is it double? Because it's a 2-headed bird, not a 1. You ever notice that? The eagle, or the falcon of Freemasonry, has 2 heads, not 1 head. So, what did the conquistadors and the colonizers do? Their secret agenda, pretending to be the friends with the Native Americans and watching and overseeing us and the indigenous people, while fighting and planning and befriending simultaneously, having a double head bird, because they have 2 things going on. It's a hidden hand. They have one that you see, one that you don't. So they came in to what they call Africa, John Hawkins, and they came into the Native Americans, and they did the exact same thing. Pretended to be friends. Sir Jeffrey Amherst. Here's a blanket. Are you cold, Native Americans? Here's a blanket for you. Get warm, snuggle up. Oh, did I forget to tell you it had smallpox in it? I left out that detail. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't tell you it had smallpox. We put it in there. I didn't tell you that. But get warm, because we have 2 things going on. One that makes you feel comfortable. So they pretend that they're your friends while overseeing and watching you. Because the best one to watch what you're doing is your friend. Not who you think is your enemy. You're not going to let your enemy in the house. You're going to let your friend in the house. So they come in as the friend, someone you trust, and they're overseeing and watching you. Now the friend is your digital equipment. And that's what's watching you. Because you spend more time with your digital equipment than your actual friends, don't you? Be honest. Those are your new friends, the AI, transhumanism, those are your new friends, the computer, the phone. And that's what's actually observing. I've done many classes on that. As you befriend it and bring that into the house, and that's why you can turn on a Google ad or go onto Amazon or go onto the internet, and they have an ad of exactly what you were talking about in the kitchen, because they were listening to you. So that's how they befriend you. They watch you and oversee you, get your trust, and they're a double-headed bird. They have 2 minds, two agendas going on. One you can't see, 2K. One you can't see, one you do see. So, hey, there's a section in the movie where there's a friend. Bastion has a friend. He's asking the friend for advice. Who's the friend, though? What does a friend look like? Hey, what does this friend look like, man? Having a double head bird. Speaking of which, who in the world is this? Who is this? What creature is this? Somebody tell me. What is that, man? Hey, is that a bald-head eagle? Hey, it's Nimbly. Hey, Nimbly. Nimbly the falcon-looking bird with a white head. Like the bird that represents America, the bald eagle. Hey, this is one of Bastion's friends, right? Who assists him and guides him. Hey, Nimbly, how you doing? How you doing, Nimbly? Nimbly, this is who Bastion asks for information from. He's his friend here, Nimbly. Hey, Nimbly. What's good? What's happening, Nimbly? How you doing today, man? You doing good? All right. No, this is the Masonic duality of the double-headed bird, one sent to pretend he's a friend, but is really an enemy, reporting back to the enemy, pretending to be a friend, but he's really overseeing you, reporting back to the enemy. That's the K principle, the Knight's agenda of the colonizers, pretending to be a friend. And that's why when you look up the bird, the falcon, in the Neverending Story, you see them smiling together, hanging out together. But when you expand it to see who Nimbly is, it says Nimbly. Unlike the novel, Nimbly is a bird-like creature instead of a feathered rabbit-like creature. Nimbly is a bumbling henchman of anxiety who sends Nimbly to falsely befriend Bastion and to get him to make wishes to Ariane. Hey, because anxiety is created a memory machine. Hey. Hey. A memory machine. Every time Bastion makes a wish, he loses memory. Anybody that comes to the Neverending class knows what this is. He loses memory. Nimbly does manage to help Bastion on multiple occasions, even rescuing him with a rope from the giants, But he's not a friend. He's a double-headed bird. He's the bird that represents the secret societies of Freemasonry that oversees you because the falcon and the eagle has the best vision of all birds. The double-headed bird is the two-sided bird, the K, KK are the two Ks, or the one K, which is 11. It has two agenda, the B, the Bible, Bismillah, and Bereshith. And the double meaning and the double-headed hand agenda, hey, Nimbly, how are you doing? Yes, the white-headed overseer flying above you that you all trust because he controls the money through the secret societies that you can't see because of the hidden hand that watches you from the eye above. Hey, Nimbly, how you doing? Bastion's friend, but really an overseer, watching Bastion's every move and reporting it to the higher ups that control. You think they're your friends? As the Native Americans did too. What a strange abstract name, Nimbly. Do you use the word Nimbly in any sentence, anybody? Why would this bird have a name? Oh, let me show you, since people think this is a game. You think it's a game? Do you think it's a game? Nimbly in Gematria 495762. 4 plus 9, 5, 9, 7, 6, 2, 33. Huh? Let me come to the room. Maybe everybody's asleep. Maybe I should end it right here. I don't know. I don't know, everybody. Hey, Nimbly. That's a weird name, man. Hey, it equals 33. The eagle, the double-headed eagle with the two agenda, the trusted falcon that watches you from above, that befriends you in Freemasonry and then stabs you in the back. Hey, Nimbly, that's your position inside of the movie, and your name is 33, right? Are you not entertained? Oh my gosh, man. Woo! Hey, Nimbly. Hey, 33. Nimbly, N-I-B, N-I-M-B, Nimbly, N-I-M-B-L-Y, 495762333, 33rd bald eagle, 33rd. Notice the eagle on the Freemasonry has 33 in it, and notice the head is white. Hey, Nimbly, why is your head white? How you doing today with the gold beak, just like the 33 emblem of the Freemasons, the double-headed eagle that befriends you or really reports you to the overseer, and that was Nimbly's position in the movie. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Oh, what is the first thing that Bastian said when he was asking Nimbly when he saw him looking for guidance? Shall I play the section? Does anybody remember? I don't know this movie better than everybody. I've never seen this movie. So what is the first thing Bastian says or asks Nimbly? Remember when Bastian goes to the other side and he goes and sees all these beings and they're blue and purple. And then the Native American walks through with the horse. And he sees him and recognizes him. And then Nimbly comes. And then Bastian turns to Nimbly and asks Nimbly a question. Does anybody remember what the question is? No. Well, let's see. Let me see. Let me go watch the movie real quick and see if I can find out what he asks him. I don't know. Let me play this little section here. Hey, Nimbly, 33, how you doing? The hidden hand, the overseeing falcon with the double mind, the double agenda, the K coriander, overseeing and reporting to the higher ups because the hand is in control and the falcon is what sees. But what is the question that was asked to Nimbly? Let's see what Nimbly knows. Maybe Nimbly knows something. Let's play it. Ready? Here we go. Is the volume up? Here we go.
Giants. Where do they come from? People talk about a castle that looks like a hand. Some say that's where the giants come from. So that's where we should be heading. There are burning arrows of light all around. Nimbly, do you know of a castle that looks like a hand?
You mean our castle? The seeing hand?
Do you know of a castle that looks like a hand? Do you mean our castle? The seeing hand? Do you mean our castle? The seeing hand? I'm going to check my Cash Apps and PayPal in a moment. I'm going to see if this is worth. I don't know. I don't know, man. I went over there and asked for the information, and here's what I got. Do you mean our castle? The seeing hand? Welcome to the podcast, man. Do you mean our castle, the seeing hand? Boom. It represents the all-seeing eye. Speaking of the castle with the hand that has an all-seeing eye in it, recently this has been called the Hamza. See, it is right here. This got turned into the Hamza symbol. The Hamza symbol is the hand with the all-seeing eye of Ra placed in it. And you can tell it's the all-seeing eye of Ra because they put lights around it and they put a circle that represents the sun, and they make the hand look like a lotus. This is the raw eye coming out of the hand, or the hand that is all seeing. It is right there. Called today the Hamza in Islam, which apparently does what? Drives away evil. Well, ladies and gentlemen, students and studentettes, look what happens when you look up or try to look up the symbol in antiquity. Anytime you look it up to find out the oldest version of it, it takes it to this hand called the hand of Baal and Tenet, also spelled Bel. Here it is. This is the oldest version of it with the eye and the hand, and they seem to always take you here when you go to look it up. This is the Punic Stela from Carthage dedicated to Tenet, Tenet, and Baal, Hammon, with a carved open right hand, as well as the sign of Tenet, the sign of Baal. So whenever you look up the all-seeing hand, or the hand, the Hamza, and trace it back, it brings you back here to this symbol of Baal. You may be saying, this is interesting, Tehuti, but I hear that the hand with the eye is mentioned in the movie, but what is the relevance of it being tied to Baal pertaining to the movie? The Never-Ending Story. Let me ask you, do you know the full name of the young boy in the movie? Do you think it's just Bastian? Hey, everybody, what's the name of the young boy in the movie? You saw the movie. What's his name? What's his name? We all saw the movie, but what is his name? We did already the Trinity of Carl Conrad Coriander turned into the K. But what is the boy's name in the Neverending movie? Huh? Anybody know what the boy's name is? Hey, Catelyn Kester is here. Does anybody know what the boy's name is? He's the star of the movie. We should know his name at least, right? Spider-Man's name is Peter Parker. What's the boy's name? The little boy, not the Native American boy that's on the horse. That's a trio. What's the boy's name who's the star of the movie? What is the boy's name? I am going to tell you for the first time. Are you ready, everybody? Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Oh, I wanted to end this before 1, but they gave me too much. You think it's just Bastion, which happens to start with the letter B? Hey. No, it's a Trinity again. Look at this weird name. Bastion Balthasar Bux. What a name. What kind of name is this? And when the father picks up the book, again, it's 11 letters, K. Coriander, with the K, which is the 11th letter. K, 1.1, K, K. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And it's in Washington. And the little boy's name that's in Washington is Bastion Balthasar Bux. Do you all have any friends with that name? Boom. There's your 3-letter B's. B equals 2, the second, but it doesn't stop there. Quite strange for a young English-speaking man in Alexander Street in Washington to have that name, doesn't it? How many friends do you have that have the name Balthasar? Who the heck is Balthasar? Any of your friends named Balthasar? Well, when you look up Balthasar, look what you see here. Balthasar, Neo-Babylonian Bel, Belshazzar, Usur, Greek Balthasar. Balthasar. That's what happens when you look up this name. It's a Babylonian name of Bel. Balthasar, spelt Balthasar, from the Akkadian Bel or Bel, meaning to protect the king. The common attribute of Balthasar, the one who protects the Baal. Boom, there's your Bel right there. The hand. You mean our castle? You mean our castle? The hand with the eye in it? Our castle? Yeah, that we trace back to Tenet and Baal, the hand with the eye. Then all of a sudden the young boy's name is Balthasar. How many kids you know with the name Balthasar? There's your Balthasar. 3 more B's as the young boy and the Never-Ending Story. His name starts with 3 B's. Bastion Balthasar Bux. So who is Balthasar in the world of the colonizers when they brought the Bible to the Native Americans and the Africans? Who did they tell them Balthasar was? And is this encoded with the number 3? Bastion, Balthasar, Bucks, 3 B's again. What an interesting name. Why would he even have this name? Why can't he just have the name Bastion? Why does he have to have Bastion, Balthasar, Bucks? Who do we even know on the planet Earth? Name somebody, bring somebody to the pod class right now. We're going to cash up you $500. Bring somebody to the pod class right now, one of your friends with the name Bastion, Balthasar, Bucks. What in the world kind of name is that? What culture is this child? There is Balthasar, everybody. Boom, the black man, Balthasar. Who is Balthasar? Does he tie into the Trinity or the number 3 at all? When we look up Balthasar, the 3 wise men. There's your 3, the 3 kings, the 3 magi, the 3 wise men, and one of their names was Balthasar. There's your 3, Balthasar, Bastion, Balthasar, Bucks. And your name is one of the 3 wise men. There's your 3. There's your Trinity again. And he's a black man right there. And they call him a black man in Wikipedia. Boom. One of the 3 wise men. Hey, guess when the Feast of Balthasar is? There's actually a Feast of Balthasar. You want to guess when it is? Oh, man. It's 6/6. It's... it's... the feast January Epiphany and 6th January to the date of his death. King bearing gifts, Balthasar, 6/6, the same amount of books in the B Bible. 66 books, which is the Bible that contains 66 books. And in that story, they came looking for the young boy. That's who the 3 wise men represent. 3 wise men, Balthasar, he who protects Baal. And in that story, they came looking for the young boy. Oh, remember when Bastion, Balthasar, Bucks, the Trinity, found the book, and then he went missing and his father came looking for him? Remember that? As soon as he bust into the room and found the book, Balthasar was gone. You know, the one who represents the 3 wise men and his feast 6/6. He was gone. But look at the scene they show you. Do you notice anything strange? Anybody see? Do you see anything weird? Anything at all? I don't know. Do you still think Bastion is just a random arbitrary name? What's this? What's that? What's that? What's that right there? The Feast of Balthasar, January 6th, and there he is looking at the book because his son Balthasar is gone and he's looking for the young boy. So he calms down, looks in the book, and all of a sudden this ball pops up behind him and it has the number 6. Huh? What happened? Ooh-wee. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod Class. I don't know if this is ever going to close. This may be the never-ending answer. Here we go. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Pod Class. I'll be checking for the support soon. Let me see if you all appreciate that. Uh-oh. You put in Bastion, the boy's first name in gematria, 2, 1, 19, 20. 9, 1, 14, and it equals 6/6. Yo! Hey, there it is right there. Hey, man, you looking for your son? Well, he's right there beside you. Do you see him right there? It's symbolized right there with the big number 6 right there. What a weird thing to have in your bedroom. Well, that's your son, Balthasar. He's gone right now. You know, he represents the black man who is a protector of Baal, whose feast is on the 6, you know, in the 66 books of the Bible, because he represents the 3 or the 3 wise men that come looking for the young boy. So now the father is looking for the young boy, and in the background is 6. And then when you look up the young boy's name, it is gematria for 6/6, because his name is Bastion, Balthasar, Bucks, because, you know, we all have friends named Bastion, Balthasar, Bucks, right? That's the name of your childhood friend, Balthasar, you know, young boy in Washington, D.C. with a Babylonian name of Bel, which is what you find when you look up the Hamza hand with the eye in the center. It's called the hand of Bel. It's an all-seeing eye with a controlling hand, the hidden hand of the K. you know, that represents the 3-3, the bird that oversees you, the falcon of Freemasonry, which represents Nimbly. And when we look up Nimbly, Nimbly is 33, and so is the bird, the highest degree of Freemasonry. He's looking at you and controlling you with the all-seeing eye hidden inside of the arm, you know. Tehuti, you made it up. Yes, I did. You know, so there he is, Bastion, the 6-6 with the all-seeing eye. Why? Because Casablanca, you know, Casablanca, or the White Castle, is now the White House, the controlling White House. So he asked the bird, who's supposed to be his friend, but he's really reporting back to his castle. So when he asked, have you seen the hand, the castle that looks like a hand? The bird says, you mean our castle, the castle with the eye? Welcome to the podcast, man. This is the never-ending journey, or the original never-ending journey. 3,000 years before the Matrix, we were told to rid ourselves of negative consciousness and the burdens that plagued us or burdened us, as seen here in the Per M Haru we call Peka M Ku. So when you go to the Per M Haru to page 193, you see this thing in the hall of the double Ma'ati, separating yourself, Peka, from sins, but the word for sins is actually consciousness. It's Ku, which I showed you means consciousness, and you separate yourself from the consciousness. That means you get rid of the negative burden. How do you know that it's intelligence? Because you see right here on the next line, there's Ku, and it translates to as intelligence. And then you go to the next line, and there's Ku, and it is intelligence, which is consciousness. So the way to make something negative is to put this little bird there, and that makes it negative consciousness. So you want to Peka, Ku, separate yourself from negative consciousness and release the burden so that your heart can be as light as a feather. And that deals with the scales of Ma'at again. And that's why when you go to the writings of Amenemopi in chapter 9, line 15, it says, do not befriend the heated man nor approach him for conversation. Keep your tongue from answering your superior, and take not insult to him. Let him not ease speech to catch you, nor give him rein over your answer. Converse with the man of your own measure, and take care of not to offend him. Swift to the speech of who is angry, more than wind over water. He tears down, he builds up with his tongue. He has hurtful speech. Why? Because he gives an answer worthy of beating. For the weight is harm. He hauls a freight like all the world, but his load is falsehood. He's the ferryman snaring words. He comes and goes with quarrels. So his words are carrying weight. His guilt and negativity is weighing him down. So of course, his heart is going to be heavier than the feather. And the Peka M Ku is separating yourself from that negative energy so you can release your burdens and be light. Thus echoed in the never-ending story is the same concept called the swamp of sadness. Do you all remember the swamp of sadness? Remember the swamp of sadness where the horse gets suicide? The horse is depressed and the horse is full of guilt. As with any great hero and any great story, when faced with a challenge, they learn the most about themselves, the weight, and what did that say? The weight of their vulnerabilities, and their inner strength is to overcome them. And an unavoidable part of Ichiryo's journey to see the ill-dying childlike empress playing Tammy Sunach is to wade through the bleak swamps of sadness, a literal symbolic representation of depression. And Artax, at one point during their trek, Artax gets stuck in the mud pool because he gets too depressed and unable to go further. Atreyu hopelessly struggles to pull him along, but Artax keeps sinking deeper and deeper into the muddy quicksand. Much to Atreyu's heartbreak, Artax gets completely devoured by the never-ending pool of blackness called the swamps of sadness, representing the holding of guilt and oppression, sinking you down because you are heavy. That is the concept from the Purim Haru of removing guilt from the subconscious, was taking place in the Bible. They put it in the Bible, and it's from the ancient concept of Mat. Here's the Bible quote. The Bible quote says, "Then one of the seraphims flew me with a live coal in his hand, which he had taken from the tongs of the altar. With it he touched my mouth and said, 'See, this has touched your lips. Your guilt is taken away and your sin is atoned for.'" This is the removal of guilt and negative words from the mouth. He touched his mouth and his guilt and his heaviness was taken away and his sins were atoned for. Hey, guess what verse this is in the Bible? Uh-oh. Isaiah 6:6. Of course it is. Of course it's Isaiah 6:6, everybody. What an interesting name given to a place where you get rid of your guilt, the swamp of sorrows. The swamp of sorrows? What an interesting name. Well, let me show you how to break the matrix for yourself. We're going to go with yourself. We're going to go, the whole class is going to do this together. You're going to look at the numbers at the bottom. There's geometry letters and match them up with, and tell me what it spells. So here's the numbers at the bottom. The numbers are 15147, which equals 18, 66, 12, 16965. Take those letters, let me do this for everybody. Let's move over here. In reverse reduction, it is 1514, which is SWAMP 47, OF, which is 66, and 1 equals S6099, which is RO, and OW, Swamp of Sorrow, equals 66. Boom. I've never seen this movie. I heard it was good. I should watch it one day. Hotep, I'm done. I'm going to end right there, everybody. That is my breakdown right there of a few seconds or maybe 2 minutes of the never-ending story. Hotep, I am done. To break down the whole movie would take about 15 to 20 classes, but I'm going to stop right there because that's what they gave me for now. Hotep, everybody. Boom. Big Vapes, there's your answer right there. There's a little break. There's a breakdown, Tehuti breakdown of the never-ending story. I'm going to put the link in the room. Brothers, get ready to jump in. Woo! Here we go. Jump in the room, team. And we're going to go over the next donations for those who saw that. Let me check and see what the room even thought of the answer. For those who support, for those who like the answer, for those who appreciate it. Let me go ahead and see and scroll down because I have a lag. So what I see in the chat is a little bit behind from what you're probably typing right now. I don't see it till about a minute later. So let me scroll up and boom, that is my breakdown right there of the never-ending story. Most of it in part 2. All right, here we go, everybody. Anu says, here's somebody that appreciated the breakdown. Wonderful, beautiful, revealing breakdown. To SABA, Henu to you. Nini Ook, I'm glad you appreciated it. Oh my goodness. Antu, what does she say? She says, Tua to Tehuti who sees with his eyes closed. Boom. All right, everybody. For those who like that breakdown, I'm going to go check the Gmails. I'm going to read off some of the donations. I'm going to let the team step in the room if they're still awake and up and ready to represent. For those who like that, just like you give the waiter a tip, if the waiter brings you your food that you already paid for and you enjoyed the food, you actually tip the waiter. If you watch that was an hour and 24 minutes of a breakdown. If you were here from beginning to end and sat there glued to the screen and watched and absorbed an hour and 24 minutes of a breakdown and you appreciate it, please show your appreciation to Cash App T.O.M Moon. If it was worth anything. If it wasn't worth anything, I promise I won't kick you out. You can type in the room. I watched it for an hour and 20 minutes and I got absolutely nothing out of it. And fine, you don't have to support. It's no problem whatsoever. But if you watch it for 1 hour and 20 minutes and anything happened to you, if you saw anything you like from that breakdown, support Cash App T.O.M Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. The last donation that I saw was Annie Patas. I'm going to go check the donations now and see how much supported after that breakdown. Boom. What's going on? Good primordial thought. How you doing, my good brother?
Hey, peace and love, Saba.
I'm tired.
I forgot so much about that movie because I haven't seen it since I was a kid. So yeah, for a person who's never seen such a movie, hats off to you, Saba. Hats off to you.
Man,
that was
yeah.
fantastic.
I haven't seen the movie at all.
We appreciate you, Saba.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you, my brother. That's why I broke down part 2. So that's where most of the duality was in part 2. I'm glad I got the right movie, though. I'm glad I went in and grabbed the right movie. I could have grabbed Toy Story.
Yeah, that wasn't Buzz. That wasn't Buzz Lightyear.
Oh my goodness. Shannon says, "Oh, part 2. I saw what you did, Saba. That was great." Thank you. KHEPERA says, "Another awesome breakdown, Saba. Where would we be without you?" Probably somewhere enjoying the never-ending story. I'm not sure. But those who watched it and enjoyed it, Cash App, TTM, PayPal at Rocky SV. Team, jump in the room. I'm going to go and check the donations now. Let me see. Let me refresh the page and see. Only 2 more donations since that breakdown. I'm gonna have to cut my answers in half. Let me see. Let me refresh the page again. 2 more donations for those who saw that answer and enjoyed it. Support the Tehuti podcast. You can even write on your Cash App or PayPal. This is a tip for that answer. I saw it. I enjoyed it. Let me go ahead and run down the last donations and close out the class for those who appreciated it and enjoyed it. And if you have a problem seeing the screen, and he created this where you can actually wave your phone right on top. Let me move this other stuff. Move the banners. You can wave your phone on the top, and it will automatically pick this up from the QRP code or whatever this is called. PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App, TTM QRP code. I'm not sure. Whatever that is called, it works. So there it is, everybody. All right, I guess the team has fallen asleep. It's just me and you, Primordial Thoughts. Okay, Tef, Rem, Kem. Ma'at has appeared. Peace, my brother, Tef. He must be on mute or something. I think he's on mute. Okay, he'll come back when he is ready.
Hotep, Saba.
Hotep, my good brother.
Yeah,
how'd you like the movie?
Man, I forgot all about that movie. I forgot all about that movie.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, 2 out. That was fantastic, Saba. 2 out for that. That was wonderful.
Nini Ook, you're welcome. You're welcome very much. I'm glad you appreciated it. And yeah, when I was looking at it, I was like, oh man, what? He dropped it, opened it up to B. The sun opens up to K. This is a great movie. Oh, they changed coriander to K and leave out one of the K's so that he can 11. This is nice. I gotta check this movie out one day, man. I don't know. I'll watch it on Shmonday. Okay, good. I see everybody sleep, so we're gonna head and do these donations. Only a couple donations, anyways, since I gave that big breakdown. So we're gonna do a couple donations and then close this class out, man. What a bunch of breakdowns tonight. Okay, we got who's this? Be Get Leisure. Peace, my good brother. Shout out to the good brother Nana Amun and Terry Patty. I don't know what happened to them or him, but he used to be a good supporter, then he just disappeared. I hope he's okay somewhere. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and put this in the room here. And this is gonna be okay, 26. Not many donations tonight. Where are the people tonight? Let's see. But this one's this one's a nice one though. Shout out to B Get Leisure. Let me go ahead and put this in the room here. Shout out to B Get Leisure, one of the people that want me to stay around. $50. B Get Leisure. He said, brother, reciprocity to SABA, Tua for Itiru's water of immortality. Immortal. Wait, let me read this again. Brother, reciprocity to SABA, Tua for Itiru waters of immortal knowledge. Give this man some big noise. I hope your sound's working good. Give him some big noise. Big noise. Are you sleeping? Oh man, where are you? Under here? Oh my goodness, okay, I'm gonna leave you alone. I'm gonna leave you be. There you go, I got a good home place. Shout out to B Get Leisure, the great supporter. Thank you, good brother. Appreciate you. You are awesome, wonderful, and fabulous. I think the team fell asleep. Now we got we got a nice solid donation. I've been wanting to always give Angela Gates some big noise, and I see she's given a donation over 20, so here we go. Give her some big noise. She says, I am grateful to Thank you, Angela Gates, beautiful supporter. Excelente, excelente. Shout out to you if you are still in the room. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And the man who probably fell asleep, his name is Ani Pata Aten Tehuti. 2727, he says, Hotep Henu, support the Tehuti podcast. Give him some noise, please. Support the Tehuti podcast. Thank you, Annie. Appreciate you, appreciate you. And then we have the Sherika, who supports with support, gets some merch, some clothes. Give her some big noise. Sherika bought some clothes from the website. Give her some noise, please. Give her some big noise. Shout out to Sherika. I hope she wears those clothes to the path of awakening. Shout out to you, Sherika, Sherika, Sherika. Hey, Kathleen Kester gives 1111. Of course, she gives 1111. Nice. 1111. Grateful for your breakdown, sending good vibes to you and your team. Shout out to Caitlin Kester. Shout out to you. 1111. Appreciate you, good sister. You are wonderful. Excellent. Thank you for the support. And you came last minute too. Johan Billadu. I had a feeling Johan Billadu was gonna sneak up at the end. I had a feeling. Shout out to Johan Billadu. Shout out to Johan Billadu. Everybody send your support, please. Where are the 30. Johan Billadu, shout out to you, good brother. And I think that's it. Ani Pata gave an extra tip. He's the only one. And Kathleen gave 11 too. $11.66 for an extra tip for the Neverending story. Where is Big Vapes? He should be somewhere dancing right now. Give Annie some noise for a tip for the Neverending story. Boom. All right, everybody. Is that it? I'm gonna refresh. I see Rem Kem Ma'at gave for the Metanetter Monday. I want everybody to know that you can pre-purchase your seats. There's only about 8 seats in the Metanetter Monday available, maybe 9. And this man here is very smart. He's pre-purchasing his seats, $40 for him and his mate. Is that on the screen right there?
Yes, we're showing Saba.
Okay, good. I just want to show that as an example that you can prepay for that. And some people that are watching this may be saying, prepay for what? What is that? Well, that is the Metanetter Monday. Let me get Shannon's comments that this movie has a whole... Oh my goodness. This movie has a whole new meaning now. Metanetter Mondays, mysticaltelevision@gmail.com, 1:30 p.m. Every Monday. Contact me, find out how to get in. There's only a couple of seats left. That's it. So this man is smart right here. What he did is he prepaid for his seats. So he will be automatically in. And someone else who did the same, I believe, was Shannon. Shannon is in here too. Prepaid for her seats in the Metanetter Monday class. I think it's Shannon. Let me scroll down. Shannon. Yep. Shannon's smart too. Shannon prepaid. You know who's really smart? Sarah Broomfield. She prepays for the whole month ahead of time. So she's the first entitled to get a front. She gets front seats because she pays for every class before everybody. She prepays for the whole month. So Shannon sent 20 for the 10/9/23 Metanetter Monday class. Wonderful, Shannon. You are awesome. She gets an immediate seat on Monday. Okay, everybody. Let me close this out. Thank you all for coming to another Tehuti Pod class. For those of you who support, we greatly appreciate it. Thank you for all of your support. I'm let the brothers give their closing words, and then I'm going to close out. I'm a little sleepy. So go ahead, brothers, close it out for us.
Peace and love, Saba. Once again, we appreciate you for your consistency and Ma'at. It's always it's beyond words of what you do for us. You might get a lot of movies now. People might start having you break down movies you've never seen. So, but if you continue to do things like that, Saba, yeah, those those questions are definitely going to be pouring in. Hopefully, you get some new people that start donating. But anyway, Saba, Tua for everything. Tua for you, Tua for your goddesses who support your Djed. May Ra grant you and your family health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at forever, and may you come forth as conscious light like Ra, rising and shining forever. Hotep, Saba.
Hotep, man, Hotep. I think you may be Ptah Hotep.
Tua, Saba.
You may be Ptah Hotep. Tua to you. Okay, Tef, give us a couple closing words, and we're gonna close out. Everybody, support the Tehuti Pod class. As you already know, I just wanted to say that. One last thing I'll put up on the screen, and that's it. I'm not gonna push it anymore. You all know oops, sorry. You all know it is Cash App, PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App TT Amun. Support the Tehuti Pod class. Okay, give us some closing words, Mr. Atef.
To our Saba for another great class. Like, subscribe, and comment. People do what's important to them, so definitely show your reciprocity. Our great teacher sacrifices a lot to bring forth what he brings forth, and the consistency, and to teach us, step us out of this matrix. So support yourself. If you support the truth, then you will support. Like, subscribe, and comment. You will show your reciprocity. This was a great class, Saba, as always. Tua for your consistency as well.
I'm sorry, I'm listening. I'm just going to step away from the screen for just a moment. I'm listening to you, Tef. I can hear you.
Yeah, Tua, for your support and your consistency. I just want to say this is a great class. It's a great space. So let's keep our teacher here and let's show how much we appreciate him. The same way we show Michael Jordan how much we appreciate the Retro 9s or whatever the next ones are coming out. Let's show our great teacher that same reciprocity. You know, the same way we support Frito-Lay and Chick-fil-A and all these different restaurants and all these different things, the same way we support McDonald's and we appreciate McDonald's and Burger King. Let's appreciate knowledge and appreciate our teacher in that same manner or better, because what our teacher is granting us and teaching us and showing us is definitely more valuable than any of those things that I just named. So, Tua for everyone. Have a great weekend. I love that what you say, primordial thought. May your monuments be forever established on the foundation of my art. That's beautiful. Very never. Yeah, this was a great class. I got a lot of appointments tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to that OPEC, and I'm looking forward to Saba answering that OPEC question you asked. So, yeah, this is great. Yes, so looking forward to another Monday class and see everybody on Sunday. I think I'm going to do the contendants of Horus and Set. I'm going to read that story for everyone. Shout out to everybody in the chat. teachersofmyart.org. It is 4 o'clock where I'm at right now. I'm looking forward to the OPEC. And yeah, this was a great class, Primordial. How you been, good brother?
Hey, we've been trying to make it happen, man. Just trying to stay consistent, man. Especially when you ask Saba for things like, you know, like the workouts, how to eat, everything. I have to work out at a particular time, so it's pretty demanding. It's just staying consistent in the studies. Just trying to, you know, just like reorganizing everything, really putting what truly means a lot to me and prioritize that. And it's just trying to that it kind of wears on your cool a bit, you know what I mean? Because you have to just restructure everything.
Yes.
But I do realize, like, the more and more I stay into it, I'm starting to like Saba say, we should always be in ceremony 24/7. Like, we should always constantly be in ceremony. So I'm trying to work on that, and I see it developing little by little, but it'll definitely take you know, one step at a time, leading with that left.
Facts, it's a process. I understand completely because I'm in the same boat, reorganizing my whole life. And that's what breaking the matrix does. You know, it's a whole reorganizing, unlearning, relearning. That's what I'm in the process of doing. And it's taking a while for me because I was so entwined in this matrix that trying to unravel and unwind, it's a process, brother. So I'm grateful and thankful for Saba's journey and not getting entangled in it in the first place, because it's a lot. It is definitely a lot, but it's definitely worth it. And that's why I'm here every week. And this is why I show my support, because I understand how important this information is. So, to our great Saba.
Nini Uk, to you, great brothers. You guys are fabulous, wonderful, and great supporters. I'm holding your next snake, Primordial Thought. You ready? This is 9 times 9. This is 99. This is 90. 900. Oh my goodness. You brothers are excellent and fabulous. And yes, I took that journey and cut off things from the beginning, and Catalina put snake. Hey. Speaking of which, I have somebody out in the fields right now, looking at vipers. I haven't heard back from him, so I hope he's okay. I have people on
I hope he's okay.
I hope he's okay. I haven't heard back. I've been checking my phone, but he's out. We're on a viper exploration and viper. I'm in a viper class right now where I'm dealing with some deadly snakes, and I have somebody that actually goes out and deals with them, and they didn't get back to me yet, so I hope he's okay. He's actually went on into the wilderness with them to. He's like a Steve Irwin guy. So shout out to everybody. What a beautiful thing. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to First Netter. Shout out to First Netter. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody in the class. Everybody that participates in any kind of way. It keeps the pod class moving. And we're going to say peace right now. Let me check and see if there's any last minute donations. Nope. That means it is time to close out, reload. And that's it. No more support for the night, it seems. So let me go ahead and close us out. I'm going to go big screen, everybody. Actually, what I'm going to do is Tef, I'm going to get you to say the affirmation, then I'm going to go big screen and close out.
Who outside? Hotep.
Oh, Nini, look. Okay, let me go ahead and put the affirmation on the screen. Okay, Osiris, you ready, man? We're going to do the affirmation. You're about to shed poo. Okay. Here it is. All right, there you go. Tef, let me move this from the bottom of the screen, too. Okay, go ahead, Tef.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki and Ma'at. Unhappiness. Nintat and Ma'at. Nin Hapapat and Ma'at. Her in Hukui. Her Ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist in her. I do not
speak in a place of Ma'at.
Every day I advance toward my being surrounded in darkness. I come forth
with consciousness. Wonderful. Let me move this affirmation off. Okay, everybody, I'm going to go big screen and close us out. 124.
Peace and love, Saba.
Peace and love.
Hey, nice scarf.
Nice what?
Nice scarf.
Oh, nice scarf. Yes. Star Imhotep with the primordial dot. Okay, my brother. Okay, I'm gonna go big screen. Peace and love.
Peace and love, Saba.
Okay, here we go. Let me close us out. Okay. I got this on the screen. All right, everybody. Peace and love. Welcome to another Tehuti pod class. I'm glad everyone that supported, participated, and kept this going. And I'm loving the beautiful questions that allow documentary matrix breaking type answers. Shout out to HEKA, KHEPERA, and Big Vapes for asking those 2 questions. Speaking of which, I didn't see Big Vapes. I thought I sent you your last Midnighter class. If I didn't, let me know. Usually each pod class you send for another Midnighter class. Let me know if you got the last one, and you can send for the next one. And I'll actually just send both at the same time. Shout out to Big Vape. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Shannon. Shout out to First Netter. Shout out to Kathleen Kester. Shout out to the beautiful Bella who says Tua Nefer Saba for your teachings. Definitely food for my ba. Shout out to everybody who supported. Shannon said it had her on the edge of her seat. Shout out to HEKA, KHEPERA, who says peace and love. You all are wonderful, beautiful. Appreciate you. A couple of people I didn't see today. Maybe they'll pop up tomorrow and watch the video. Like Customized Tees. I am Kudzani. A couple of people I didn't see tonight, but I'm sure they'll watch tomorrow and send their support. This is Osiris. He is the anaconda with the black dot on his chin. We're going to do this again next week. Send in your podcast questions. Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV for your great support. This was another beautiful podcast. Peace and love, everyone. And come next week, and we will do this again and again and again. And I will continue to do this as long as people support. Peace and love.